Bon, on va commencer ça tranquillement. On va voir si ça fonctionne. Effectivement, ça fonctionne. Donc, la CitizenCon jour 2 n'est pas encore débuté, mais je voulais revoir la présentation du Star Engine qui avait été fait hier, mais une version qui est moins compressée, une version en 4K. Donc, c'est ça qu'on va regarder maintenant. Quand même assez impressionnant, il faut le dire. Là. C'est un des seuls, sinon le seul engin de jeu vidéo qui est capable de faire ça à cause de toutes les modifications que Star Citizen et CIG ont fait durant toutes ces années. Donc, les technologies qu'ils ont développées, c'était pas pour rien. Mais, en tout cas, on va voir ça. C'est quand même assez intéressant. J'ai trouvé spectaculaire la démo. Et ça fait quelque chose d'intéressant à regarder. En attendant, la deuxième journée de cette CitizenCon, où j'espère avoir des nouvelles de Squadron 42. Peut-être pas une date de sortie parce que, bon, je pense qu'on est un petit peu trop optimiste pour ça. Mais avec ce qu'ils nous ont parlé hier, des trucs qui est en train de travailler dessus, j'ai pas l'impression que Squadron est encore fini. Peut-être en 2025, probablement pas en 2024. En tout cas, on verra ça. Peut-être que l'année prochaine, on aura une date de sortie. Mais là, en tout cas, on se concentre sur le démo. Donc, c'est la démo du Star Engine qui nous montre la puissance. Des choses que nous, on sait déjà en tant que joueur de Star Citizen, hein, que c'est seamless, il n'y a pas de loading screen, on peut aller partout. Et c'est un peu ce que les gens reprochaient à Starfield hein, cette année. Les gens s'attendaient vraiment à avoir un sentiment d'exploration et un sentiment d'immensité. Un vrai jeu spatial, faut vraiment se l'avouer. Si on veut un niveau de graphisme intéressant avec beaucoup de détails, Star Citizen, c'est les seuls qui font ça. Il y a Star Atlas, mais ça, je suis pas certain, pas certain que ça va fonctionner. Mais c'est ça. Donc Star Citizen, ça va être long, mais il faut leur donner. Ils font des choses qu'aucun autre studio est capable de faire. Donc voilà. Je vais faire quelque chose ici. Désolé pour ça. Je vais juste fermer mon Discord pour avoir des sons dérangeants. Salut MC. Et salut Loulou. Ça va bien? Honnêtement, j'ai été surpris de la CitizenCon hier. J'étais vraiment surpris. Il y a beaucoup de choses qui m'ont quand même hypé, dont le nouveau système de map. Honnêtement, j'ai trouvé ça vraiment intéressant. J'ai vraiment hâte de voir. Parce que je suis pas mal sûr que... Bon, hier, il y avait beaucoup de panels très techniques. Chris Robert n'a pas beaucoup été là. La grosse présentation... Je sais pas si la démo du Star Engine, c'est ça qu'ils considèrent comme la grosse présentation de cette CitizenCon-là. J'espère pas. J'espère vraiment qu'on va voir... je veux voir un trailer de Squadron. Je sais que c'est peut-être juste... Ça va peut-être être juste de la fausse hype encore, mais j'aimerais ça voir peut-être un petit trailer d'une dizaine de minutes de Squadron ou quelque chose comme ça. Ça serait tellement excellent. Il y a un de mes amis qui a regardé la démo puis il me dit la démo du Space Engine c'est du Star Engine c'est fake, ça n'a pas été fait en un one take. En même temps j'ai de la misère à voir comment il aurait pu faire ça autrement qu'en un one take là. Ok oui c'est peut-être une caméra qui est préprogrammée pour arriver à certains points. C'est pas comme si c'était des gens qui jouaient puis là la caméra se promène comme ça. Mais moi j'ai vraiment l'impression que ça a été fait en ça a l'air d'un one take. Ça commence d'environ 20 minutes, 25 minutes, loulou. Puis ça sera. Ben, normalement, c'est censé être 20 heures, heure de France. Et 2 heures, 14 heures, heure du Québec. Donc, ça, c'est là où les panels commencent. Jared va commencer à parler un peu avant, probablement comme hier, il a commencé à parler 15-20 minutes avant. Mais il ne montre pas grand-chose. Il explique un peu ce qui s'est passé. Ce qui s'est passé hier, probablement c'est ça qu'il va faire. Puis après ça, les panels vont embarquer. Mais c'est ça, les panels, ça devrait commencer autour de 20 heures, heure de France, ou 14 heures, heure du Québec. C'est dans pas si long que ça, c'est dans environ une quarantaine de minutes. Sur le stream, je sais pas comment ça paraît l'image, mais j'ai l'impression que c'est quand même plus clean que ce qu'on a vu hier durant la... Parce qu'avec Twitch, je pense que Twitch, c'est très compressé. Là. Donc ça, c'est une vidéo qui a été uploadée sur YouTube. Donc, qui est compressée aussi, mais la vidéo est en 4K, je vous la passe en 1080p. Parfait, Loulou. À tantôt. Bon appétit. Mais... Oh, salut Guy. Salut Guy, ça va bien? Ça va très bien. Prêt pour cette deuxième journée de CitizenCon. Là, on regarde la démo qui a été présentée hier au début de la première journée, qui était le Star Engine démo. Et honnêtement, c'est vrai que les images sont très 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 belles, mais la musique de Pedro Camacho, honnêtement, ce compositeur est un génie que CIG ait pu l'engager parce qu'il fait de la musique depuis très longtemps. Ça fait au moins une dizaine d'années qu'il fait de la musique pour Star Citizen. Vraiment un incroyable compositeur. Et je comprends pas comment ça que cette personne n'est pas plus connue dans le monde de la trame sonore, parce que honnêtement, c'est un génie musical. Ah oui, Guy, honnêtement, Pedro Camacho, là, c'est un de mes compositeurs préférés. J'ai écouté aussi ce qu'il a fait en dehors de Star Citizen. C'est excellent, c'est vraiment quelqu'un qui connaît la structure musicale, qui est capable de faire des... Je sais pas, de créer des grandes émotions avec sa musique. C'est pas tous les compositeurs qui sont capables de faire ça. À ce niveau-là, là. Je pense pas qu'il ait participé à des bandes originales de d'autres jeux vidéo. Il a probablement fait de la musique personnelle, parce que c'est ça, c'était plus des compositions personnelles, des collaborations avec d'autres artistes. Que si tu vas regarder sa chaîne YouTube, Pedro Camacho, c'est pas mal Star Citizen et des projets personnels, j'ai l'impression. Fait que peut-être parce qu'il était jeune aussi, probablement qu'ils l'ont recruté. Il était peut-être dans la vingtaine. Fait que c'est ça, c'est un nouveau compositeur. Mais il faut vraiment qu'il se fasse découvrir là, par des grands studios ou par des grands producteurs de cinéma, parce que honnêtement, je pense que ça pourrait devenir un des grands compositeurs dans le monde du multimédia. Et c'est là qu'on va voir les fameuses, je sais pas pour ceux qui l'avaient pas vu, mais on va voir le reveal des Space Whale. Je sais pas quand est-ce qu'on va les voir en jeu, mais au moins on sait qu'ils ont les modèles. Parce que là, t'as pas le choix d'avoir les modèles 3D, puis t'as pas le choix d'avoir les animations pour pouvoir faire ce rendu-là. Fait que même s'ils sont pas intégrés en jeu, au moins les modèles sont créés, tu sais. On est certain de ça. Je vais juste regarder rapidement. Je vais poser la démo ici rapidement. Je vais juste vérifier si c'est pas commencé ici. Je vais faire un petit refresh des fois. On sait pas. Ok, non, c'est une pub. Je vais être sûr de pas manquer rien de la CitizenCon. Donc, ok. Ça devrait être correct. On va reprendre ça dans pas long. Juste être sûr que Jared n'est pas en train de donner des informations essentielles. Quelques secondes encore. Lord of the Fall. Il n'y a pas de son, j'ai enlevé le son. Ok, il n'y a pas encore de... Jared n'est pas encore là. Je suis désolé d'avoir coupé le moment. Le Quantum, ça c'est le nouveau Quantum Travel qu'on voit. J'ai l'impression que ça va être intégré bientôt. J'aime vraiment la déformation de lumière qui fait comme si c'était liquide avant de partir. Mais je sais pas si... En même temps, c'est de ça que ça a l'air. En jeu, le jump point de Pyro, c'est de ça qu'il a l'air. Fait que c'est vraiment les graphismes du jeu. Ils ont pas... Oui, ils ont un très très bon framerate, vu que probablement que c'est pas fait sur un serveur en ligne, c'est fait sur leur propre serveur interne. Donc ils ont pas de problème de lag de serveur. Donc tout a l'air fluide. Et c'est la porte, honnêtement, l'effet de la gate est juste... Ok, c'est magnifique. Et le tunnel, le trou de verre, honnêtement, incroyable. Et là, on arrive à... C'est Aurons Station, ou... mais... Honnêtement, je sais pas... Le niveau de détail qu'il y a sur cette station-là, c'est incroyable. C'est juste incroyable le niveau de travail qu'il y a, par contre, sur leurs assets, puis sur leur modèle, c'est incroyable. Il y a du détail partout. Et comme je le mentionnais hier, il y a une guerre d'engins. On entend beaucoup parler de Unity, bon, dernièrement, pas pour les bonnes nouvelles. On entend beaucoup parler d'Unreal Engine. On a entendu parler de Frostbite Engine, l'engin de... je me souviens plus c'est quoi le nom. Snowdrop, du côté d'Ubisoft, qui sont des bons engins là, pour faire des jeux. Ils seraient capables de pousser les graphismes assez loin. Mais il n'y en a aucun de ceux-là. Je pense que même pas Unreal Engine 5 pourrait faire ce que le Star Engine est capable de faire à ce niveau-là. Parce que la transition à des échelles aussi grandes que ça, sans loading, peut-être avec Nanite. Je ne sais pas si Nanite pourrait permettre de créer des environnements aussi gigantesques et de pouvoir faire ça, je sais pas. Je sais qu'ils sont capables de faire de très grands environnements avec Unreal Engine 5, mais je sais pas s'ils sont capables de faire des planètes et l'espace et de passer de planète en planète sans loading. Peut-être que oui, mais je sais pas s'ils peuvent le faire à ce niveau de détail-là. Parce que c'est assez incroyable. Ça fait quand même une dizaine d'années que CIG est en train de développer cet engin-là, développe des outils. Puis il y avait déjà une base, ils sont partis de CryEngine, sauf que je crois qu'ils ont acheté une licence pour pouvoir le modifier et comme pas s'approprier l'engin, mais ils l'ont tellement modifié que maintenant, avec la licence qu'ils ont achetée du Lumberyard Engine, du CryEngine, maintenant ils sont capables de pouvoir le brander pour leur propre chose. C'est pour ça que je pense qu'ils l'ont appelé. Il y a un trademark à côté du Star Engine. C'est vraiment leur propriété. Ils vont pouvoir vendre cet engin-là comme si c'était un engin propriétaire de CIG. C'est sûr que quand on regarde ça d'un point de vue de personnes qui ont donné de l'argent pour vouloir jouer à un jeu, peut-être qu'on se dit « Ouais, ok, c'est vraiment long, puis tu sais, ils vont faire de l'argent en développant un engin graphique, puis le vendre à d'autres studios. » Puis c'était peut-être pas ça le plan initial. Par contre, c'est que Star Citizen va être comme la visière, la visibilité de toutes les technologies qu'il y a dans cet engin-là. Comme là, ici, on n'a pas encore vu ça en jeu, mais là, ils sont capables de faire du feu comme ça. j'ai hâte que ça soit intégré. Ça fait environ 2 ans qu'ils nous parlent de ça. Peut-être même 2-3 ans qu'on avait vu ça pour la première fois, là, le feu comme ça qui peut se répandre un peu partout dans les vaisseaux. Mais hier, durant la présentation, ils nous ont même parlé qu'il pourrait y avoir des feux à l'échelle d'une planète, des grands feux de forêt ou un feu dans une ville. Par exemple, je sais pas, il y a une industrie qui prend feu. Désolé. Il y a une industrie qui prend feu et les bâtiments autour pourraient prendre feu. Il pourrait avoir des missions de pompiers de l'espace ou de pompiers sci-fi. Ça pourrait être intéressant, ça aussi. Les nuages sont... C'est juste... Je pense que les nuages sont rendus plus... Je pourrais pas dire qu'ils sont plus beaux que dans le Microsoft Flight Simulator, mais ça se rapproche, là. Ça se rapproche. C'est vraiment, vraiment similaire, j'ai l'impression. Puis là, en plus, ils les ont améliorés et on va avoir les nouveaux nuages améliorés dans la 3.22. Donc, ça va être très, très, très cool, ça. Je pense que c'est déjà la 3e version des nuages ou la 4e version des nuages qu'ils font. Au début, c'était vraiment granuleux. Il y avait du flickering quand on passait à travers les nuages. Maintenant, ça a l'air smooth, là, comme si c'était de la vapeur d'eau pour vrai. Là. On a vraiment l'impression de passer dans de la vapeur d'eau. Là. Ah, effectivement. Puis en plus, Guy, t'as raison. Mais hier, je sais pas si t'as écouté la première journée de la CitizenCon, mais hier, ils ont même montré le premier prototype fonctionnel du serveur meshing. Donc maintenant, même Chris Robert a dit que quand il a vu ça il y a environ 3 semaines, fonctionnel, il avait pleuré parce que... Tu sais, je sais pas si c'est vrai, mais je pense que c'est vrai parce que quand ça fait 4, 5, 6 ans que tu es investi sur une technologie, puis tu te dis, OK, ça me prend cette technologie-là pour pouvoir créer ma vision. Puis comme il a mentionné, ils ont eu comme plusieurs faux départs avec la technologie de serveur meshing. Là, ils ont vraiment trouvé une base solide qui va fonctionner, puis qui est censée être scalable. Ils sont capables de l'agrandir à différentes échelles. C'est quand même cool qu'on soit rendu là, parce que là, il n'y aura plus rien qui va pouvoir arrêter le développement du jeu. Là. Les grosses technologies sont là. Il va rester à faire le jeu. Ça aussi, j'ai... le fait de voir la déformation de l'eau comme ça, c'est juste incroyable. Là. Puis comme je l'ai mentionné aussi, quand j'ai vu ça hier, j'ai dit, OK, il n'y a aucun autre... Il y a des moteurs qui sont capables de faire du déplacement d'eau, puis ils ont de la physique dans l'eau, mais on dirait que c'est jamais intégré dans un jeu. Le CryEngine est capable... pas le CryEngine, mais le Unreal Engine est capable de faire ça, Unity est capable de faire ça. Ils ont tous des physiques de liquide et d'eau de développer pour leur... Mais on dirait que les développeurs de jeux ne l'intègrent jamais dans les jeux. Donc là, de voir que ça va être intégré à Star Citizen, vraiment incroyable. Ah ouais, effectivement, là, c'est normal, tu sais. En plus, tu sais, je comprends que, bon, là, il y a des gens qui vont dire, ouais, Chris Roberts s'est mis beaucoup d'argent dans les poches avec ce projet-là, mais j'ai plus l'impression que ça le tient vraiment à cœur. C'est comme ça... Comment on appelle ça? Une legacy. Ça va être comme son grand projet de vie. Il s'est comme mis la tête sur la bûche, là. Parce que quand t'as ramassé autant d'argent que ça, que t'as passé autant d'années à développer quelque chose, tu veux pas que ça faille, là. Parce que si ça faille, c'est ton nom, c'est toute l'œuvre de ta vie qui est ruinée. C'est long, là, ça fait 11, même plus que ça. Je pense que Chris Roberts, ça fait près de 15 ans qu'il pense, et peut-être même avant ça, parce que quand il développait ses autres jeux, c'était un peu ce genre de jeu-là qu'il voulait faire, mais la technologie informatique n'était pas encore au point. Ça, c'est Salty Mike. On va retourner voir ici. Peut-être qu'on va avoir...
L'accessoire de jeu ultime pour garder tes mains plus propres et avoir le contrôle total.
Belle pub québécoise. Flavor.
De champion. Un goût génial à chaque bouchée.
Bon. De toute façon, on est en attente. Je sais pas quand est-ce que ça commence. Oh, ça commence. Et voilà. Hey, juste à temps. Juste à temps. Et voilà.
Hi, everybody. We made it. CitizenCon Day 2!
Yes.
How's my mic? Is this where you want it, Anthony? Is this good? We were given notes after yesterday. I apparently had the mic too far from my mouth, and Dan was like... So they said split the difference, so we're going to see what we can improve today. Hi, everybody. I'm Jared. I'm the creative content lead for Cloud Imperium Games and Robert Space Industries. And as I said, welcome to CitizenCon Day 2. As one astute user on social media put it, yesterday we laughed, we cried, we doubled our dogs. On Day 2, we're bringing a whole new slew of presentations for you to enjoy. But before we get to the programming of today, it's been 4 years since we've done a CitizenCon, a live event like this, and it may have gone under the radar with the pandemic and missing a year. This is actually the 10th anniversary of CitizenCon and the 10th CitizenCon we've done. So I wanted to take some time. Here on the pre-show, where I can do pretty much anything I want, and shout out some of the pioneers who came before us to make this event what it is today. So CitizenCon actually started, the very first one was back in 2013, back in the Alamo Roadhouse in Austin, and it was the brainchild of Sandy Gardner, Ben Lesnick, and Pete Mackey. Now, it was in a little theater. Down in downtown Austin, and it was, for some, it was an excuse to watch the Wing Commander movie in front of a crowd and in a big theater. But for others, it was the birth of our annual convention and the introduction of Aaron Roberts and the Foundry 42 team at that time to the CIG family. It started out small, had some humble beginnings, but over the years, it's evolved into this massive undertaking that we have this year. In 2014 and 2016, CitizenCon was here in Los Angeles at the Avalon Theater, just in downtown. In 2014, we introduced the vision for the persistent universe, which was not yet playable. Arena Commander had only come just earlier that year. And in 2016, we followed up on those procedural planets with a visit down to the planets and the introduction of the Sandworm. And Sean Tracy, if you're watching, when my Sandworm, man? Can we hear it? When my Sandworm, man?
Imaginez qu'il nous montre le Sandworm pour
He goes
vrai.
on stage in the first presentation. He's probably not happy right now. Between those 2 years in LA, we took our first trip to Manchester and the what was it called? The Runway Visitor Park, which was presented underneath a glorious Concorde, fantastic aviation craft that our chat users at the time really thought we had built a giant spaceship for this stage. I can remember sitting in the chat and like, no, that's not a spaceship. That's the Concorde. Get a calendar from 1988. It was like January. 2017 was where things started changing. 2017 was where we started to adopt the format that you see here today. It was our first trip to Frankfurt in the Avalon Theater, where we started breaking apart multiple presentations, multiple teams. We started really diving into the depths of Star Citizen's development. After the first several years of building up, having to build 4 studios around the world and lay the groundwork, CitizenCon had evolved to becoming the true showcase that it is today and showing you as many different aspects of our development as possible. But it reached its final form in 2018. Going back to Austin at the Long Convention Center, Long Center in Austin, that's where CitizenCon exploded. 2 tracks, 2 competing theaters of presentations, the mocap stage. We introduced the Xi'an language, which changed Chris Harrow's life forever. Shout out to Chris Harrow if you're watching. And then in 2019, the biggest CitizenCon we had at the time back in Manchester, which parallels what we're doing today. Huge screens, huge exhibitions, huge panels, huge discussions, huge reveals. I'm sure we all remember that Carrick trailer. Yeah, that was a pretty big one. Also, it was a Carrick ice sculpture that didn't melt all day. I lost $50 on that. I got 5 minutes? Oh, yeah. Sorry, the person in my ear. Guys, I've never done a day 2 before. I'm running on fumes. How are you guys feeling?
Yeah.
I do want to take this time, so like I said, CitizenCon started from humble beginnings, the birth child of Sandy, of Ben, of Pete Mackey back in the day. It's evolved over the years with many stewards, Eric Kyron Davis, David Roth. Our stewards this year, they're gonna hate me for shouting them out. Leah and Tyler, please give them a huge round of applause for Leah and Tyler, who have driven this year's event and made it everything that you guys hear live and in the theater have seen. Hall B, geez, I hope you've seen Hall B during the interstitials between the panels if you're watching from home. Leah and Tyler have kicked the ball out of the park. I mixed my metaphors there. I wonder what I'm going to be like at the end of the day. Let's go into the day's programming, shall we? So in just a few minutes, at the top of the hour, we've got Ian Leyland.
Ah, savoir-faire comme hier.
Vous avez maintenant plus de raisons d'aimer la livraison grâce au nouveau Monopoly d'ici. Décollez la pièce.
Je sais pas pourquoi ça fait ça, mais ça fait ça.
Dans l'appli pour avoir plus de chances
de temps en
passer
temps.
de maintenant à gagnant.
On a une erreur de
livraison et jouez aujourd'hui.
Il y a une pub.
Nous avons formé les
Pourtant, je suis abonné. Je me suis abonné à la chaîne de CIG. Je les follow. Je sais pas pourquoi ça fait une erreur ou quoi que ce soit, mais...
It's not just FPS combat, it's how you interact with the universe around you, and a lot of improvements I think many of you are going to appreciate. Then Taking Flight, Yogi and Diego and Inez and the team there are going to be here for another live demo where they play the game and show you the amazing master mode and flight changes that have come from their work on Squadron 42 that are being brought over to Star Citizen. We're going to break for lunch again, 2 o'clock. Get your lunch. It's a long day. Then finally, 2-part environment and gameplay summit here with Living on the Edge and Destination Adventure, where we're going to go through a bunch of the new locations that are coming to both Stanton and the Pyro system. You're going to want to check those out. And for those who are here, be in your seats. If you have a chance to be anywhere, be in your seats as those presentations progress. I can't tell you why, but you'll thank me later. And then, of course, at around 5 o'clock thereof, timings, Chris Roberts will return to the stage for his closing remarks, his closing ceremonies, and you're not going to want to miss that. So that's our day's festivities.
Okay.
With that, I'm going to throw it over
Closing
to Dan, who's back in Hall B. Dan, I hope you have more
Squadron.
energy than me. Take it away, buddy.
J'ai
Thanks,
quand même
Jared.
des
It's
bonnes
good to see you
vibes,
guys back at
mais on a
CitizenCon
toujours des bonnes
Day
vibes à la
2.
CitizenCon, c'est après ça que ça se gâche, mais là,
Center. So
on
many
va rester
awesome things
positif.
yesterday. We saw
Qu'est-ce qu'on va voir
the
aujourd'hui?
server meshing panel. We saw people experience Pyro for the first time. We saw the community booths behind me, which we'll get to in a second. So many
J'ai hâte de voir
awesome
le
things
panel
yesterday.
du character creation.
I remember it
aussi,
like it was
ça, c'est quelque
yesterday.
chose que j'aime beaucoup dans les jeux. La
What's that?
personnalisation de personnages.
We don't have the graphics budget for the extended flashback sequence. We have to move on. Okay, we're moving on. Well, welcome again. My name is Dan Haubrick. I'm the community producer here at CIG. Welcome you all to the show floor here at Hall B, the Los Angeles Convention Center. We have so many awesome things to show you guys today, whether they be community booths, we'll be talking to content creators, we'll be talking about JRDF stuff, Or, you know, things will go long and maybe we'll talk about some of it. Who was that strange leprechaun of a man? So many colorful characters here at CIG. Sometimes I regret being his producer, but there's no job security otherwise, so I guess here's where I am. At least he makes it easy for me. So here we have the community booth. Here we have the community booths. We're gonna get right into it. Follow me this way. We're gonna go right into the corporation. We have some people here now talking to the corporation. Excuse me, guys. We're gonna have a quick chat with the corporation if you guys don't mind. Welcome, everyone. This is the corporation. Now, these are one of the biggest orgs in the game. They're friendly to newbies. They have this really immersive scavenger hunt. So we're gonna get into it. Welcome, guys. So can you tell me, what's the main focus of the corporation?
The corporation is a friendly environment for people to have game sessions regularly, to have a
Il y a
good
des
community,
orgs qui
to
sont assez
encourage more people
big
to play
pour
Star
se louer des
Citizen,
boots
and for
au
us to
CitizenCon quand
explore
même.
all sorts of sessions, that everything from racing to combat to just creating a better environment for Star Citizen players. And we look forward to its release so that we can have a wonderful exploration of the universe.
Awesome, that's a great answer. So I hear you guys have a really immersive scavenger hunt you guys are doing for everyone on the show floor. Can you guys tell me a little bit about the scavenger hunt you guys are doing here at CitizenCon?
So the scavenger hunt is right here. I'm sure a number of you have grabbed some of the beads that we have, and if you are managed to find someone and trade with them to have 3 of the same color, we are entering you in a raffle for a vulture tonight. As well as a raffle for our Pyro plushies, and a couple other little surprises if you come by and say hello.
Well, guys, be sure to come by and say hello. The corporation are, again, one of the oldest orgs in Star Citizen. They are a staple of the game, and we're so happy to have them here. If you guys are wondering, these community booths are all different orgs that represent a variety of facets of the game. Each of them brings something new and unique to the table, and it's why they are the backbone of the show floor here. They help represent the community, which is you guys. Now here we have Equinox. What's up, guys? Hi, I'm looking for you. How's it going, man? So, you know, you guys are focused on these massive immersive LAN party events. I mean, if you guys haven't seen one of these Equinox events, they are amazing. If there's one in your hometown, you'd be fools to not check them out. We sent CIG folks to them this year. They had an amazing time. So what are you guys doing here on the show floor? What are you guys talking about?
C'est
Here,
quand même
we
assez
want to make
big,
the next
pareil,
LAN party at
ça.
Equinox June 1st next year bigger than last time. So we're trying to promote that and get as many people
Leurs shorts,
sign up
leurs
and
shorts sont quand même pas
maybe
pires.
go get the word out. That's what the Lego model is here for, to help bring attention to it. It'll maybe at the next event. We have Vanguard over there, the large org. They're helping us run events, racing, fighting. We give out prizes.
Yeah, let's talk about this Lego sculpture. So this is an awesome Lego sculpture that you guys made. First off, where was this during Battle of the Bricks? And second off, how long did this take you guys to make? This is amazing.
The first question
Oh, ok, c'est un javelin, ça.
I just built this 19 days ago. And for Battle of the Bricks, I built a Scorpius and took an updated version to last LAN party at the Equinox. What was the other question? How long did it take to build?
Yeah, how long did it take to build?
About 120 hours in 19 days.
So that's like, you know, an average session of Star Citizen sometimes, yeah. So
Any gaming
no gaming at
Quand
all.
même assez
So I think you
impressionnant,
answered a
pareil.
little bit, but what can people expect from Equinox in 2024?
Equinox, you bring your own PC, a lot of computers to pick from, big swag bags, and a lot of giveaways.
Yeah, any cool events that you're able to like tell us about for 2024? You mentioned the June one. Is there anything else you guys are doing?
Like activities during the event. I don't think we have anything pegged out specifically yet, but we like last time we had racing, PvP, fist fighting in a origin jump, or 890 jump.
Just some rich people boxing. You love to see it. Well, thank you guys. If you guys are here on the show floor, again, come check out Equinox. Come check out this Lego sculpture. It's the coolest thing I've seen in probably 5 minutes. I have a very short attention span. We're going to be making our way now over to the Walkers of Sigma. Now, these guys are the forefront security org of Star Citizen. These guys provide security for major events like the
Quand
Daymar
même.
Rally. They are the forefront runners, like I said, of
Mais
security.
je me
So
demande
how's it
combien
going,
ils ont
guys?
de membres dans leur
Happy to be here. I
dans
love
leur
that.
org, ces
So,
gens-là.
how do players or other orgs
Pour
go
se louer
about
une booth
requesting
au
security? You guys, what's the process
E3
for, like,
Center durant la
getting the Walkers of
CitizenCon,
Sigma to be security?
ils ont de la merch.
Sure, absolutely. The best way to get a hold of us is to join our Discord.
Très bien
You can
organisé.
go stop by our booth and pick up a business card where you have our Discord link on the back of our card.
Let me see that. That looks so cool. Look at that. That's actual wood. Is this like laser engraved?
Yes, sir. Laser engraved.
That's awesome. This looks phenomenal. Look
Des
at that.
cartes en bois.
Here you go. I'm going to have you hold that for a second. So, what's it like running security for things like Daymar? Like, obviously, that's a huge operation. There has to be so much that goes into it. What's it like running security for it?
So running security can be both very stressful and also at the same time a little boring. You're going to have some of those servers, you're securing roughly 15 different servers for something like the Daymar Rally. So some servers might not see any action at all and you're just kind of sitting there hoping and cheering on your favorite racer. But there are other servers that can be super chaotic and are non-stop bombarded by outside
Ok, c'est eux
forces.
qui font le
And those are the ones you really have to keep
Daymar
your eye on,
Rally,
make sure
ok.
they have enough people to secure as many people as possible and get any reinforcements if needed.
Yeah, that sounds like a logistical nightmare, but luckily they have the Walkers of Sigma to help make it all possible. So, kind of last question. Jared and other people have been harassing me throughout the convention. How do I get you guys to follow me around?
I actually have one of my best guys here. This is our combat branch officers. He's going to keep you nice and safe.
All right, well, I now feel safe and secure. Come follow me, guys. I got a big bodyguard now. I feel on top of the world. We're finally going to end our community booth segment. For now, we're going to go to other community booths later today. We're going to end on Asus Republic of Gamers. Now, we talked about them yesterday when we were over at Pyro. These guys are the forefront, using that word a lot. These guys are the precedent makers of gaming technology, whether they're monitors, accessories, etc. Star Citizen people alike know that Asus means quality. So I'm going to talk to some people over here. Hi, guys. How's it going?
D'ailleurs, je veux m'acheter un nouvel écran Asus.
Doing great. So I don't know if
Parce
you
que
guys know this.
Ils ont un
Every
écran
single
4K
monitor
HDR
in the
G5
LA studio is an
144
Asus monitor.
Hz.
Like, we love
Je
you
pense que je
guys,
vais
and I
m'acheter
think
ça
the same
bientôt.
is probably true for the
J'ai
other
un écran
studios.
4K qui est quand
What
même bon,
kind
c'est
of,
un Acer Predator,
stuff
mais il
do you think
commence à
people
s'en
can
tourner.
expect from Asus
Et il est pas
in
HDR.
2024?
So
Il est
actually,
seulement
we do have
60 Hz.
some new products coming out
Ok,
in
je vais-
2024, and actually towards the end of this year, we do have this beautiful OLED that's coming out.
Let's take a look at that
Je vais
really
me
cool,
procurer un petit
really
écran
quick.
bientôt. Au lieu de m'acheter un
Dang, that
chip
is
dans
a
Star
nice
Citizen, je vais
monitor. Look at
m'acheter un écran.
Yeah, that's going to be some quality. So you guys have that coming out in 2024. Anything else players can expect?
So we actually launched our C790 refresh motherboard as well. That's compatible with the 14th gen recently. Yeah, that's pretty much it we have this year.
I mean, that's going to be amazing. And my final question, what was it like to bring Pyro to people for the first time?
I think it's great. I actually hope everyone enjoyed the peripheral and the monitors that we provide to you guys. So yeah, it's a great experience working with you guys too.
Yeah, everyone I talked to had a great time. Well, I think that's all the time we have. I'm going to cut it back to Jared. You guys are going to see some awesome presentations today. We'll see you back here on the show floor later. Until then, stay safe and see you in the verse.
Quand même, cette année, c'est
Thanks,
vraiment
Dan.
bien organisé, leur
I'm here in the
CitizenCon.
hallway audience. How you doing, everybody?
Je pense que c'est une des fausses le mieux organisées, là.
I've not spoken one word to this individual next to me. Hi, individual next to me. Who are you?
Hello, Jared. My name is Jack.
Hey, Jack. What do you do in the verse?
Salvage.
Do you like it?
I love it.
Are you good at it?
I'm good at it.
Le gars, il est bon pour salvager.
Humble sort, huh?
Very.
Would you say you're the humblest person you know?
Possibly.
Could there be someone more humble than you?
Probably.
Never mind. All right. So a couple more housekeeping things. As Dan said, Asus is one of our amazing partners here to make this event possible. We also want to shout out our teams at IX Systems. They helped build the amazing server technology that we're using in the Pyro Playground. We are not connected to the internet. We have our entire environment replicated here. It's back there. You should go check it out. Talk to those guys there. What Ahmed and that team at IX has done is fantastic, and they've allowed us to run the Pyro playground at 60 frames a second with the best server stuff possible. It's like we're all like, oh, this is what's possible with this game. It's really exciting. I also want to shout out VKB, who have been amazing at helping us with the control surfaces for the Fight or Flight exhibition going on at the Atmo booth. Be sure you go by there and check that out. And then, of course, CLX. The custom computer maker who made all 150 computers for the Pyro Playground, the 2 computers that are operating on stage, the box that's running this live stream right now. I can be out here, it's there, I don't have to worry about it. So thank you to all of our partners, and I feel like I'm missing one, and I expect to hear about it from Tyler later on. I didn't bring my cards. So, yeah. You know, when do we start? We start at 11? We got 5 minutes. How should we fill the time?
Squadron 42 trailer.
All right. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. Back in 2013, we attempted to sing Star Citizen Happy Birthday. And at that time, there was a weird legal kerfluffle. It was believed that the stream got muted because we sang Happy Birthday on stage, and Twitch automated content said, no, don't. It's our birthday. It's a little late. It's also Jake Acapella's birthday, so if all of you would join me in a rousing edition of Happy Birthday, we're gonna test the stream gods and see if we don't get muted. So ready? All right, everybody. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy
Birthday, dear Star Citizen.
Happy birthday to you. All right, with that, we're going to take a break. Hang out, get your last drinks, get your last snacks, everybody. The show's starting in about 10 minutes with our character advancement panel right there on stage. So stay tuned. If you like day one,
ça débutait.
we've got more to come, everybody. Take care. We'll see you in a bit.
OK. Ah, là, ils vont nous montrer les gens dans la salle, comme hier. Le moment, genre, un peu... je dirais pas que c'était pas awkward, mais hier, pendant 10 minutes, ils nous ont montré les gens dans la salle. Je pense que c'est ça qu'ils vont faire encore. On va voir tout le monde qui est là. Quand même. Donc, on va commencer avec la création de personnages. Ça va être le premier panel qui va nous être présenté. J'ai hâte de voir ça. Il y a beaucoup de choses sur la création de personnages qui est assez important. Hier, ils nous ont montré leur premier essai sur leur technologie de cheveux. Et honnêtement, j'ai trouvé ça vraiment impressionnant. On est capable, on dirait des vrais cheveux. On est capable de voir chaque brin de cheveux qui se lève et qui se détache. C'est pas des... Normalement, les cheveux avec de la physique dedans, c'est des genres de gros clumps, des genres de grosses languettes, puis il y a une texture avec de la transparence dedans qui représente des cheveux, puis on a l'impression que ça fait des cheveux. Mais ça bouge un peu étrange. Là, avec ce qu'ils nous ont montré hier, c'était chaque brin de cheveux qui bougeait. Chaque brin de cheveux qui aurait pu réagir au vent ou à un objet qui passe dans les cheveux et tout ça. Et j'étais comme, ok, c'est niveau genre cinématique de film. Comment ils vont être capables d'intégrer ça dans le jeu, je ne sais pas. Je sais qu'on est censé en entendre parler. La barbe aussi, il n'y a pas de barbe dans Star Citizen. pour les personnages masculins, des barbes, ça c'est intéressant. Surtout si on regarde, moi aussi, la plupart des gens qui jouent à Star Citizen ont tous des barbes. On est tous des gens un peu plus vieux, on porte la barbe. Beaucoup de gens qui portent la barbe. Donc ça serait hâte d'avoir des barbes dans le jeu. J'ai hâte de voir aussi, je pense qu'ils nous ont teasé ça hier un peu, mais le fait qu'on va pouvoir choisir notre body type comme dans les autres jeux, probablement qu'il y aura une limitation de ce qu'on va pouvoir faire avec le niveau du corps, mais si Squadron 42 est prêt, en tout cas est plus près de sa sortie qu'il était il y a quelques années, la création de personnages c'est quand même un aspect très important dans un jeu comme ça, donc j'ai hâte de voir ce qu'ils vont nous présenter là. Voir, parce que tu sais, c'est quand même... Les personnages dans Star Citizen sont quand même bien faits, le visage et tout ça, mais on dirait qu'il y a un petit quelque chose qui manque. Je sais pas. Je sais pas c'est quoi, pourtant il y a beaucoup de détails, les yeux, il y a beaucoup de détails dans les yeux, beaucoup de détails dans la peau. C'est peut-être juste les cheveux aussi qui sont... les cheveux qui sont un peu... générique avec la version de Star Citizen qu'on a présentement. Et je crois que le fait est que bon, pour Squadron 42 c'est plus des coupes militaires parce que c'est un jeu militaire, donc on n'aura pas des cheveux vraiment loufoques ou des trucs un peu plus punk ou avec de la couleur dedans. Oh, je vais baisser le son parce que c'est très fort la musique de Pedro. Pedro, excellent compositeur, mais beaucoup de force dynamique dans sa musique. Donc c'est ça. Pour Squadron, les cheveux c'est pas si important, mais par contre dans l'univers de Star Citizen, d'avoir plusieurs types de cheveux différents, c'est vraiment important. Il y en a qui vont dire ah, c'est un jeu d'espace, on a toujours un casque sur la tête. Ouais, non, quand tu te promènes dans les villes, si tu veux être un peu roleplay, tu vas pas te promener en dessous tout habillé à Area 18. Si tu joues au jeu comme étant un vrai personnage, faisant un peu de roleplay, tu vas habiller ton personnage avec du linge quand tu vas être dans une ville. Quand tu vas aller dans l'espace, tu vas mettre ta soute. Mais c'est pour ça que ça prend de la diversité. Si t'es un pirate ou une pirate, on peut pas tous avoir les mêmes coupes de cheveux. Là. On peut pas avoir juste 7-8 coupes de cheveux différentes et that's it, là. Un jeu qui m'a beaucoup surpris cette année de ce côté-là, c'est Baldur's Gate 3, où il y avait 85 coupes de cheveux. J'étais comme, oh, c'est tellement rare. Normalement, là, les jeux qui en offrent le plus, il y en a une vingtaine. 20-25. Là, ça, quand un jeu offre 25 coupes de cheveux pour les personnages, et là, je prends en compte pour les femmes et les hommes, ou peu importe où vous vous situez entre les deux. Normalement, une vingtaine, c'est dans les maximums qu'on voit. Donc, quand j'ai vu Baldur's Gate avec 85, j'ai fait comme ouh, ok, eux autres, ils comprennent l'importance de la création de personnages. Et pour un univers diversifié et un univers sci-fi comme Star Citizen, j'ai l'impression que ça prendrait ça. Ça prendrait autant de coupes de cheveux que ça. Ça prendrait des trucs vraiment loufoques. Peut-être même des combinaisons. Des combinaisons de différents styles de cheveux qu'on peut modifier. Je sais pas, en tout cas j'ai hâte de voir ce qu'ils vont nous montrer. Ça fait quand même longtemps aussi qu'ils travaillent là-dessus, fait que j'espère qu'on n'aura pas quelque chose de générique. Ça me surprendrait normalement quand ils nous montrent quelque chose de concret dans Star Citizen, c'est jamais générique, là, c'est tout le temps over the top. Donc j'ai l'impression que ça va être quand même intéressant. Parce que ça fait... Il nous avait parlé des cheveux 2.0, je pense, en 2020. C'était arrivé avec Horizon. Dans Horizon, il y avait certaines personnes qui avaient 2 ou 3 coupes de cheveux qui étaient censées utiliser la nouvelle technologie 2.0. Je sais pas s'ils ont revisité ça. On va voir. Je sais pas s'ils ont modifié ça depuis le temps. Je sais pas s'ils ont ajouté. Mais là, il y a un panel. Ils sont sans nous parler des coiffeurs. Donc, j'imagine qu'il y a quelque chose d'intéressant à nous parler de ce côté-là. Il y avait aussi Paco, en tout cas, la dame criminelle un underground à hardcore qui donne des missions. Était censé avoir une chevelure assez incroyable, elle, et on l'avait vu dans les trailers où ils avaient fait une chevelure assez haute, et finalement, elle l'avait jamais intégrée en jeu, elle a toujours été chauve, finalement, et c'était comme un running gag de dire, ok, elle va recevoir ses cheveux à un moment donné, et ça fait, quoi, ça doit faire 5 ans, toujours chauve. Donc, j'ai hâte de voir de ce côté-là ce qu'ils vont avoir fait. La diversité de personnages dans un jeu, c'est extrêmement important. Ça fait pas loin de 7 minutes qu'ils nous présentent les gens qui sont à la... Comme je disais hier, c'est un moment qui est un peu étrange de voir tout le monde comme ça, mais pour les gens qui sont là, c'est quand même un beau souvenir de se dire, ok, j'ai été filmé durant la présentation de la CitizenCon, ça va leur faire un souvenir d'être là, dans la présentation. C'est quand même intéressant. Pour nous, les auditeurs, par contre, c'est un peu spécial. Quoi qu'on a l'impression d'être là, tu sais, on rencontre les gens qui sont là, on les voit. C'est intéressant. Mais j'ai quand même hâte que les panels commencent. J'ai l'impression qu'aujourd'hui, ça va être encore plus... Hier, il y a eu des panels qui étaient assez incroyables. Des trucs qui étaient assez intéressants. Je pense qu'aujourd'hui, ça va être encore mieux. J'ai l'impression qu'ils ont réservé la plupart des surprises pour aujourd'hui.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Ok, donc je nous souhaite une très bonne CitizenCon, tout le monde.
the person who forgot to create himself an intro, Disco Lando! Woo-hoo! Wow! He also had caffeine in the last 10 minutes. Welcome to CitizenCon Day 2, everybody!
Ok, fait que Disco Lando, c'est Jared. Ok, j'ai tout le temps demandé.
Have you eaten 2 dogs? Get in your seats. It's about to start, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Day 2. I'm not going to take up any more of your time. Up first, character advancement with Ian, Sean, Forrest, Andre. Give it up. Bone, start the show.
Word. Word. Character advanced. Advancement. Okay.
Hello there. Hey everyone, it's so good to see you all again in person. Thanks for coming out. So I'm Ian, I'm the art director for Star Citizen. We're going to kick off the first ever Day 2 of CitizenCon by talking about some of the awesome work done by the character team. All right. So first let's talk about life in a frontier system like Pyro and how this influences the character designs. So we wanted to create something unique compared to what we've seen in Stanton already. We wanted to give a wider visual palette and a feeling of historical age between the different solar systems. So this chart describes the fashion pillars for humanity. We can see where all suits, armors, and fashion items should belong. In terms of material use, manufacturing technology, and novelty. So you can see Earth fashion on the left, Terra fashion on the right, and frontier fashion right in the middle with a little bit of overlap of Earth. So essentially, frontier fashion is function over form. They are repurposed and repaired, and generally are misfits rather than sets. Outfits are purposeful by having storage solutions. This implies survivability along the frontier. Okay, let's take a look at some of these assets in the game.
Okay. Les locations sont vraiment différentes de ce qu'on est habitué dans Stanton. Ça, c'est clair. Quand même cool le suit. Si chaque système qu'ils vont créer a vraiment une mode différente, des vêtements différents, une esthétique différente pour les bâtiments, pour les lieux, ça va être ça va être excellent.
Okay, awesome. So hopefully you guys that played Pyro Playground, you will have seen a few of those assets being showcased. So as we saw from the video, pouches and storage are a key part of the frontier aesthetic. This drives the feeling of survivability. But from here, we thought it'd be really cool to give the functionality, but also some customization options. So let's take a look at a video we just developed internally.
Oh.
And this is for modular storage items on the player.
On va pouvoir, ok. Différentes grosseurs de poches, ou des trucs comme ça. Ou des... Ah ouais. Vraiment cool ça, ce système-là. Ok. Fait que comme ça, si on est juste habillé en vêtements, on peut quand même avoir du storage sur nous. On sera pas obligé de toujours avoir une armure ou un sac à dos. Ou, on va pouvoir avoir du storage, mais... Ah ouais, ok, il va y avoir plein de points d'attachement. Ouais, c'est vrai que ça fait un peu cyberpunk, mais quoique, contrairement à cyberpunk, il y aura aucun... je pense pas qu'il va y avoir aucun costume sexy, mettons, pour les femmes ou les trucs comme ça, parce que vu que c'est un jeu qui va être qui est vendu en Chine aussi, en Chine, ils sont très 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 censurés là-dessus, donc j'ai l'impression qu'on va avoir le côté post-apo ou cyberpunk de vêtements, un peu comme ça, mais il n'y aura pas le côté sexy ou quoi que ce soit. Là. Dans Star Citizen, ça c'est clair.
So to showcase this, let's look at a quick example asset.
Le niveau de détail aussi, c'est juste un casque. La rouille, les petits graphings. C'est comme si chacun de leurs modèles 3D était comme un modèle qui était pour aller dans une cinématique d'un jeu vidéo AAA. Mais c'est chacun des modèles qui a du détail comme ça, là. Peu importe c'est quoi.
All right. So as we saw in the video, the insides of the helmets are looking fantastic. Now this is us getting them ready to animate with put on and take off.
Put on and take off. Ah, ouais, ok.
So, in summary, Frontier Fashion is expanding the visual design palette for humans, giving a more credible feeling of age and history when you travel across multiple solar systems. All right, now let's talk about something different. Now we're going to talk about some of the gangs in Star Citizen. So, Ninetales have been one of the main gangs in the game. So far, over 105 million have been taken out by you guys.
Ah, c'est bon. Ok. Hey. Puis le nombre n'a pas réduit, là.
So you guys have been busy. Great job. All right. So it was like, all right, now we're going to need to introduce a few more factions to the game, okay?
J'aurais pensé qu'il y aurait eu plus qu'1 million quelques de ces ennemis-là qui auraient été tués, là, par contre. Là.
So the aesthetic of the gang was to be subtle. They're understated in terms of clothing, and they almost blend into their environment. On closer inspection, you'll notice their tattoos. These signify rank and progression within the gang. Let's take a look at a quick video.
Ah, quand même, ok. Les tatouages sont vraiment nice, là. Puis c'est vrai que les tatouages font très cyberpunk. Il va-tu avoir des... C'est ça, on partira peut-être pas avec des tatouages, il va falloir comme earner nos... Il va falloir les gagner, nos tatouages, ou aller se les faire faire à certains endroits. Des tatouages spécifiques. Quand même cool. J'ai l'impression que ça va être ça. Peut-être qu'il va y avoir des tatouages dans la customisation de personnages, mais ça serait plus hot de se les faire faire dans le jeu.
So the rough and ready can be found in some of the space stations
Que de les
around
avoir
Pyro.
déjà
Now
quand on
the tattoos,
commence.
like I said, the tattoos form a progressive design.
Ah.
This illustrates the hierarchy within the gang.
C'est ça.
As a
Ça
player,
va être ça pour nous
you'll
autres.
be able to earn these tattoos
Yes.
and apply them to your character.
Yes, ok, c'est ça. Les tatouages, ça va être quelque chose. Ça sera pas dans la création de personnages, ça va être en jouant au jeu.
Okay, cool. The next gang we're going to
On va
talk
pouvoir.
about is
Ok,
Headhunters. So this gang is
c'est de
also
best ça.
located in Pyro,
Faut tout
but
gamifier.
offers a completely
C'est ça qui va
different
rendre le jeu
frontier
intéressant, puis qui va nous donner le goût d'aller à plusieurs
More of a
endroits,
wasteland vibe, with lots of
de gagner de la
personality,
réputation
and
avec
this will
certaines
translate
factions.
into the
Ça
behavior
sera pas juste de
types.
dire ok, j'ai de la
Now, this
réputation,
gang
j'ai
is
de la
currently
réputation,
in
ça va
production,
débloquer plein de
but let's
choses.
take a quick sneak peek.
Headhunters, sneak peek. C'est correct, ça comme outfit, c'est nice. C'est simple. Mais avec la petite épaulette, c'est cool. Ok, lui a l'air bad. Don't mess with this guy. Avec son casque punk. Ah, là, tu peux pas faire plus cyberpunk que ça, là. Ça, c'est... C'est ça. C'est cyberpunk. Les micro-mouvements des yeux, si on est au courant. My face is tired.
Okay, so cosplay competition next year. I can't wait to see what you guys come up with. All right. All right. So they're looking awesome. Now, the last gang we want to talk about is Dusters. So Dusters are a criminal gang specializing in mining-related crimes. Now, internally, I love the original Desert Nomad armor. You can see him here, right? Now, I wanted to use it as a starting point to establish the Dusters design language. So here we can see.
Ah ouais. Ah ouais, ok, Duster's Gang. Fait que ça c'est ok. T'as les. Ok.
So here we can see the Dusters
Common.
gang lineup.
Puis t'as les chefs
Showing armor
legendary.
leveling and rarity. So as a player, you'll have horizontal armor progression. This will define your role and playstyle. Then you'll have vertical progression. This is your progression within that role and playstyle. For example, a common bounty hunter armor set will be weaker than a legendary, and as armor progresses in strength, it's harder to acquire. So harder missions, rarer drops, higher reputation. Now, as we're talking a little bit about armor sets, let's recap a little. So the goal is that players should consider which armor to equip based on the role they wish to fill and the scenario they're heading into. There will be also greater differences between the current armor types. So light, medium, and heavy, and this will be in protection and mobility. New armor categories will be combat, specialist, utility, and support.
Okay.
And these will define the type of items that are quickly available on the slots of the suit. There will also be additional functionality to assist in your chosen role. A matrix of armor type versus category will provide a variety of roles, with each providing best-in-class benefits. There will also be hindrances to out-of-role gameplay. For example, if you're wearing a heavy armor set and you're trying to fly a little snub fighter, you'll have restricted visibility and less vehicle control. So in this scenario, like a flight suit armor type with resistance to milder G-forces would be preferred. Okay. So as we saw in Ali's presentation yesterday,
l'hygiène.
simulates and tracks the accumulated effects of a character going unwashed for any length of time. Poor hygiene can lead to disease, lowered health, and snarky comments. Hygiene decays faster if a character becomes dirty or wears dirty clothing or armor, and visual effects are going to be displayed on the character's skin.
Va-tu falloir laver notre linge aussi? Ou changer?
Certain usables, such as a shower, will reset the character's hygiene and clean away all of those dirt effects. So let's keep clean. Yeah.
Eh ben, ça s'en vient pour vrai. L'hygiène.
Okay, so that covers a quick
Ça devrait pas
recap
être bien dur à
on
implémenter, ça, honnêtement, là.
and hygiene. Let's get back to a video showcasing the dusters.
Ok, on va voir la journée, la vie dans la journée d'un Dusters, puis à la fin, il va falloir qu'il prenne sa douche. Ok, mais ça, c'est un vidéo. C'est pas une vidéo, là. C'est pas du gameplay, c'est juste une cinématique. Étrange. Oui, il voulait juste nous montrer qu'il était en jeu, ces armures-là, qui étaient déjà créées. Là. Celle-là est vraiment cool, là. Honnêtement, c'est. Je pense que c'est celle, la Legendary, celle-là. Et voilà.
Awesome. So you'll be able to find the dusters scattered around various sterile settlements and wrecks in Stanton, and the dusters will be available Q4 this year.
Q4 this year, les Dusters. Mais ça veut-tu dire que Pyro s'en vient? Je sais que le 31, les gens vont pouvoir commencer à jouer à Pyro là, sur les serveurs. Pour ceux qui ne savaient pas, si vous êtes un concierge, si vous avez acheté le pack de goodies de la CitizenCon, vous allez avoir une chance de peut-être être sélectionné le 31 pouvoir jouer avec Pyro pendant un certain temps avant que ça tombe sur la PTU.
So I'm Sean Tracy. I'm the Senior Director of Tools and Tech Content here at Cloud Imperium Games in Los Angeles. So today I want to talk about Starcloth. And Starcloth was initially unveiled at a previous CitizenCon kind of in an early stage. So it's now rolled into full production, and it's used in both Squadron 42 and Star Citizen. So it's going to be seen on more and more assets like some of the great art that you just saw. So what's really cool about it is that it's unified with the physical world, whereas before it wasn't unified and was based completely on character movement. Now it's faster than the previous cloth setups, and in the end it just looks a whole lot better. So today I'm going to cover some of the tech, the pipeline, and we'll see some results. So let's get and see it in action. Trench coat. Cloth is hard. Guys have to run upstairs, they have to crouch, they have to prone, it's got to collide with the environment. And even more difficult, it needs to hold up in high-end cinematics. Cut that one just before some good spoilers, so. Yeah. All right, so how's it all work? Well, cloth uses two meshes, a simulation mesh or cage, and the render mesh itself. So vertex colors indicate how it's constrained to that cage, and thus the simulation. So for example, black vertex colors indicate a full constraint. Basically, it follows the skinning. White vertex colors indicate unconstrained vertices. So the movement is determined entirely by the simulation. And then we can do a blend of gray values that is used for fine transitions and blending and fall off in between the fully skinned and fully simulated assets. So in the end, these meshes are sent to the engine where we bind the cage to the render mesh, and then tech artists can leverage some of the runtime tools. You can see up on the image that the sim cage mesh has about 5,000 triangles, whereas the actual render mesh is about 45,000 triangles. So it's obviously much more efficient to simulate the sim cage mesh versus just the render mesh itself. So part of the technology is the runtime iteration support, which you can see in the image above me here. That's with all the red spheres. Here we're actually painting the collision radius of every single one of the vertices, and it allows us to fine-tune the simulation without having to add arbitrary collision meshes, though we can. We paint a variety of properties, so some of these other properties are mass or displacement. In the top right, you can see an example of the old legacy implementation using pendulums. And this uses joint chains and collisions, but assets with multiple layers like the one that you can see there, or ones like skirts or gowns, they were really, really difficult to do with pendulum simulation, but they are solved with Starcloth. So I mentioned it's completely unified with the physical world. And what that really means is that wind, impacts, object collisions, thruster backwash, all these kind of things actually react to the cloth reacts to these things, and so much more. So it's not just character movement. Now, it's a hyper-efficient simulation, and it's several orders of magnitude faster than the legacy implementation that we used before, and has a lot of easy-to-control parameters for tech art, which are compression, stretching, and bending. So as mentioned yesterday by Chris Rain, our senior lead physics programmer, we support soft body tapered capsules, which are twice as fast as our ragdoll capsules. It's also key to solving one of the most important aspects of plausible cloth simulation, and that's mitigating the tunneling or the clipping that happens through a character. So it's very, very difficult to solve with pendulums. So with all this tech in mind, we can do really complicated assets like the duster and the one I want to show you now. So here you're seeing about 5 different layers of cloth going on and self-colliding between each other. It's reacting to the planet wind, which is always changing. On the front, there's a big leather apron. So this one's actually a lot heavier, and it moves a lot differently than the cloth on the back. So he's walking into the wind here. And in the end, as I mentioned, it just looks a whole lot better. So with that, I want to hand you off to my friend, Andre Piers, who's going to talk about hair.
Thank you, man. Hi, everyone. So, nice to be here in LA with all you guys. So, I want to start with a question, okay? How many of you are actually excited that we're getting new hair into the verse? All right. So, I'm Andre. I'm the lead artist in our recently formed hair department. We branched out from the character art team and created this department. And it's a pleasure to be here today with all of you and tell you that we're damn proud of what we achieved. It's been a long road, but definitely worth it, okay? Now, we're going to start by just looking at the most impactful changes that we have in our workflow, okay? A bit of a technicality part. Then you're going to get to look at the benchmark assets we have created, okay? And from there, we're going to take a glimpse into the future of what hair could be with a more diverse hairstyle, where we're trying to run away a little bit from the military look that was driven mostly by what Squadron 42 was, so because we did a lot of work for that as well. And yeah, from there, as a last note, I'll have a special announcement for you guys, okay? Don't want to spoil it, but you stick around, you're going to love what we have, okay? So, First thing I want to touch now, very simply, okay? Hair for games is hard. It's really hard. Oh, by the way, did I tell you these are actually game-ready assets in the persistent universe? Fully rendered in our engine, okay? Game-ready, performant, ready to be shipped, okay? So, hair is really hard, like I was saying. It is a AAA challenge, basically. You see games that get it, games that don't. Some of them get it more or less. Either way, for us the challenge is the same. We're not different, and the challenge is real. With the scope of Star Citizen, like day-night cycles, all these light shafts, all this MMO, people running around with the hairs, a lot of motion, a lot of fast-paced movement. Yeah, it is hard. But the best thing is, we have arrived, okay? And it's, yeah, clap. It is, it doesn't end here, okay? Yeah. It does not end here, okay? It's the nature of CIG. We just keep pushing the boundaries, but like I said, we're really proud of what we're showing you here today. So let's dive in what we made all this possible, okay? On a high note, on a high level, basically, a successful hair requires 3 fundamental elements, okay? There's the texture, there's the placement, and there's also the shader. If one of these elements fails, all of them do. Okay, so it's basically, you can have a great texture, great placement. If your shader is wrong, no go, really. And the same if the texture fails or if the placement fails. So really vital, really important that everything works together. But the good thing is, by breaking down the hair into these 3 parts, it also allows us to actually go deep into each of them and push the quality up. Or like Chris Roberts would say, bring the high fidelity, right? So, on the texture end, there was a lot of changes. What you see on the top there, the common approach of a AAA game would be to have true black, true white on a transparency map, a bit of taper on the tips and roots, and call it a day. That's what happens in 99% of the games. Now at CIG, we went a bit further than that. We tested all the thicknesses that were actually reasonable to test, of course, and we came to a realization. The hair doesn't need to be thin enough. It just needs to look thin.
Hey, patron, je vais vous sortir de là. V'là un Red Bull. Hein? Ça donne des ailes. Des ailes? Très drôle.
Nicorette gum relieves nicotine cravings fast. Help give more power to your willpower.
Cut to hair and from hair to the background. So these 2 points, the transition points, are the most important ones for the hair. So we aggressively tapered the tips, which is what you see over there, and added a gradient to it. So no longer true black and true white. Now, this is a lot of technicality. You will see practical examples of this, but that allowed us to have smooth transitions and basically achieve the result we expected. On the placement side, we came up with hair libraries, basically. Now, I could be here all day talking about hair libraries, okay, because I'm a very technical person, and if you see me around the venue, feel free, I'm Andre, you can just come and talk to me about this. I'm not going to bother you all that for 1 hour about this, but I'm going to give you a very quick example that you all can relate. So imagine in real life, you have a construction business and you could make 1 wall, 1 roof, one floor and 1 window. You make it all work together, and from there, you're not only building your house, you're actually building the whole town, and then the whole state, and then eventually the whole universe, right? That's what air libraries are. Obviously, the result, if you could do that, it would be much cheaper, much faster, and above all, you wouldn't have a fruit salad of assets, which was what we had in the hair not too long ago. And by fruit salad, I mean several artists working through the years, each one of them applying their own workflow. Everybody's at different levels of quality, of course, different minds, different ways of seeing the same problem. So, at the end of the day, fruit salad, right? And we wanted uniform quality. So for that, hair libraries are a great solution. We also decreased the time of production of hairs. So it was taking us 20 to 40 days to create one hairstyle per artist, okay? Right now, it's going from like 3 to 5, 7 days per hairstyle, which is great news, okay? So yeah, that was a major achievement. Cool. So hair libraries are just a thing. We love it. It's not just picking up a texture and putting it there. If you do that, like you need to actually see the scope. Gladly, we have some of the best artists in the world on hair working with us, so we managed to achieve this at the scope that we wanted. Now, on the shader side, there was plenty of changes as well. Some of them are very techy, very, very cool as well. I'm going to run through fast through some of them so you guys can understand the scope of what we're dealing with. But let's just understand, like, at bake time, so bake time is prior to runtime. Runtime is where the game runs. Bake time, we're preparing the asset to actually put it in the engine. At bake time, we calculate the custom normal and we store it per vertex. So each vertex gets a custom normal. That makes, in a practical sense, for those who are not too technical, it basically makes the card, the air card, not look like a card. So the normals is help with the way the light reflects. We kind of do more smoke and mirrors on it and make it look not like a card by just baking it that way. Now, on the ambient occlusion, we store two baked ambient occlusions onto the color channels of the vertices as well. Now, each vertex on a mesh in any game has a color to it, okay? You might use it or not. Imagine in a car, you have a trunk. You can use it or not. It's up to you. It's not silly to use the car without using the trunk, of course, but if you have a luggage, you can put it there or in the back seat, wherever you want. Now, we decided to use this because it was free. The trunk was already there, so the vertex color was already there, and we just decided to store two ambient occlusions on it. These two ambient occlusions work this way. Light hairs, like a blonde hair, obviously needs more shadowing, or less shadowing than a dark hair, right? And so we store two. The length of the card is now baked onto the last one, and that gives us a metric of where the card starts and ends, and allows a lot of cool things you're going to see on the videos I'm about to show. So, one last thing before we can start looking at videos is that, and this is really creative, total credit for the people, for the tools programmers. I personally had nothing to do with this. This was already at CIG when I joined. It's absolutely amazing. So, we have an hairstyle that was ready, that you can see over there. And we have a hair cap. An hair cap is basically a mesh on top of the character's head, which is invisible, transparent. It is just there. Sometimes we use it for shadowing. That thing has an UV. And so we project the hair, or where the hair starts, onto that UV, and gives us that image that you see on the middle, right? And so we now have a 2D space that relates to a 3D location. Meaning that if I want to have hair like mine, which is white on the sides and dark on the top, I could just paint this part and get it white on one side and then dark on the top, which is an insane advancement because cards normally are stacked on top of each other. So when an artist is placing cards,
désolé, un appel important de travail. J'ai manqué le panel des cheveux.
So this allows us to give control. And what you see on the last image is the possible results. For example, now I can paint one side of my 2D representation of my 3D space and get this possible result, which is pretty amazing.
Quand même cool, pareil, parce que j'ai vu un peu, je regardais quand même un peu la présentation là.
Next video, we're going to take a look at our tools, okay? This is not the way it's going to be exposed to you guys in the character customizer. You'll know more about that later, okay? This is the tools we use we are able to actually create the hairstyles. So let's take a look at this video.
Ah, melanin value, fait que ça c'est pour la couleur, ok, puis les...
You have the full range, so you can go for full white. These are melanin ranges, so realistic ranges. Fully white up to black.
Est-ce qu'ils vont donner des options de couleurs? De mèches ou des trucs comme ça? J'espère que oui.
You also have the dive feature where you can see all the things we talked about implemented.
Cool.
You can go a bit more wild on this.
Ah ouais. Ok. Ah ouais. Ok. Fait que ça a l'air beaucoup plus naturel parce que c'est vraiment comme une teinture par-dessus une couleur naturelle. Fait que tu vois un peu comme la... Ok, tu vois les repousses. Length control, ok. C'est ça, on peut voir la... Aïe, ok, quand même.
And this is why important, the length of the card.
C'est ça. Aïe, ok. Intéressant. Hey, ça serait le fun que ça arrive bientôt, ça. Pour les personnages, mais...
Shadowings, creating more negative spaces, more structure to the hair. And if you look at the temporal line here, you can see how this pixel depth of set helps us with the transitions as well. Cool. By the way, did I tell you these are actually game-ready assets, ready to go to PU?
Oh! Ready to go to the PU? Dans pas long. Ah, puis on peut mettre deux couleurs avec... Aïe, ok, on peut mettre deux couleurs de...
A bit better how the hair is working. That's why the boring part that I told you just before, you can examine these images with a bit more of an informed opinion. That is basically the example. Now, that's all very exciting, but we want to show you hairstyles that are actually in Star Engine and working.
Ah, non. Ah. Sérieusement, là. Je sais pas pourquoi ça fait ça. Ça me tombe sur les nerfs royalement. Parce que... Je sais pas si... J'ai l'impression que ça l'a pas fait aux autres YouTubers. Je sais pas pourquoi. Je sais pas pourquoi j'ai ça. Je comprends qu'il faut que j'aie peut-être des annonces, mais pourquoi ça fait tout le temps une erreur? Je sais pas. Il va falloir que je fasse une recherche là-dessus. Désolé. Ok, j'espère qu'ils vont avoir des trucs un peu plus loufoques que ça, pareil, là. Je comprends que là, c'est peut-être pour Squadron. Pas pire, ça c'est correct. Mais c'est pas loufoque. Ça fait vraiment spatial. Mais ils sont quand même vraiment mieux que ce qu'on a présentement dans le jeu. Fait qu'on va pas se plaindre. On va pas se plaindre. Ah, les visages sont mieux que dans Starfield. Oh, quand même. Effectivement, ça c'est sûr. C'est pas Bethesda non plus, hein. Mais Bethesda, ils ont un problème... parce qu'ils ont utilisé des face scans, eux autres aussi, Bethesda, pour le dernier jeu. Je sais pas c'est quoi, si c'est pas leur éclairage, la façon dont ils font les yeux, je sais pas c'est quoi qui fait que les personnages ont l'air plus... moins réels. Peut-être la manière qu'ils font leurs cheveux aussi. Tout ça, c'est un ensemble quand tu crées un personnage pour qu'il ait l'air réaliste. Parce que pourtant, ils ont fait des face scans pour Starfield. C'est ça qui est le plus étrange, là. Mais on peut voir là, le genre de range de coupe de cheveux qu'ils vont avoir. Quand même bon petit range pour l'instant. Ça c'est cool. Celui-là, je le trouve vraiment cool aussi. Là. Ça, on l'avait vu tantôt. Puis ça va être le dernier. Quand même. Mais j'espère qu'il y en aura plus parce que c'est vraiment pas beaucoup. Là. Faut qu'il y en ait au moins 5-6 fois cette quantité de...
Great guys, so I can see by your feedback that you really enjoyed the dive, so I'm going to try and direct things that way next time. Pretty cool. Okay, yeah, these are game ready assets as well. Now, like I promised you, we're trying to make this diverse and get away a little bit from this type of hairstyles you just seen now, which is a bit more military. And for that, we'll have the next video. Now, it's important for you to understand if there's any 3D artists, character artists, air artists out there, you will know. Some of the hairstyles you're going to see next are some of the hardest things you can do in hair for games. In a practical sense, if you can do what is going to be shown next and render it at 60 frames per second on an MMO, you can do pretty much anything, okay? It's our glimpse into the future of what type of diversity we want to achieve. We're not only going for this style, but just showing you that if this style is one of the directions, then the full range will come. I hope you enjoy.
Ok. Dans Baldur's Gate 3, il y a des coupes de cheveux dans ce style-là. Fait qu'eux, ils disent si... C'est ça. Ah, ok, ouais. Quand même. Qu'en fait, là, il voulait nous montrer des dreads puis des tresses. Cool, cool.
Thank you guys. So yeah, like I've been saying, these pictures you see here, they are all...
D'après moi, Loulou, le Squadron, ça va s'en venir à la fin.
But there is no tricks here. This is actually how it looks. And that's why we're really proud. Like I said, it doesn't end up here, okay? We're pushing this forward. This is just to replace the stuff that was there. I'm pretty sure you guys were tired. Nobody at CIG was happy with what we had. I can assure you that. Yeah. Especially as an air artist, right? So, but we finally arrived. Now, we've seen all this. What does this mean in a practical sense for you guys? It's the question you may have.
3.22.
Let me tell you really fast. We made over 75 hairstyles.
Cool!
Like 6 months ago. On the last 6 months, we made 75 hairstyles. That is a lot. That was possible with all the changes we made.
75! C'est ce que je voulais, c'est ce que je pensais. Disponible dans la prochaine patch.
Now, we cannot hand them all to you right now. It's very simple. It's very simple. It doesn't end up here at the artist's end, okay? After this, there's a tech art pass where they need to skin it. They need to make it work with hats, with goggles, with everything that needs to work, right? So it just takes, it's a process that takes time, but we wanted to have a certain amount, a quantity that would be enough to replace all the stuff that it's there, give you enough variety for you to start, and that's what we're going to see next. Now, it also tells you when are you getting. So, as a last note, I'll leave you with this video. and next Forest will come here to
3.22. Ça serait, pour vrai, ça serait quelque chose que j'aimerais beaucoup de 3. Je pense que je vais m'acheter un paquet juste pour des. Je vais m'acheter un chip.
into the PU.
Ouf. Ok. Bah, ok. Il me semble que ça ressemble pas à ce qu'ils viennent de nous montrer. Ok, ah ouais, ok. Yeah, quand même. Quand même, ah ouais, c'est correct. Ça va être correct. Major Air Update. Q4 2000. Bon, ça s'en vient, ok, bon.
So before the year ends, you're all gonna get to enjoy these hairstyles. It was a pleasure to be here with you today, guys, and see you in the bus.
Faut que je m'achète un package juste pour changer les cheveux des persos. Va falloir que je recommence à jouer à Star Citizen.
Another round of applause for Andre and getting new hairs into the game. I can't wait to put new hair on my character, I'll tell you that. And for Ian and his awesome character team and the amazing characters they showed us earlier. Absolutely fantastic. I'm going to run through this. We don't have a lot of time. I'm going to talk to you about character heads. We've talked about hair. We have talked about outfits. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the heads and our pipeline and getting us from the actors that we hire to do the photogrammetry all the way to the game characters. So we have a DNA pool, expansion, and customization I'm going to be taking you through. We made a data-driven pipeline for adding new heads. So what is a DNA pool? DNA pool is just a bunch of heads that we put into the game. That way you can modify the ears, the nose, the chin, the mouth, and you could interpolate between all the different heads. A DNA pool. We want to expand the pool and allow for more selection and range. So we scanned 60 new heads for our DNA pool. 60 new heads. And we processed them internally. We also added customizable facial features, skin tones, complexion, makeup layer on top, revisited the eyes. These characters look new and they look great. All right, so our current pool, there's the 18 heads right there, but that wasn't enough. We need more. That is our new pool.
Ok, ça c'est toutes les coupes de cheveux qu'ils ont.
Very exciting. Right now in the PU, when you're playing, see that center row? You get 9 females and 9 males. And now we're going to be getting all these characters. It's for Squadron and the Persistent Universe. How do we do it? Well, we partnered with Clear Angle over in Pinewood, London. And they have this thing called the Clear Angle Dorothy Scanner. The scanner improvements allows us to get shoots done in 4 weeks of sessions. Custom coded flash that just kind of does it automatically, all calibrated. In seconds. To give you an idea, our old process for doing this took hours to calibrate. This thing does it in seconds. Talk about state of the art. Average of 4 scan actors per day now. We used to be doing 1. What this means to you is we can get you characters faster. We can get you new heads faster. Polarized image data resulted in improved spec, blah, blah, blah. Those are awesome texture maps that we could put on the head. That way we could render them, make them look really good. Photogrammetry captured in raw images at 8K texture map resolutions.
Ok, les visages sont vraiment, vraiment réalistes, là.
Now,
what the hell?
if you're a little sensitive to light.
Ou ça, c'est les visages des vraies personnes, là. C'est peut-être pas le modèle en jeu, je sais pas.
Process we use to get the pictures, to build the photogrammetry, to calibrate the cameras. All right. So we got some characters here on the screen.
Ooh.
Those are all built using all these things that I briefly mentioned. want to talk to you a little
Ok,
bit
celle
about
du
skin
milieu,
tone
on
now.
dirait vraiment une vraie.
Skin
Ish.
tone's tricky. Because we want to apply it. We want to be able to customize it. We want you to have the
Sérieusement,
ability to do whatever
les
you
visages
want.
vont être
So
incroyables.
what you
Ça,
see
c'est de
is
la
some
next
really
gen.
weird
Là.
looking characters. We see a head with some yellow. Yellow's good in this case. What we're
J'ai
trying
hâte
to
de
do is
voir
we're
la
trying to
version
find the
updatée de
average skin
Squadron tout
color.
à l'heure. C'est sûr
Once
qu'on
we
voit de quoi à
find the
propos de
average skin
Squadron
color,
42. Là, ils nous
we
montrent
can
tout ça,
figure out
c'est
what that
pas
skin
pour
tone
rien.
is,
Là.
and then we can apply it. The blue means it's further away from the average skin tone. So when you apply your skin tone, it has less influence, keeping those high details, keeping the color, the blemishes, the imperfections. That middle one, that whitehead, that's where we get once we've extracted the data. It's now ready to apply the skin tone, which you see at the end. All right, so here's a little more detail what I'm talking about. We knew that we were going to get a pull for these heads, this pool of all these different awesome shapes, noses, ears,
C'est là qu'on peut voir que
But now, with what we're doing currently,
ils travaillent
you can
vraiment
see that
fort.
we have
Là.
calibrated all of our
Ils veulent vraiment nous donner un produit qui a aucun autre équivalent dans le jeu vidéo, là, sur tous les aspects.
And then once I extract and do the average thing, I'm able to get a value. And that value translates into
Pourquoi
a skin
d'autres
tone.
studios le font
And that
pas?
skin tone translates into a
Parce que
chart
ça
that
prend
you can
13,
customize your
14 ans,
character with. And what's great about this is as we
avec des
grow
centaines
our
et des
pool
centaines de
and
millions
we
de
get
dollars pour
more
faire ça.
heads, we get more skin tones. So our skin tones aren't based on, you know, whatever it should be. What should it be? What does it look like? These are real data. These are real data that we get from these incredible clear angle scans and the incredible tech that is written by our staff. And the skin tone will grow along with our head data and along with our heads. And there's an example of me just applying it and showing that in practice. And now here's another look. Here's a couple more characters that I put together with this stuff. And here's what's great about that. I did that with our brand new character creator, character customizer for Squadron 42.
Malade. Ils vont... Ah!
Every
Squadron!
head you see in here,
Je veux jouer à
this
Squadron.
will also be applied to the persistent universe, so all heads are in the verse. And as you can see right here, here's a little scene I put together using the outfits, using the hair, using the skin, using the heads. And I did that all with the new character creator. And here to show you that, if the live demo of the character creator, I'm going to bring back my good friend Sean Tracy.
Moi, les character creation tools, je suis hypé pour ça, fait que c'est comme une des parts que je trouve vraiment hot. La choya! Time! J'ai hâte de voir ça. Biotic Corp. Ok. Puis on peut les merger. Ouais. Non, mais c'était excellent, je trouvais. Ouais. Est-ce qu'on peut quand même le faire comme c'était fait avant, par contre? Ils ont vraiment travaillé beaucoup sur Squadron 42, ça paraît. On se demandait sur quoi ils travaillaient. C'est là-dessus. C'est vraiment ça. Puis ils ont pas menti. Ils ont travaillé beaucoup. Sauf que là, s'ils nous montrent tout ça à propos de Squadron, les trucs qu'ils ont fait pour Squadron qui s'en viennent dans Star Citizen, faut vraiment que ça s'en vienne bientôt. Ils peuvent pas nous parler autant de ça de Squadron puis que ça soit encore 2-3 ans avant que le jeu sorte. Là, voyons. Faut que ça s'en vienne. J'ai un bon feeling. Ah oui, c'est vrai, il y a plusieurs body types, 2 body types. Ah, ok. Quoi que pour l'instant, non. Peut-être pour l'instant, c'est encore juste femme, homme. Oh! Cool. Cool. Skin complexion, c'est vraiment nice parce que tu peux rajouter plein de détails. Quand même, a l'air assez réaliste. Ah, malade. Enfin. Ok. Je pense que je vais me racheter des vaisseaux. Honnêtement, je pensais pas il avait vraiment dit que ça serait quelque chose, cette CitizenCon là. Pour l'instant, je trouve ça vraiment nice parce que ce qu'il nous montre, c'est pas juste des concept art comme d'habitude ou des trucs comme ça où ils parlent et ils nous montrent rien. On voit qu'ils l'ont fait, on voit que ça fonctionne, on voit que ça existe. C'est pas quelque chose qui est à développer, c'est développé. Donc ça s'en vient dans le jeu dans les prochains temps. Puis on peut le croire parce que ça a l'air vraiment, vraiment bien développé. Là. Mais, hey, ils vont avoir des barbes? Il n'y a pas de barbe encore. Oui, des barbes! C'est ça que je me disais. Des beards, ça en prend. 7 ans sans barbe avec des personnages dans le jeu. Peut-être pas 7 ans, là, mais ça fait au moins. Ça fait quoi? Ça fait 6 ans qu'on a le character creation? 6-7 ans. Ça fait un bon petit bout. Quand même cool. Ok, ils ont pas beaucoup de choix, mais au moins. C'est quand même ça pareil. Oh! Et... Ah ouais, c'est ça. C'est ça. Aïe aïe. Ok, ok. C'est ça. Ah ouais. Aïe aïe. Ah, mais c'est ça, mais on a shaping, mais on peut quand même aussi utiliser l'autre. On a l'option à côté. On pourrait utiliser la. On peut tout. On peut avoir la même. Oh! Quand même, c'est un solide character creation. Il est solide là pour vrai là. Fait que c'est ça, tout ce qu'on a dans Star Citizen, c'est des placeholders. Puis ils travaillaient sur le vrai stock. Ils nous ont donné ça, genre, ils nous ont fait de quoi de vraiment quick. Puis ils ont dit, on va travailler pendant une coupe de temps pour donner de quoi d'intéressant. Ça fonctionne. Quand même. Ouais, ouais. Nice. Ah, ben là, mettez pas une barbe, là. Come on. Je comprends, là. Inclusivité, là, mais. Moi, je mettrais pas de barbe sur un personnage féminin. vraiment cool. À chaque fois que Star Citizen montre des. CIG nous montre des trucs comme ça, je me dis que Squadron 42, quand ça va sortir, il y a des gens dans l'industrie du jeu vidéo qui ont comme pas porté attention à Star Citizen beaucoup, à part de penser que c'était un scam. Puis quand ils vont jouer à Squadron, ils vont faire comme What the fuck? What is this? That's awesome! No wonder why it took 13 years to make. Je pense que les gens vont pogner de quoi quand ils vont jouer à ça. C'est ce que j'espère. Moi, honnêtement, j'ai un... Hein? Ah non, ok, ok. What? Ah, c'est qu'ils sont cons. What? Aïe, aïe, ok, c'est drôle ça. C'est vraiment drôle. Ils sont vraiment cons. Je reviens, ça sera cool. Ça, ils avaient montré ça l'année passée. L'année passée, il n'y avait pas beaucoup de... Ok. Ça, c'était une des présentations qui m'avait le plus impressionné tout l'année passée. De voir ça. What? Il va y avoir autant de... Ok. Star Citizen. Aïe aïe. Je savais. Je savais que si j'écoutais à CitizenCon cette année, j'étais pour être hypé encore. Je le suis. Ok. What the hell? Ok. Incroyable. Sérieusement, c'est malade. C'est vraiment cool. MC, c'est Star Citizen, man. C'est le projet le plus ambitieux de toute l'histoire du jeu vidéo, man. C'est ça que c'est. Tous les petits détails que normalement, quand il y en a un ou deux de ceux-là dans un jeu, le monde font comme wow, c'est un chef-d'œuvre. Mais là, Star Citizen, eux autres, ils veulent avoir tous ces petits détails-là dans le même jeu. C'est ça. S'ils finissent par le sortir, leur fameux Squadron, je suis pas mal sûr que ça va faire une révolution dans l'industrie du jeu vidéo. Le monde va capoter raide. Cool, ça aussi c'est une autre chose. Aïe aïe. Je suis pas mal sûr qu'on va pouvoir jouer vraiment. Je peux déjà jouer avec un contrôleur vraiment facilement là, à Star Citizen. Je suis pas mal sûr que ça va devenir encore plus facile. Imaginez que ça sort pour les consoles. PlayStation 5, Squadron 42, Star Citizen. Cool! Il était. Ah, enfin! Mais. Ouais, ça va. Ouais. Vous entendez plus le son de la conférence? What the hell?
Flashes, so I
Oh.
want to inspect them when I find them around. So I'm changing that to my primary. And you'll see that does not affect only the item.
Sérieusement, ça faisait un bout de bord. Désolé. C'était quoi le problème? Aïe, aïe, ok.
Okay.
Je suis désolé. Des choses qui arrivent.
Thank you. So
Ça faisait un petit bout de bord.
The readability and easiness of interacting with the objects in the world. But the other part of our focus was to bridge the disconnection between the player and the object
Je
you
suis
are
désolé pour les gens qui regardaient là.
in the fully
Je suis vraiment
physicalized
désolé.
world that we want to provide you. A tactile experience is very important to sell the experience. So we've introduced a new system that allows us to play animations on the player of actually reaching out and physically touch the objects in the world. Yeah. So our main goal was to give you a better immersion, but at the same time minimizing the friction and the control we take away from you. So this really was an exercise between code, design, and animation to give you the best experience possible. Let's see.
Là, on sent vraiment que le jeu est en train de devenir un jeu. Là. Avec tout ce qu'il nous montre depuis 2 jours, depuis hier, là, on sent vraiment que le jeu est en train de devenir un jeu. Là. Quand tu commences à travailler sur le UI final, autant que ça va ressembler plus à un jeu. Ouais.
Okay, so let's continue with this theme of tactile experiences. The next thing I want to talk to you about are usable interactables. So usables are objects that have existed in our game for a very long time. And designers have had a variety of tools to build these really interesting and complex sequences for the AI. But up until now, what we could do for the player was very limited. So this past year, we've been building up our tools that provided for designers, that designers could build these really interactive experiences but for the player. And the advantage of using the usable system is that anything that the player would be able to do, the AI will also be able to do. So let's have a look of a simple demo that one of our designers put together to see what we can now achieve. So in this scenario, the player has to go forward but can't go forward because of the toxic water. So he has to go over to the valve to turn off the water. So before we could maybe play a simple animation when you interacted, but now designers can give full manual control to you. So you, by pressing the specific inputs, you will be driving the system. So, but this is not enough. We needed to be able to give designers a way to translate what the player is currently doing and affect other objects in the world in specific ways. So this is what is happening here. As the player is turning the valve, is controlling the flow of the water that's coming from the pipes. And what should happen when the player is no longer in control? Do we want to keep the state, revert back to the initial one, or maybe trigger something else altogether? Well, it's up to designers to define the type of experience they want to bring to you. So let's finally turn off that valve. Rush over before that broken valve starts turning off, and then see another small example. Oh, let's go. So yeah, you'll see another small example where you won't be able to open the door by a press of a button, but you have to manually interact with that pump and manually open it. So you'll have to time your inputs to slowly open the door. So this is just a small taste of the level of interactivity that we can now have with these objects. We had really nice results for Squadron, for the mess hall line, and I can't wait to see what the PU designers will create and bring up to your hands. Thank you. Thanks. Okay, let's quickly talk about kiosks and terminals. And let's be honest, it's really hard to
Damn! Erreur 2000. J'aimerais vraiment ça savoir c'est quoi une erreur 2000. C'est pas ma connexion. Je comprends qu'ils veulent me passer une publicité, mais...
And the 9 grams of protein per bottle make it the perfect snack for when cravings hit in the middle of a gaming session. Level up your snacking game with Oikos, drinkable Greek yogurt.
So let's take a look at this in action. And look at that. When you trigger it, and like...
Je sais pas si c'était des images de Squadron, Loulou. Peut-être.
Quality of life improvement, but it will make it much easier for you to interact with this skill.
Ou c'est des trucs qui sont designés spécialement pour la conférence.
And you know, finally, let's talk about looting. This is our new looting screen. It's not replacing the inventory, but it will be used when you're looting a body or any other lootable that you find in the world. It was specifically designed to improve this experience. So since looting is a common action during FPS combat, especially if you haven't fully prepared ahead, we wanted to make it as easier and quick as possible, so you could spend the minimum amount of time to grab any items you need from your target. So it displays the current loadout and a simplified version of the inventory. Looting space favors speediness, while the inventory is there so you can fully manage your loadout. So we're still actively working on it, and this is especially on the UI and art, but I want to give you a little sneak peek how this all works. Okay, let's go over to diverges. So you see the player loadout is on items are on the bottom, the target is on the top. You can hover, if you hover the different widgets, you'll see a tooltip that with the different quick actions you can do. You can just simple press. Yeah, it'll be so much easier. So yeah, you can quickly press to just equip or swap. You can even use your mouse wheel if you want to change the target. You can drop anything, store anything, just really quick actions. And you'll see in a minute that we also can trigger ammo repooling. So this will grab all available ammo, either from your target or your inventory, and will fill up the magazines in your
Livraison.
and get rid of any empty magazines. So yeah, looking really good. Yeah, so it's looking really good, and I can't wait to see the final art. So that's all from me, so thank you so much for listening, and I hope you have a great time.
Right, hello everyone. For those who cannot remember, my name is Jens, and I'm now going to talk to you about some changes we made to our stealth gameplay, and I'm going to give you an update on weaponware. Right, so takedowns is an important part of our stealth encounters. So this is where we're going to add some player skill progression. So it's going to move you through different action sets. You're going to start out by struggling. You might fail. Of course, this sort of added time and the extra noise you're making is really going to increase the risk of detection. You're going to get faster the more you do
Petite
it.
livraison
And then
Amazon.
you're going to reach maximum efficiency. Check this one out. So he's so fast you can barely see him do it. And then he guides the body to the floor, so it makes almost no noise, right?
Tout ce qu'ils sont en train de faire avec les contrôles, je suis de plus en plus convaincu que Star Citizen et Squadron vont probablement sortir sur console à un moment donné. Ça me surprendrait pas. Puisqu'on va pouvoir jouer avec une manette, je peux déjà jouer. Moi, de toute façon, j'ai jamais joué au clavier souris à Star Citizen depuis le hangar module. Je joue avec une manette. C'est comme ça que j'ai toujours joué depuis 10 ans à Star Citizen. Et là, ils sont en train de rendre ça encore plus simple pour jouer avec une manette. Donc, j'ai l'impression que peu importe le périphérique qu'on va avoir, ça va bien aller.
Okay, so with the restraints, we're going to turn him over, we're going to cuff his hands, we're going to cuff his legs.
What? Ah ouais, ok. Ça, c'est... Ok, c'est pour mettre les prisonniers... Ok. Tu peux en
Now, if he wakes up, he can't chase us down, right? But he could call out for help. So what we're going to do as well is we're going to add places in the environment where you can stash a body. You can hide them, either unconscious or dead. And that way, you should be easier to remain undetected and keep...
Tu peux l'amener dans ton vaisseau puis l'amener en prison ou...
Now, this is another thing we talked about in the UI demo, which is the ping, and we saw it in Inesh's presentation. She did a short ping.
Ah, quand même pas, Loulou. Squadron, peut-être sur PS6. Peut-être pas PS7, là, quand même, là. On a un peu plus d'espoir, là. Peut-être pas Star Citizen, mais Squadron, là, j'espère que c'est pas dans 10 ans, là, qu'on va jouer, là. Squadron, là, je l'attends pour 2025 au maximum, là. Fin 2025, Squadron. J'ai l'impression.
Until that goes all the way down, I can't ping. I can't even do a short ping. And it's going to spike my emissions or my signature. So an enemy with the right equipment or tech level might discover me. Okay, so let's move on to some talk about weaponware. So here we're going to see a simulation of a weapon getting more and more worn over time. We're going to expand this beyond weapons to other FPS items like your armor, your clothing, your helmets. In actual game, this would be triggered by weapon usage, right? So the more you fire your gun, the more worn it's going to get. And this is going to affect its efficiency, it's going to affect its reliability, and it's going to reduce its resale value. Each item is going to wear at its own rate and persist at its own rate. So you could have a worn rifle with a pristine scope or a pristine rifle with a worn scope.
Est-ce qu'on peut les réparer? Si on aime une arme, est-ce qu'on peut la réparer? Si on trouve un rare item, est-ce qu'on peut le réparer?
So the geometry isn't the only thing that's going to change as your weapon wears. So here we're going to see a pristine Gemini pistol in the little window and a worn one in the big window. And you can see the visual effects. It's belching out smoke here because it's very worn, right? It's telling you, you know, it's time to get this one changed. And you should be able to hear the audio as well. It's get growlier. Okay, on to some consequences. So it's not all visual, so we're going to start with misfire. So the first thing that's going to happen is you press the trigger, your gun doesn't fire. The second thing that happens in this video, you got... I hope you guys know what's happening. So he goes, and then it goes click. That's the bullet getting lodged in the chamber, right? So we've got to fix it. So it's telling us to fix it. We're hitting the button, our enemy's firing on us. So you got some options. You don't have to fix it. You could holster your gun, you could pull out a new gun. You could use that new looting interface that Inesh showed to grab a better gun. Okay. Okay, I'm going to finish this section with the features that's tangentially related to wear, and that's the dirt accumulation. So here again, we're going to see a simulation of dirt accumulating over time on the same rifles we saw before. But in the actual game, this would be based on your activities and the environment you're in. So if you're running around in a sandstorm, you're rolling in mud, you leave your gun outside proper storage, it's going to accumulate dirt, and that's going to increase the rate at which it wears. So the dirtier your gun is, the faster it will wear out. And this is true for other biome accumulations, like frost. So let's take a look at this one as well. Oh, or not. Okay, so yeah, so in the future it's going to be really important that you keep your guns clean and
MC, ouais, faire du RPSC, c'est extrêmement cool, là, ça. J'en ai déjà fait un peu.
Thank you very much.
Si je décide de rejouer, je vais en faire, sûrement. Mais ça me hype, pour vrai, je suis hypé. Je pensais pas qu'il était pour me réaccrocher comme ça, mais... C'est dur de pas être hypé. Puis là, avec son chandail de Squadron 42, gars, si on n'a pas une reveal aujourd'hui, ils nous ont parlé plus de Squadron 42 depuis hier que dans les 3-4 dernières années. 3 dernières années. J'imagine que ça veut dire quelque chose.
And it allows us to show the violent nature of weapons, well, creating greater weapon-to-weapon variety, So, this new tool also integrates better with other systems. For example, you just saw like wear and dirt and things like that. And I'm extremely proud to show you the new weapon recoil. So this is the old P4. It kind of falls a bit flat. You're not really getting that like oomph that you want, but you've probably shot this a million times. Now the new P4, it has these nice little bop downs and you feel it getting close to the camera, and the overall aggression of the weapon is a lot more there. It feels a lot more visceral when you fire
les sons qu'on entendait hier. Vous avez dit qu'ils avaient changé les sons des armes, qu'ils avaient compressé d'une différente façon.
It's almost an animation tool where we can control the rotation and the location of things. So this is the old PA SMG. This is a new one. And in general, it's bringing the house down now. So recoils are just, in general, easier to tweak now. And they're a lot more impactful, and we can create weapon variety in just far new, more and interesting ways.
MC, effectivement, regarde, ils ont pris Bethesda a pris 8 ans pour faire Starfield. Puis les gens ont trouvé ça, ils l'ont trouvé outdated, ils ont trouvé qu'il manquait plein de choses. Fait que pour avoir un jeu en tout cas current gen ou next gen, ou on peut même dire que Star Citizen il dépasse les jeux de current génération là, dans tout là, dans ce qu'ils veulent faire. Donc pour faire un jeu comme ça avec autant de profondeur, autant de mécanique, autant de détails dans tout, ça peut pas prendre juste 5, 6 ans, 7 ans. Ça prend 10, 12, 13, 14, 15 ans. Tu vois, on est dans la 11e année du développement de Star Citizen. J'ai l'impression qu'avant qu'il sorte en bêta, il reste encore un an et demi. 2025, on va avoir une bêta de Star Citizen. Peut-être un an plus tard, la version 1.0. Avec 2-3 systèmes, peut-être 4 systèmes, Magnus, Terra, et on aura peut-être Odin aussi, et Nyx. On aura peut-être 5, 6, 7 systèmes à sa sortie, je sais pas. Mais j'ai l'impression que... Avec la CitizenCon de cette année, j'ai vraiment l'impression qu'on est dans un chapitre intéressant de la vie de Star Citizen. On s'en va dans le bon sens pour avoir un jeu.
Like, that's what Gemini is supposed to be. So the LH86 pistol should be fully automatic, realistically. So we have a video to show you of the pistol. And as you can see, it goes ballistic when you fire it. The magazine count has also increased to allow for that just crazy feeling that the pistol gets. Cool. Cool. Thank you very much. Right, and moving on to our new Vault weapons. So, it's the other video. That's the optic one. There you go. Thank you. These are the Vault weapons. So, Vault is primarily based around controlling the heat of a weapon. These weapons have the potential to overheat. And if they overheat, you will be unable to fire. And they will enact differently. So some weapons will just basically be beams from the get-go. Some will go into beams. Like you see, this one goes into a beam once it reaches a certain level of heat. And it's really fun because, you know, these are quite powerful weapons, and you basically want to manage the heat and, you know, keep it in that like ideal spot. Okay, cool. And scope improvements. Now this was shown yesterday, but I want to dig in a little bit more with this one. So,
non, mais MC, le jeu est déjà jouable. Pour jouer à Star Citizen, ça ressemble à ça quand même, là, pas mal. Là. C'est juste qu'il n'y a pas toutes les mécaniques qu'ils nous ont montrées, mais ça va pas faire que le jeu est plus dur à loader ou quoi que ce soit. Ça fonctionne avec les cartes présentement là. Star Citizen, il est jouable, ça fait longtemps. C'est juste qu'il n'est pas complété. Il rajoute des trucs à tous les quelques mois.
And it differs manufacturer to manufacturer, right? So some things are purely digital, some things are purely physical. So if you get hit by an EMP grenade, for example, we're using something like.
Mais quand ça va sortir, peut-être que la 6090 va sortir,
then your
effectivement.
optic would turn off. Right. Thank you. And weapons are ultimately as only good as they sound. I'll be quiet for this next bit, but as you know, we've done a lot of work on our audio propagation systems and just in general how guns sound. We've also switched out some noises and made them feel a lot more beefy. Fantastic. I think all of California heard us there. So, backpack reloading. In real life combat scenarios, you often grab magazines from other surplus areas. I want to simulate that in our game. So, to show you this, we have something called backpack reloading. If you run out of ammo in Star Citizen, you have to open a menu, put things on. It's a little bit clunky, it's a little bit awkward. So, if you have magazines in your backpack, you will now be able to grab them at the price of a longer reload animation. You will also be able to tell when you have a backpack reload coming up because it will be displayed on the inventory with the backpack symbol. So there's no surprises, no catching up, you have all the information you need. And this has been shown, and it has been teased a little bit, the dynamic crosshair. Now, no more third-party dynamic crosshair, well, crosshairs now. So, if you have a look at this, this is our new crosshair. It's a crosshair that fits the aesthetic.
Ah, il n'y avait pas de crosshair. On n'avait pas de crosshair, fallait viser, ouais. C'est hot. On avait ça, je me souviens plus.
As you can see, it works with recoil, and overall it just looks gorgeous. Cheers. And on to more data
On
things.
sont en train de le transformer en jeu. C'est ça.
Improved PvE experience. The accuracy calculator for NPCs is coming over from Squadron 42. Some people have been playing it in the venue and here, and I've been harassing them, whoever's doing the hangar mission, to get their feedback, and it has been overwhelmingly positive. We also have new NPC archetypes, what we're temporarily calling the Juggernaut, which is basically a very high damage resistant enemy that has an LMG or a shotgun. As soon as they see you, they fire, they walk up to you. And overall, it's been playing amazingly, and I'm really happy for you guys, well, I'm really excited for you guys to get your hands on it at one point.
At one point.
We want to increase the time to kill. This allows for more varied weapon balancing. You know, we can lay into like sort of different aspects of the element more. It leads to higher skill ceiling and
Ah ouais, ok. Ils sont en train vraiment de le rendre plus comme un jeu, là. 3-4 balles, t'es mort, là, non, on va peut-être avoir un peu plus de vie.
We're reworking them, we're aware it's frustrating, and we are going to rework the system to work beautifully. And we're also working on some other highly requested PvP changes. I'm very happy to say a lot of this work has been dialed in. Squadron 42 is in a very good state, and we're bringing this to you soon. Now, over to the AI director, Fran, to share some exciting updates on combat AI.
Oh, combat AI.
Hi, everybody. So, I'm Francesco Roccucci, as you said, and I'm the AI director in CIG. It's a great pleasure to be here with all of you guys. It's fantastic. So what we're going to do today is to explore how all the work we've done for Squadron 42 is going to flow into the Star Citizen experience. So we wanted to make the eye presentation about how you guys are going to experience the tech and the features we have been working on. So from the player perspective, you've seen how many new opportunities you have. And now it's interesting to see how the NPC are going to react to that. So the goal of Star Citizen is to build a breathing and living environment where your actions matters, and the NPC you will find in the universe needs to have the same opportunities and same limitations that you have. So when we play a game, we want you to spend the time that feels memorable, that feels special, right? Something you can remember and talk about. So we want you to give you a challenge to overcome, but also a challenge that is fun and doesn't feel repetitive and boring. So when we look at FPS encounter, we want to build variety. We want to give the designers, like Zach, the ability to craft combat scenarios, not just to put NPC in the level. And we need to make sure that he can tweak something such that he can experience the unique play style and the play space that you have. So Star Citizen can benefit from tons of unique environments. So for those environments, we want you to have different type of fun. So what we look at today is some of the tools that they have to achieve this goal and bring the eye to the next level. So the first tool we're going to look at today is the NPC trait system. So we spoke about this in the past, and we have now available for designers the initial set of traits they can use to influence their behaviors. So those are some of the ones that are available to the designers. Today we're going to focus on the combat traits, because we have traits that also apply to the peaceful situation and the social environment. But
Désolé. Puis c'est à des intervalles random en plus que ça arrive, ça.
C'est ça, avoir du chien, non?
Character classes, but code can also apply them automatically based on specific rules. For example, if you see somebody with a rocket launcher, those will apply, an example, the sentry trait automatically, because those weapons are weapons that work well at range, so you want them to not push forward to you. So they allow to block, or actually, they allow or they block specific section of the behaviors to run, but they also influence the likelihood of some logic to happen, or they modify the outcome of specific actions. So let's imagine we want to model a pirate faction, something that you can actually experience in the Pyro playground. So we want them to feel aggressive, but also not very trained. They are not very military. So how do we do it with the traits?
Je sais pas, ça me dit que c'est un problème avec ma connexion, mais vu que je perds pas la connexion, ça peut être soit un problème avec les serveurs Twitch ou avec ma connexion. Si c'était ma connexion, on perdrait le stream, mais on n'a pas hâte de perdre le stream.
We can then assign to some of those pirates the ignore fire obstruction trait. As you've seen, for example, in Chris Rain presentation during the CTG demo, like we have now destructible environment. So what the NPC will try to do is to keep shooting at the position the enemy has been hiding into. So you will see destroying environment, but you will also see them being less careful and managing their ammos. For others, we could use the undisciplined trigger finger trait. So this trait is, for example, meant to convey the inability to control their
avec les environnements destructibles,
and what it will cause is them to trigger
est-ce qu'ils vont rester détruits pour longtemps? Si tu détruis un bout d'environnement dans Star Citizen, est-ce qu'il va rester détruit tout le temps? Il va y avoir des gens qui vont venir le reconstruire un jour.
So this offers interesting opportunities for players because they can now shoot at them while they reload or while they scavenge the environment. So traits are building blocks we can use to define how character, faction, or encounter should feel. And designer can now create a wide variety of encounters for you guys to enjoy the game. So I want to paint a picture for you guys. So this is the bunker mission in Pyro, right? And we have a set of enemies that are defending the environment. So this is
Même si ça fait plus que 10 ans qu'il est en développement, ça va être le jeu du siècle. Ouais. Je sais pas honnêtement. J'espère tellement que quand Squadron va sortir, Star Citizen c'est déjà vraiment cool pareil quand que ça fonctionne. Là. Quand il n'y a pas toutes les erreurs, puis les bugs, puis tout ça. C'est déjà pas mal cool, mais Squadron 42, ça va être... Je m'attends genre à une révolution du jeu vidéo. Je m'attends au meilleur jeu auquel j'ai joué dans les dernières années. En bas de ça, je vais être déçu. Je vais être déçu d'avoir attendu 12-13 ans pour ce jeu-là. Et d'avoir suivi activement le développement. Mais avec tout ce qu'ils nous montrent, je pense pas. Je pense que ça va être. Je pense que ça va vraiment être un bon jeu. On disait qu'il y avait beaucoup de travail à faire sur plusieurs aspects du jeu, puis tous ces aspects-là sont en train de nous être montrés. Qui ont vraiment travaillé dessus beaucoup, fait que ça paraît qu'ils ont fait beaucoup de travail. C'est juste qu'on l'a pas vu. On n'a pas vu tout ça. Là, on a la chance de le voir.
So one good thing that we want to show you today is the medic. So there are some NPCs that can carry obviously med pants, but not everybody is able to use it well or wants to use it in a specific encounter. So we want to tweak this, and we have the medic trait. Here we combine a lot of the tech that we have spoken in the past, usable tech, behavior tech. And as Jens showed you, players now can just not only kill enemies, because before our NPCs would just die, but now you can take them down, you can restrain them. So the eye perception is to carry all this information about the different actor states. So it needs to know if he's down, but if he's still alive, or if it's just, somebody that you need to wake up. So a medic in the regular combat flow can, when it's safe to do so, and at the right time, attempt to heal his mate that can be helped. So now you can imagine guard patrolling the environment, you take down a character, the guard finds this body on the ground. He doesn't know if he's alive or not. So he can go there, he can check it, check the pulse, see the state, and if he can be helped, he can basically execute the right healing process. If he needs a med pen, he will use the med pen. If he needs to shake him to wake him up, he will shake him up. And if he needs to unrestrain him, he will unrestrain him. And your crew members can also do the same with you. So if you are down in critical condition, they can come and help you out. We'll see now an example of this, where two factions are fighting, and you will see that at the right time, when the guy retreats, this guy can go there and heal his mate. And obviously, he needs to pick up a new weapon because he just dropped it. So as we mentioned before, and as you've seen here, NPC can run out of bullets, but can also lose their weapons. So what we have to do right now is that, first of all, we want NPCs to have a concrete ammo pool to use. We don't want infinite ammos anymore. So the ammo pool is actually constructed by the ammos the NPC carrying their weapons, the one that they carry, the one that might have, and all the magazines they carry. They don't have any.
C'est vrai, les NPC, les ennemis avaient toujours avaient pas infini de.
The longer the engagement, the more likely it is they will run out of bullets and they will have to scavenge the environment. How do they
T'es laisses tirer, puis t'attends qu'ils vident leur chargeur.
As you've seen with Ines as well, Ines' presentation. You see that anything the player can interact with.
Mais GTA 6 par contre, même si c'est long, mais ça va probablement être de qualité quand même aussi. Rockstar sont quand même capables de faire de la boîte, mais sont capables de faire des jeux de qualité aussi. Mais ça l'a, tu sais, GTA 6 ça va ressembler à GTA 5, ça sera pas une révolution. Les graphismes vont être meilleurs, mais ça sera pas nouveau là.
and gather
Ça
some
sera
new
pas
armors,
une
or if that is
révolution
too
comme ce
far
que
towards the enemy, they
Squadron
can decide to
42
pick up
veut nous
another
apporter,
weapon.
mettons, avec des systèmes
So you'll see
solaires
that,
sans,
also already in the
sans
Pyro, you might see
loading,
it.
des gros
And once they
vaisseaux,
decide to do so, obviously
des
they don't have bullets,
aliens,
so they cannot fight you. What they can
des
do,
graphismes
they can also
incroyables.
switch to their sidearms. And the sidearms is
Parce
less
que s'ils
effective,
réussissent à ajouter du
obviously,
ray
from the
tracing pour
compared
la
to the
sortie du
primary weapon,
Squadron
but it
42,
is still better
on va avoir
than
l'impression
nothing
d'être
for
dans
them
un
to
film.
protect themselves while they go around
Carrément.
and they loot the environment.
Puis j'ai l'impression qu'ils vont nous montrer un trailer vers la fin. Parce que il va rester un entracte après ce panel-là. Il y a un entracte et ensuite il y a deux autres panels, dont la finale du CitizenCon. Puis je pense qu'on va avoir un bon trailer de Squadron. Là. J'ai l'impression que ça va nous hyper genre pour les 2 prochaines années. Le monde va dire wow. C'est ce que je m'attends. On va voir ça tantôt.
You will probably find it in the other one once you kill it. So, last but not least, another tool in the FPS arsenal is grenades.
Ben oui, puis là, ça va déclencher des feux.
NPC can now fully react and use grenades in the environment. So grenades are a great tool, especially when an NPC needs to counter a player that is camping or a player that is hiding or saying.
On voit qu'il y a du feu, fait que là, avec la propagation du
So
feu,
grenade force the movement and keep the action going, but they're also very dangerous. You've seen in Ali presentation and my presentation that a grenade can make electronics explode, ignite a fire, and then the fire can propagate in the environment. So NPCs needs to properly understand the environment and not jump into the fire and get damaged. So how do we do that? Is we have a new full system to handle hazards. Basically, hazard on the technical side can create a navigation volume modifier. The navigation module modifier gets registered in navigation system, and our basically mesh can be modified, and it will carry semantic about if that is a danger, something better, and how much costly it is to go through. Because maybe you have a suit that allows you to go through the fire, so that is fine. You will not, the NPC can understand that. But if they can't, they will try to find positions that are safe for them to position themselves, but also paths that will avoid those dangerous areas. And now we'll see an example of that. This is a safe environment, still fighting, but safe, safer. And what will happen now? Fire ignites and propagates. This is fully dynamic, so it's fully controlled by the fire system. The fire system modifies volumes in the navigation system, and we really know where we can and not pass at any given moment.
ça c'est hot parce que aussi de la propagation du feu dans les jeux, il n'y en a pas beaucoup. Il y a certains jeux qui l'ont déjà fait. Ou Skyrim le faisait. Non, il y a des mods dans Skyrim qui le faisaient. Mais il y a un mode de Skyrim que tu pouvais brûler puis tu pouvais faire des feux incroyables. Mais dans un jeu directement, je me souviens pas d'avoir vu ça de la propagation de feu. C'est sûr qu'il y en a. C'est sûr qu'il y en a, mais j'ai peut-être pas joué à ces jeux-là. Je me souviens d'un mode de Skyrim qui le faisait par contre.
With relentless optimism, we're looking forward to bringing you this all to the Star Citizen and more. Okay, we're going to leave you with a quick peek of a demo in Hangar 14 of Checkmate with some of these new features. Enjoy.
Quand même, ça va vite, pareil, looter. Ah, le système de loot est rendu écœurant, là, c'est vraiment fou, là. C'est ça que ça prenait. Ils sont en train vraiment de transformer Star Citizen en un jeu fonctionnel. Puis même si cette CitizenCon-là va pas se focusser sur beaucoup de contenu, genre des nouvelles missions, puis des ci, puis des ça, mais ils sont en train de focusser vraiment sur plein de mécaniques qui sont importantes pour que le jeu soit plus intéressant, soit plus fluide.
Right. Thank you very much.
Cool.
I urge you all to come and join us in the Pyro Playground pit and have a go at Hangar 13 in Checkmate. It's a really great encounter. Thank you.
All right, so that was live from the first person. We're keeping this train running because we got a lunch to get to. Up next is Taking Flight with Yogi, Inez, and more. Let's get it started. Boop.
Oh, Taking Flights. Ça, ok, fait que là, ça va être l'émission de... Ok, Taking Flights, prendre un vol, ça veut dire... Ok.
Hello everyone. Is my mic on? Okay. Can you hear me? Fine. These are the wrong slides. Hang on. Well, hello everyone. My name is Yogi Klatt. I'm a principal vehicle programmer at Cloud Imperium Games, and I focus on space flight and space combat. I really love my job, so this is why I'm really excited to show you the progress that we did on Squadron 42 in the last 2 years. So there's two things I need to say here. First thing is, we're doing a live demo, and the build is about 12 hours old, so there is a good chance.
Oh, un live démo, Squadron 42.
For bugs, which, well, if you see them, just look away. It will be fine. The second thing is, I'm not flying myself today. It will be Brent Gunzinger.
Il aurait pu appeler Terrada.
He's using a setup of 2 VKB sticks, so left and right HOSA setup from VKB, and he's also using the fantastic Toby device. So we'll swap during the presentation between using head tracking and not using head tracking. Yes, so, but the good thing is, the relationship between you and your starship, it doesn't start when you take off, it starts way before that. There's a lot of stuff we do now in pre-flight. So please welcome back Dinesh Kaldas, who will walk us through that process.
Non, je pense pas qu'il va y avoir beaucoup de modes pour Star Citizen. Il était censé, là, mais je pense que le jeu va être quand même assez complet.
If you like, I've told you before how we've been working towards improving the player interaction experience all across our game, and we wanted to bring these improvements to what happens inside the cockpit. So we wanted to give you a greater immersion and okay, yeah, the slides are not, sorry about that. Yeah, so you want to give you a greater immersion and give you a closer experience to what pilots go through in real life, not only when you're flying around your ship, but the moment you take your seat at the cockpit. So to achieve this, we've created, when you enter your ship, you'll be put in what we call a new relax pose. So in this pose, you'll have free look enabled, so you can easily look around the cockpit and your dashboard. The prompts will be showing over the buttons, so you can easily find the ones you have to interact, and you, the pilot, have to press all the different buttons to get your ship ready for flying, and the character hands will be lowered away from the
J'espère qu'ils vont pas rendre la séquence trop compliquée quand même pour décoller un vaisseau. Là.
Neatly into our new player animated interaction system, whereby any button is now physically pressed. So this new system uses what we call a CDIK approach. This stands for code-driven IK, or inverse kinematics, and gives full control of the IK setup to the code. So this, among other things, allows us to record the path of the hand relative to its target. So we can have more detailed animations than just simply blending the hand into position. So for example, we can open a flap and then press the button. But enough of me talking, let's go jump into the demo and see all of this in action. So now. So Brand very kindly will get us into the ship while you'll see the new enter sequence. And you'll see the new animations we have been working on.
Ça se ressemble quand même pas mal, là, mais... OK.
So you can see now that you won't directly grab the control stick. You'll be put on this relaxed pose with free look enabled. And you can see the different prompts appear over the buttons. So let's get this show started and get your ship ready for flying. So Brand, if you could close the canopy so we don't go flying around with that open. Power our systems. Oh, look at that.
Aegis combat assessment.
And finally, turn our entrance. Yeah, so you are now ready for flying. So we will be bringing all of this to all of our ships in our fleet. And that's all from me. So please join me in welcoming to the stage Tony to tell you all about the new UI.
Oh, Tony Z? Non. Oh no, okay.
Hi everyone, my name is Tony. I'm senior UI programmer here at CIG. And I'm here to explain some of the spoilers that you saw yesterday about our new ship UI. So, are you ready to see the ship UI in action? Right. Bone, play the demo. Brand, continue with the demo. So, as you can see already, this ship has less intrusive UI, with more space to enjoy the stunning vistas that planets can offer, and less cluttered views so you can focus during combat. This also means that the UI elements are now more relevant to the situation, linked to the operator mode. For example, when we change to scan mode, the crosshair has scanning information about your target, and even the MFDs have changed. Some of these elements can be customized, but we'll see more about that later. For this demo, we're showing the UI developed for this Gladius. Basic information related to navigation will always be available on your view, and this Gladius displays all of that with holograms around the dashboard. But other ships may have different layouts and styles, on brand with the manufacturer. For example, the Drake, that makes more affordable ships, rather than fancy and probably expensive holograms, may use physical screens, dials, and light indicators. This dashboard shows your current speed, the remaining afterburn, and some decoys available. On both far sides, we have status indicators that will show things like if your landing gear is on or any other flight systems. Worth mentioning that we have prototyped these for the demo, so right now they're holograms, but on the final design, these are going to be physical screens. On the far left, on the top of the dashboard, we have the indicator of which master mode and operator mode are you on. So let's change that to combat and talk about these new MFDs. So we have reworked all of these MFDs from scratch with brand new views using our UI technology building blocks. We can still navigate through these MFDs using the classic mouse interaction, holding F and then moving the mouse. On the left here, we can see the scanning view, which is going to show information that you obtain when you scan a target. It may show information about the ship name, the pilot name, or even the current operator mode of your target, so you know if they're just chilling around or they are ready to fight you. Cycling to the left one, we have the target status, which will focus on emissions, damage, and orientation of your target. We'll see that in action later. The next one, continuing to the left, will be the self-status, which is contextual. So during navigation, that will show your current fuel, but during combat, like right now, will show information about your guns. You can click on the gun, and you can see basic information about that. You will see the name, and you can also see in which group they are assigned, which Yogi will explain later.
On the MFD on the right side, we have the power management, where we can distribute the power of different systems of the ship. You can click on the triangle and move it around to change the distribution, and you can turn down the total power of the ship that will generate. The classic key bindings that you all know already works, so when you change the power management, you will see now a triangle on top of the radar to show you the changes. Now, instead of using mouse, you can also use key bindings to select MFDs and cycle through the views, which might be faster when you are in certain situations like during combat. And for those pro players out there, we have added about 100 key bindings, and I mean 100, to navigate through all of these systems. So you can fully customize how you want to navigate through them.
Combien?
And I really hope that's more than enough to use on your keyboard, on your HOTAS, or even on your game class setup. But if you need more, just let us know. Anyway, I think you're not gonna need.
Il y a beaucoup de key bindings dans Star Citizen, il y en a trop tant qu'à moi, mais
we now persistently save which
on n'a
views
pas le
are
choix.
shown on each MFD. So you can customize what's important to you for every situation. So as an example, during combat, you might want to have target information on your MFDs, but maybe when you change to quantum travel, have your current fuel, spend some time on the configuration screen, for example. Let's talk about this configuration screen. We're going to have now here a variety of options, from customizing UI elements to enable systems of the ship. We may see some of these later in action with Yogi. These settings are now available on this screen, not in the global settings of the game, for quick access. So just as a warning, expect changes on the settings that you already know, but we'll tell you all about it when we have it ready. And the important bit about this is that they will persist to your ship. So you can keep different setup of which UI elements and even ship systems enable for how you personally use each of your ships. Now, some of you might be thinking that this Gladius doesn't have enough MFDs. Can we enable the top setting? For those of you that you want to see even more information, you can now cast versions of these MFDs to your helmet. For this, you're going to need to equip the appropriate helmet, so it's connected to your ship and I can get all this information. You can use the key bindings, as I mentioned before, so you can select which cast do you want to control and how to cycle through them. So you can pin views that are important to you that will move with your camera. So as you have seen, if you're aiming at the target or if you're moving with your head tracker, those views are going to be always with you. With all these tools, you can customize your experience and have it ready for every situation that you encounter with your ship, always displaying the relevant information to you. So for example, during combat, you may want to have all the UI elements enabled, all the pips, all the crosshairs, so the information of your ship on the physical MFDs, and maybe focus on the target information on your cast, so they're always on your view. But maybe when you go to quantum travel, you can turn those casts off so you can enjoy the vistas. That's all from me. Now we have MFDs ready, and let's bring Yogi back to tell you all about flying your ship. Thank you very much.
Okay, at this point, our ship is fully powered up, ready to fly. Pre-flight is complete. So Brent, please take off, put the landing gear in, and bring us out. Have you seen the interaction? This is great, isn't it? Okay, so one of the problems we always have in space games is to produce a sense of speed. Space is big, and the sense of speed is always produced by, small things going around you. So although it's not very visible here, the VFX team has actually added space dust, so in the future you can tell where your ship is going, even without looking at instruments. Another thing we're focusing on as well is G-force reactions. So Brent, if you could come to a stop for a second. When your ship is sitting like that, and you strafe left and right, you have these small head motions that basically make your head and your body react to the g-forces they're currently enduring. We're actually increasing them now. We also added rotational g-forces into the mix, so if Brent is now rotating the ship to the left, you also can see that your head is swaying a little bit. Things get a little bit more interesting when Brent is actually taking boost into the mix. So we now boost forwards, we now added a camera shake, we added FOV changes, and this all then plays together with the other things like, the other exhaustion effects that we have. So overall, the ship should now feel a little bit more reactive than before. The same thing, sorry. At the same time, we reduce the extensions that that look-ahead code is doing. So we basically narrowed it down a little bit so it mixes better with GeForce reaction, so that even when you don't have a head tracker or something like that, it will still feel pretty good. But this is just a minor change. We also improved the flight controls themselves. So take a look at the speed gauge, for example. It's a little bit twitchy today. What that speed gauge is telling you, the number that's currently moving, is what kind of speed goal Brent is actually putting in. If he puts his stick all the way forward, the left one, you will now be able to see and read the number that you're asking IFCS to speed and forward momentum. This also allows us to bring back the sticky throttle we had pre 3.5, where now, if you play with mouse and keyboard, you can press W and S to increase and decrease your speed and let go of the key, and the ship will not automatically come to a stop. Of course, this is all completely configurable, so you can enable that or not if you want. Oh. Okay, Brent, give me some hard flying now, like blackout and all that. Okay, so another thing we changed in the flight model is that we actually looked at the tricoding exploits. These are really important for PvP and racing players among you, because tricoding gives us a mathematical problem that we're trying to resolve. On some ships, when you tricode, you get actually up to 50% more acceleration. That huge difference actually makes a lot of the ship difference meaningless, so we're cutting back on those. So a first implementation of that is already available in the master mode testing areas in 3.21, I think. But we're improving the algorithm right now so that it actually is less punishing in future master mode builds. This is actually a current version, so as long as you go roughly forward, you get the full Gs from your back engines. Okay, so now the biggie in the room. We're talking master modes. Master modes is by far the biggest change we're doing on the ship gameplay. In general, all of your ships will be put into, or will get a master mode setup. And the master mode is affecting basically everything surrounding everything on the ship. The ship itself, the flight model a little bit, but specifically the items and what they do. And there are two master modes we're going to talk today about. One is SCM, which stands for Space Combat Maneuvering, and the other one is Navigation. So let's look into SCM. SCM is the mode that Brent currently has active. So you see the, Brent, can you go into the indication, please, for the master mode? Just point with the mouse there, if you can. Yeah, so this is your current master mode. It says SCM. When you use SCM for basically all the gameplay that is not traversal. So combat, mining, salvaging, you're using it for that. You have full access to your combat system. Your shields are working, your thruster boost is fully active, your weapons are working. It's the high performance, high alertness mode that you're in. However, we will heavily restrict how fast we can go. We can go with your ship. Okay, Brent, go to full max speed. So this Gladius on max speed and SCM can reach about 225 meters per second. That might seem slow compared to what you have in the Pew right now, but it's still pretty fast. However, you can extend that speed. Brent, if you just go forward and boost. So the Gladius can extend up to 550 meters per second. On this slide here, you can see the speed spaces we're talking about. So if you're just flying around in SCM, which is like the max speed of your ship, you can reach the 225 meters per second. If you boost, you can reach up to 500 or 550. However, that boost space is not spheric. That means if you boost forward, you reach higher speeds than if you boost backwards. That is really important for space combat maneuvering, or for dogfighting in general, because it discourages backstrafing. It actually punishes backstrafing, and it creates more interesting combat maneuvers. The PvP players among you, they basically call this encouragement to closing the gap, which is basically more forward-centric combat, which is much more exciting than backstrafing and just trying to get some shots on. It also forces you as combat players to commit to the decisions you did earlier in the fight. So it's going to be, we think it's much more exciting. Okay. So, in short, you pick SCM when you need to fight, when you want to fight, or when you need to fight, right? The thing with the master mode switches is that they do not happen instantly. They take a while to move over. So we're now going to put our ship into the second mode, which is navigation. So navigation mode is basically the opposite of SCM. What this does, it gives you a high-speed, low-performance mode. Your shields, they will collapse. Your weapons will not be able to fire. Your defensive systems will not be functional, but you have higher speeds. So in nav mode, you can still reach the speeds of what you have currently in the PU, something, I mean, depending on the ship, sometimes 1,000 meters or 1,400 meters per second. But all your regenerative systems, so regenerating the weapon capacitor, your thruster boost, will be inhibited. So this means when you want to go fast, you need to be very, very careful when you want to swap over. So imagine you're in a fight and you want to escape. You should not do it right away, because if you just swap to navigation mode in the hope to flee, you are being left with no shields. And the first thing that will go offline when you are hitting with distortion guns is the quantum drive. And that is important, because the quantum drive will spool automatically up when you enter nav mode, and it will then unlock the higher speeds. So this means when you're in nav mode and you're fighting, you're very vulnerable, so you should get out as fast as possible. Luckily, navigation mode not only allows you higher speed, but also gives you access to the new quantum travel experience, which we're going to show in a minute. So that is nav point that you see there on screen. This is the point we want to go to and quantum travel to. Before we do that, I need to quickly explain what this is about. So currently in the PU, when you quantum travel from A to B, you're actually not really moving. You're going on a spline, and you're teleported in every frame along that spline. So there's basically no meaningful gameplay we can add there. The new quantum travel experience.
Oh, ouais.
Physics is always on, which means when you quantum travel from A to B, you're actually accelerating using our awesome physics engine. And because it's physicalized, it gives us a lot more meaningful gameplay we can play with. So Brent will start the quantum travel in a second. What will happen then is your quantum drive will initiate the jump. You will see an effect that distorts the space around you, and you will accelerate forward. During the acceleration process, and so this is the time until you actually reach your cruise speed, the ship will experience forces, and you as a player, you're responsible to counter these forces. So there is an element of failure. Okay, Brent, let's show
Quoi
that.
on peut faire à chaque fois qu'on ouvre le train?
And take your hands off.
Ah ouais. Ça va être bien plus hot. Ok. Fait qu'il faut... J'ai hâte d'essayer ça,
So
j'ai
what you just saw
vraiment
is
hâte d'essayer ça.
basically the failed attempt to quantum travel. Brad wasn't countering the forces, therefore he was thrown out, the quantum bubble collapsed and threw you out. Your ship doesn't like that. IFCS needs 5-6 seconds to recover from that, during which time you're just tumbling, right? So, and this is not just like dependent on your skills. If you think selecting a proper quantum drive doesn't matter in the future, think again. You want to take care of your quantum drive, you want to repair it and keep it in good shape. So if you buy a cheap one, your travel will not necessarily be faster, but it might be harder. Okay, so Brent show us how it's done properly.
Fait qu'il faut rester le plus au centre possible. Ça va être la même chose avec le jump drive, le jump point.
The bubble is locked. You can now go hands off.
Quand même, ok, ça c'est nice parce que c'est vrai que c'est un peu veg le Quantum. Tout va être gamifié, c'est ça qui est cool, ok. Vraiment nice. Pour vraiment avoir l'impression d'être un navigateur de l'espace.
And you see the next point of interest is like 1,200 kilometers away. We're not going to force you anymore to travel that by hand. You will use a technique called quantum boosting. It's a quantum-based short-range jump for like something between a couple of hundred kilometers to like 30,000 kilometers or so. When you use quantum boosting, the process is practically the same, but the quantum bubble will not stabilize itself, so you need to be hands-on for the whole time, and the speeds are naturally, well, slower, but it's not slow, it's still quantum traveling, right? Okay, so Brent, can you boost to, oh, reinforcement needed, yeah, let's go there, let's boost. Oh, actually, sorry. Thank you.
On n'est pas obligé d'avoir un point.
Okay, so what Brent is
On peut le faire
currently
n'importe où.
showing here is, I think I forgot to mention, quantum boosting works in every direction. You don't need nav points.
Ah ouais! Ah oui, ils ont changé le système de Quantum, Loulou. Vraiment fortement. Quand on va partir le Quantum, on va avoir un moment où il va falloir centrer le vaisseau. Il va y avoir des forces qui vont essayer de nous attirer sur les bords. Il va falloir centrer le vaisseau. Jusqu'à temps que le point soit lock. Fait que le vaisseau, il va vraiment tressailler tout le temps. Il y a une chance de ne pas l'avoir. Puis, avec le système de Quick Quantum, comme ça, on peut quantumer un peu moins rapidement que le Quantum normal. Mais on peut aller dans n'importe quelle direction. On n'a plus besoin de sélectionner un point directement. Puis d'aller à ce point-là, on peut aller n'importe où en Quantum. Ils ont gamifié le Quantum. Ah ouais. Sérieusement, c'est vraiment cool.
Please welcome Diego Marty Mason.
So who's excited to see the new AI changes? Hi everyone, as Yogi said, my name is Diego Marty Mason and I am the AI programmer focusing on the fly combat.
Ah oui, c'est assez sympa. C'est vraiment cool. Moi, je trouve vraiment cool.
To the AI encounters. Let me first walk you through our journey. We first started looking at the current AI behavior in the PU. We quickly realized how uniform fighting was and how we were not using all of the tech available to us to make a more interesting experience. We had the foundations and we wanted to learn more about how you, the players, do your combat encounters in the verse. So we did this by getting combat recordings, analyzing videos, and internal playtesting, where we were hammering each other for hours. It was fun, unless you went up against experienced fighters like they are. Anyway, with all of these data, we started crafting the first prototype, with the focus of bringing that human behavior into the AI brain. When the first version was ready to be tested, I handed it out to one of the best internal pilots in the team, Yogi. So Yogi, what do you think about my first prototype?
It was an exercise of humility. It was an exercise of humiliation. I hated it and I blame Diego.
Ok, mais en même temps, si les meilleurs pilotes de CIG sont de la misère à... Je comprends qu'ils veulent qu'on ait du challenge aussi, là, mais à un moment donné, il faut qu'on soit capable de jouer aussi. Il faut qu'on devienne bon. Ils vont dire get good, get good, get good.
We want players to leave every combat encounter with a feel of satisfaction by encouraging you to keep on the move and make use of the vehicle systems available to you, so you can at least try to win the fight. Let's see how we brought this new iteration of combat to life. We broke down in multiple stages. The first one, interception. Then the main engage phase, which we broke in different tactics. strafer, jouster, chaser, and finally, disengage. Let's switch to the demo. As you can see, Brent has encountered a skirmish. Let's talk more about the combat flow there. Okay, we will start with interception. After acquiring the target, the primary aim is to close the gap with the target. If the AI is already near the target, the interception phase is skipped completely.
Ah, est-ce qu'on va pouvoir jouer en third person aussi? Ça serait excellent. Moi j'aimerais ça, là, mais ça me dérange pas qu'on puisse.
That leads us to our second phase, engage. Here the AI selects an adequate tactic based on combat environment. These are chosen via the traits and tactic selector system. You've heard more about them in the previous talk by Francesco. So let's talk about the strafer. As this is a 6 degrees of freedom game, it's the natural combat shape adopted by pilots. We have related.
Ah! Fallait que ça arrive une fois par panel. Je suis désolé.
Monitoring for back strafers, so if they cannot get into strike distance, they will just wait. And finally, the chaser. Now, Brain is going to get there in a second, but the chaser is going to be the cutlass, which is following one of the hornets and is allied with the hammerhead. Now, we are really far away, 10 kilometers. So the chaser, it will try to always stay on the target 6. The idea is to force the target into a defensive stance by making them turn into the chaser. This maneuver will be seen mainly in squads and atmosphere combat. The final phase, which can happen at any time, depending on the combat situation, is disengage. This phase is triggered based on constantly listening to multiple events in parallel. To name a few, critical health, damage to shields, or weapons depleted. There is also a shorter version of disengage that we call pace breaks, which occurs during long periods of combat due to fatigue, nature of the combat encounters. These pace breaks are short, and the main objective is to perform a simple maneuver to gain a new advantage position and strike again. This new flow is what encompasses the core of our new AI fly combat experience, in combinations with AI traits that will give designers the tools to tailor each combat encounter in the verse. Like, for example, they can choose the ace traits that will allow AI pilots to make use of all of the ship's angular velocity so they can keep a more precise orbit. So for some of you out there, it's going to be a good challenge. While we've been mainly focusing on fighter behavior, we've also started to follow the same process to other ship types, like gunships and capitals. In the near future, we want to deliver an experience where going against a capital ship like an Idris is a tough fight, that unless you bring the right combinations of tools, meaning ships that are equipped to take down capital ships, you will get demolished by their powerful turrets. Now, after all of the feedback, in our first internal playtest, we've received a lot of constructive and positive feedback. And Yogi's not longer being destroyed by the AI, so I think he likes it a bit more. Thank you, everyone. I hope you enjoy the new AI. And back to you, Yogi.
Thank you, Diego. Okay, so now we're going to talk about, we heard about how AI makes my life hard. Now let's talk about how to return the favor. We're talking weapons. So, the weapon and aiming systems in Squadrons, they went through a lot of changes. I can only mention a couple of them, so I will go through them relatively quickly. First thing on our to-do list is basically weapon tuning. At the moment, almost all weapons in the PU are practically the same. In Squadron, that's not the case. Almost all weapons have different properties. They have like different projectile velocities, different DPS numbers. But they're not just different in terms of these numbers. They also feel different. Remember the cinch cannons from like a couple of years ago? They were very powerful weapons. but they were extremely easy to use, which made them meta weapons. So we're going to bring the cinch cannon back, but we'll make sure that the amount of work you put into these cannons in order to employ them is on par with the other guns. So there's a lot of stuff that we're going to do to make sure that weapons have a lot of pros and cons and avoid meta. Specifically for this build, Brent is equipped with a I think a close and laser repeater. Can you fire it once? Yeah. And the other weapon he has is he has 2 weapons on the wings, which are Gets cannons, size 3. With 1 push, they're actually firing 2. So we're also gonna have burst weapons, and so on. Okay, cool. So, a problem we have in space games is controlling the engagement ranges, because we want to bring the fights close. But the problem is that, well, how do I put this? Weapons usually, in order to bring them close, what the game devs usually do is they just restrict the ranges. Like in the PU, a lot of the weapons have exactly a range of 1,400 kilometers, which means often the fights occur at 1,399 meters. This is not a good way for us to control the weapons. And we tried out things like damage fall off, so that bullets get more damaging the closer you are. But the problem there is, how do you communicate that to the player? So we're going to do a couple of different things with that in the future. Let's see when the graph comes on. Okay, so show of hands or show. Which of you has an Ares? Okay, as an Ares pilot, you might know the following problem. You have a target. You're going to aim at it. And then you... this is... What the... Okay. I need to go back. Okay, there's actually some stuff not there anymore. I don't know. What happens when you aim with your crosshair over the pip is that you actually not aiming at the pip. The legacy system gives you a pip which does not show you where the weapon meets the pip. The new aiming system actually produces the pips based on where the weapon sees them and reprojects them on the target. That means the aiming information you're getting is actually much, much more precise. And this is a very interesting... sorry, I said the completely wrong thing. I'm sorry, I'm nervous. Okay. Controlling weapon ranges, sorry. I'll do it now, sorry. Okay, sorry. Okay, controlling ranges. In the future, all the weapons will get much, much longer ranges. Size 1 weapons will fly to up to 5 or 6 kilometers before the despawn. The way how we do this, how we do this is we're adding spread. Because spread is for us is a very good indication on how to control the ranges. This is not a one-to-one relationship there, so don't worry, you won't get like spread with like 20 degrees offset or something like that. Don't worry, right? But if we compare the spread of the weapon with the target size, we know when the weapon is in range. We know when you actually are close enough so that the majority of your hits can hit, and we're telling you that via the aiming system now. So, Brent, let's go back to the demo. If you get a green pip and a green crosshair, it means you have a high chance of your weapons hitting the target. If Brent takes a little bit of a step back and waits until the pips and the crosshair turn red, this does not mean that the ship is out of range. You can still hit it, but you might waste bullets. This also has the benefit that, I'm not sure if you saw that before, but if you look at how many bullets are in the air, you're actually getting a lot of bullets, a lot more bullets, and it just looks a lot better. Okay, Brent, just kill these guys now. Bam! Oh well. Okay, so that was this one. Okay, a thing you might have seen is that Brent is loaded with size 3 guns on size 3 gimbals. That means we're removing the N-1 system. The reason for that is the original intention of controlling the performance between joystick and mouse players just didn't work out, and the new aiming system is flexible enough to deal with these differences. So we're just removing it. and keep going. So, next point, pip grouping. If you have different weapons with different projectile velocities, you will get different pips. Because merging the pips makes no sense for us anymore, because the weapons are going to have vastly different projectile speeds. So if Brent, for example, enables all the weapons now, you get separate pips. So let's talk a bit about pip optimizations here. And this is the thing I messed up before. Again, who is an Aries? If you aim at your target, you get a pip, right? Your Aries owners know that. You aim at the pip, you shoot, you miss. And this is because the pip is not being shown where you need it. In the future, we're actually offsetting the pip where the weapon sees it, and then we project this onto the crosshair. Like that. And when you then hit, you hit. No, when you then shoot, you hit. And this is, of course, also communicated by the aiming system, so when the pips turn green and when the crosshair turns green, just shoot. Okay, so now to the actual best part. We cannot take down this hammerhead. It's too big for us. But we can cripple it. The weak points on the hammerhead are the turrets. The way we're going to do this in the future is with precision targeting mode. Brent? Enable precision targeting mode? There we go. What this does, it does three things. You get this full zoom on the target. You get a lower RPM of your weapons, which increases or decreases the spreads for more precision. And you get the painting mechanic. Anywhere where you put your crosshair on that ship, it will tell the gimbal system where to aim at. So if Brent now attacks the turrets, your aiming system will automatically lead the shots. Bam! One turret down. Okay, so this hammerhead now understood that it's not good, it doesn't stand a chance right now, but this will be the way how you in the future will fight against sub-targets and so on. The good thing about this, it also works even without painting the target directly, so you can do very, very precise warning shots, and there's no aim assist that kind of like destroys your aiming processes. Okay, so the fight is now over. Sorry, I need to rush this a little bit because I messed up stuff before. And you're going to look at Pyro 3. Okay, Brent, switch to nav mode and bring us down to that landing spot. So Pyro 3 is also called Bloom. It's a very big planet with a nice atmosphere. And, oh, something wrong with the throttle? Oh well, something's wrong with the throttle. We'll try to go down as fast as possible though. I said gameplay demo might have bugs. Okay, can we go there now? Okay, yeah, steeper angle, that works. Okay, so the thrusters on your ship, they do not like they do like the vacuum of space. Well, we're talking spaceships here, right? And we have thruster efficiency curves on these thrusters. So at some point, especially the MEF thrusters, they will cease working because they don't like atmosphere. They will overheat very, very quickly. So there's the question, what happens when you go down to a planet and you want to rotate your ship with your thrusters off? Well, we'll see. Can you go to external view? Can you waggle your tail? Okay, back first person. Okay, so what you see here is the new aerodynamics model. Because obviously our left stick is somewhat damaged or so, we can't be as fast as we want. Actually, Brent, can you try W and S on the keyboard instead? Oh, it doesn't work. Oh. No, it doesn't. Yep. Okay. No, the stick is affecting us. Okay. Anyways, we're going to go down as far as possible. So the new aerodynamic system is a complete replacement of the aerodynamic system that you currently have, and you need your control surfaces to actually turn the ship around. It simulates the airflow over your lift surfaces, and therefore, the slower you become, the less effective those control surfaces will be in order to turn your ship. So we can demonstrate this. So if Brent just sits here and yaws left and right, you will see he cannot go further than that. That is in line with what real airplanes also experience when they're trying to use the rudder to yaw left and right. So what Brent can do here is he can roll and he can pull to actually change his direction. Okay, so just for this demo, we added a button. The button is called thruster disconnect, because at the moment in the PU, when you go through a planet, you're using the thrusters to rotate. We're not doing that anymore. So Brent, disconnect the thrusters, please, and put the ship into a purposeful stall. A stall happens when the airflow over a wing ceases, or over a lift surface ceases. And then at some point, you will not have any authority anymore, and your ship will not turn and so on, and you will basically fall out of the sky. That is naturally a state that every plane wants to avoid naturally, right? And this is happening right here. Brent is not able to use the control surfaces right now because the ship is in a process of stalling. However, the airflow will pull the nose back into the wind, and once you have enough speed, he can actually, well, he gets authority back over these control surfaces. That means for you as players, what you can actually do, you can do aerobraking, you can do pure gliding if you want to. You can even do like competitions like, I don't know, like drop ships out of orbit and then see how far they glide. This is all possible with a new system. So let's talk about the problem, how do you come to a stop now? To come to a stop with the new system, you need to purposefully put the ship into a stall. But don't worry, when we don't have the thrusters disconnected, IFCS will help you. So you're gonna bring down the speed more and more until you're reaching stall speed, which is about now, and then the thrusters will kick in and catch you. That means, however, you are now in a state that the thrusters don't like, right? So at the moment we have turned this up, but in the future you will not be able to hold this for long. So if Brent, for example, now from a hover, strafe is left, more left, more left, more left, the wind flow again pulls the ship over, and you go forward again. Okay, so now Brent, show us how to come to a hover, and do we have some water here? Oh yeah, there's our point, okay. Highway dream. Okay, so there's our landing point. Can become a little bit slower, I don't know, 100 meters per second. So we're trying to land somewhere here. Whoa, look at this. Yeah, that water is great, like, awesome. Okay, so now we're coming to so now Brent will try to land with a broken throttle. And yeah, he's aided a little bit here by the landing gear, so he has landing gear out, I think, because that automatically enables precision mode at the moment, so that you're a little bit slower, but you can of course like turn this off as a player. And then you come smoothly down to a landing. The best way to land your ship is in decoupled, because you can just like very smoothly land it on the surface. And clunk. And now you're gonna power down the ship using the new interactions. Engines off first. Then we're in the relaxed pose again, as Ines showed before. Power off. And the canopy off. No, open, not off. Don't put the canopy off. and get out of the ship. And probably go for a swim or something. Okay, that was a bit of a buggy, bumpy ride, but thank you for taking the time with us. And we'll see you in the verse. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yogi. Everybody, it's time for lunch. We'll be back around 2:45, so get yourself some food, get yourself some drinks, get yourself some snacks, stretch your legs, and then be back in Hall A when we come back, because from this point forward, you're not going to want to be anywhere else.
Effectivement, j'ai l'impression que ça va être assez fou les prochains. Il reste 3 panels après le break. On a un 45 minutes de break. Donc, je vais prendre un petit break moi aussi pour aller manger. Ça fait quand même presque 4 heures qu'on est là. Donc, je reviens dans environ une trentaine de minutes. Quand la CitizenCon va recommencer, je vais être là. Donc, je laisse le stream rouler. Mais là, il n'y aura rien pour l'instant. Donc, profitez-en vous aussi pour aller manger. Parce que j'ai l'impression que le gros de la présentation s'en vient vraiment après. Ah, on le sait, Chris Robert va probablement nous montrer beaucoup de choses assez intéressantes pour la fin de la CitizenCon. J'ai l'impression qu'ils ont gardé le gros stock pour la fin. Et merci, Loulou, toi aussi. Et je suis soit fier ou ashamed de vous annoncer que tantôt, pendant la présentation du vaisseau qui descendait sur la planète, je suis un peu gêné de le dire, mais je me suis acheté un paquet de Star Citizen. Je me suis réacheté un paquet de Star Citizen. J'ai acheté le Drake Cutter, version Halloween, le Game Package, qui était en rabais parce que c'est la version Halloween, Spooky version, 45$, mais pour le Game Package, je me suis dit, tant qu'à me rembarquer, j'y vais avec le gros vaisseau, 45$. C'est pas grand chose, c'est un petit vaisseau, mais quand même. Donc, je suis redevenu un citoyen. Backer. Ils m'ont eu, faut que je le dise. J'avais dit que j'en rachèterais pas un avant que Pyro soit sorti. Là, la CitizenCon m'ont tellement hypé que j'ai décidé de lui donner un petit 45$ US, qui doit faire à peu près 60$, 64$ canadiens. Et oui, je me suis fait avoir encore une fois. On verra. Mais sur ce, en tout cas, bon appétit. On se retrouve tantôt. Moi, je vais déploguer la caméra pour l'instant. Et on se revoit dans une quarantaine de minutes. Donc, à plus tard. Bon. De retour. Ça devrait recommencer dans pas tellement long. Ok. Ça, c'est bon, comme ça. Et voilà. Donc, on est toujours en attente du début de la deuxième partie de cette deuxième journée de CitizenCon. Et honnêtement, oui, ils m'ont eu. Ils m'ont eu. Je m'attendais pas à vouloir me rembarquer dans Star Citizen. Mais avec la présentation qu'ils nous ont fait avec les panels présentement, là j'ai pas vu encore la grosse présentation. Je suis pas mal sûr que la grosse présentation... Pourquoi ma caméra est encore disparue? Non. The problem? What's the problem? Ah non, ok. Ah non, ok, c'est ça le problème. Comme la grosse présentation, j'ai l'impression qu'elle s'en vient. Un peu comme Jared a dit, la dernière partie, vous voulez pas manquer ça. S'il y a une partie que vous voulez pas manquer, c'est celle-là. Donc, je m'attends vraiment à une bonne présentation. Et cette présentation-là va peut-être être, comment je dirais ça, je dirais pas mensongère, mais tu sais, ça représentera peut-être pas le travail qui s'en vient dans la prochaine année et tout ça. Peut-être que ça va être plus long, un peu comme les autres CitizenCon. Il y avait beaucoup de choses dans les grosses présentations qu'on n'a pas vues, mais de ce qu'ils nous ont montré des panels, ça, j'ai confiance. Et la Star Map, totalement confiance qu'on va voir le nouveau système de mapping dans le jeu bientôt. Les nouveaux UI vont arriver dans le jeu probablement d'ici l'année prochaine. Ça, je suis pas mal certain de ça. Le déplacement qu'on a vu en gravité 0, ça aussi, j'ai l'impression que ça va s'en venir quand même. Tout ça avait l'air assez poli. La création de personnages, leur nouveau système de création de personnages, les nouveaux cheveux, tout ça m'a hypé. Oui, j'ai racheté un paquet. Je suis... Mais je vais essayer d'y aller de zéro. Moi, j'étais un backer avant de vendre mon premier compte de Star Citizen. J'étais un backer depuis longtemps. 2013, fin 2013. Et j'ai commencé à jouer, dans le fond, j'ai commencé à jouer quand le jeu est sorti avec le hangar module. J'ai suivi toutes les patchs. J'ai joué à toutes les patchs, toutes les PTU pratiquement. Je les ai testés. J'ai fait à peu près toutes les missions qu'il y avait à faire dans le jeu jusqu'en 2021. Même je pense que l'année passée, l'été passé, pas celui qui vient de passer, mais l'autre d'avant, j'ai fait Siège of Horizon. Donc j'ai joué aussi en 2022, au début de l'été en fait. Pendant que Siège of Horizon était en PTU, je l'avais testé. Et c'est à peu près la dernière fois que j'avais lancé le jeu. Mais tout ça pour dire que j'ai vraiment suivi le développement de ce jeu-là beaucoup. Et j'avais pledgé beaucoup aussi. J'avais acheté beaucoup de vaisseaux. J'étais presque rendu à 3700$ US dans le jeu. Et moi, j'ai jamais fait de giveaway sur ma chaîne ou quoi que ce soit. Donc, c'était tout pour moi, les vaisseaux. Et bon, il y en a qui vont dire qu'il est 3000 quelques en 10 ans, c'est pas tant que ça. Mais pour un jeu vidéo, c'est vraiment beaucoup d'argent, là. On va se le dire, là, c'est beaucoup d'argent. Donc, à un moment donné, quand j'ai vu que le contenu arrivait beaucoup moins vite, c'est sûr que quand on attend quelque chose, on est toujours plus prompt à la déception. Parce que quand ça fait 10 ans que tu attends quelque chose, peut-être que de leur côté, on le sait, chez CIG, ils n'étaient pas prêts à nous donner toutes ces nouvelles mécaniques-là, les nouveaux systèmes. Ils n'étaient pas encore prêts. Mais tu sais, pour quelqu'un qui attend, des fois, tu peux te dire, OK, qu'est-ce qui se passe? Surtout que Squadron 42, il n'en parlait pas. Il restait silencieux. Là, ils nous en ont parlé quand même beaucoup. Oh, et voilà. Mais tout ça pour dire que j'ai vendu mon compte. Je me suis acheté une 4090. Puis il m'est resté un peu d'argent avec ça. Et là, j'ai réinvesti un 45$ pour pouvoir jouer, mais je vais partir du début comme un joueur qui commence au début avec presque rien. Je vais essayer de jouer comme le jeu est censé d'être joué. On va voir ce que ça va donner.
It's been nothing but amazing smiles on faces, and that's what we love to see here at CIG. And so we're gonna go over to a place that makes everybody smile. Soul Citizen. Now this is a group that is all about diversity and inclusion in Star Citizen.
Et cette année, ils m'ont vraiment beaucoup hypé.
Maybe
L'année
not
passée,
the most
j'étais
polite
vraiment
people
pas.
sometimes. So
L'année
we want to
d'avant
have
non
an
plus.
org where diversity and inclusion is forefront in
Cette
their
année, la
mission
CitizenCon
statement,
m'a
and no one does
hypé
it better
vraiment
than
beaucoup.
Soul Citizen. These guys are phenomenal. We got my man Griff here. Griff, how is it going?
How are you, man? Doing good.
Awesome, man. It's so good to see you guys. You know, what's been your experience having Soul Citizen
Et
be this
contrairement
huge
aussi
org that is a safe space for gamers
aux
of
autres années, où il y avait beaucoup de panels techniques, mais où ils avaient des graphiques pour nous expliquer les choses. Là, cette année, il y avait toujours une vidéo de présentation pour chaque module qui était pour nous présenter. Il y avait une vidéo. Et ça avait l'air en jeu, ça avait l'air in-game, donc je me dis... Si c'est pas vrai cette fois-là, eh ben, je sais pas quoi dire. Là. Si tu me montres la mécanique fonctionnelle en jeu, la création de personnages fonctionnels en jeu, la star map fonctionnelle en jeu, si ça arrive pas, il y a un problème. Parce que là, on l'a vu fonctionner. Il reste à nous donner dans une patch.
And everybody pretty much has a different feeling about the game and very supportive of the project.
Fantastic. So even Jared Huckabee could play this game, is what I'm hearing. It's, you guys are going for like the elder statesman, so that's fantastic.
Mais je peux dire que la CitizenCon cette année, si les choses se réalisent dans les 7, 8, 9 prochains mois, de ce qu'on a vu 12 mois, la majeure partie, je vais pas, si on n'a pas 100% de tout ça, je vais pas m'en offusquer, mais il faudrait qu'on ait au moins 70% de tout ça. Si on a au moins 70% de tout ça, ça va vraiment changer l'opinion que j'avais dans les dernières années du projet. De me dire, OK, est-ce qu'ils sont en train de... Pas faire un scam, mais sont en train d'étirer ça ou de se rendre compte qu'ils sont pas capables. Ils ont réussi à faire le serveur machine, ils nous l'ont montré. Le jeu devrait s'en aller dans la bonne direction à partir d'ici. Et on va peut-être finir par s'en sortir et avoir un jeu fonctionnel auquel on va pouvoir jouer et progresser. Peut-être même jouer à Squadron 42 d'ici 18 mois, peut-être.
Oh my goodness. I almost needed them for a
Bon,
second. That was
je
disastrous.
mettais, on écoute ça.
How's it going, guys? You guys are the forefront org designed to help with medical gameplay wherever gamers may be in need. You guys actually have a really interesting Discord tool for anyone, even if they're not in your server, if they're not in your group, to get your services. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so the Abe's bot that we designed is to be in other people's Discords. One quick, easy command will actually send the ping to our Discord as well as all of our partners through the Alliance Initiative Beacon System Bot, or Abe's for short.
And say that one more time, just so everyone's clear. What is the name of that bot?
The Alliance Initiative Beacon System.
The Apes bot. I love that. Where you can go ape for the Apes bot. So what can we expect to see from Quantum in the future? What do you guys have next on the horizon as your guys' org is expanding ever greatly?
So every time we get any type of information, we always try to think about how it's going to affect us. Yesterday, we saw the fires on the ships and everything, and we already started talking about a fire rescue unit.
Firefighters in space is the coolest thing I think I can think of. Thank you guys, Quantum. You guys rock. Everyone here has been phenomenal so far, and we are going to end our last community booth segment for the day with Imperium. Now, when I say these guys have an amazing set piece that has wowed everyone at CIG, I mean it. Let's take a look at this amazing Bengal carrier. Like, guys, this is phenomenal. Let's see if we get a good shot of that. Make sure we get a great shot of how detailed that Bengal carrier is. It is sleek. It is sexy. God, I just want it for myself.
Mais
so,
ils donneront pas.
Man,
Le gars, il
so
espérait
cool.
dire ça qu'ils
So
vont
with
y
Bear Some
donner.
Imperium, guys, what's up, guys? So, you know, let's say a young, charismatic host named Schman, for example, wanted to steal that Bengal carrier. Where exactly is it going?
Well, if you live in LA, it's actually going to be staying right in here. It's going to be down to the Santa Monica office, so it's going to be present inside their studio. If you go check it out after CitizenCon, it's going to be there in perpetuity.
Yes, suck it, Austin. LA wins, finally. So what has your
ils
guys'
vont le
CitizenCon
donner à un
experience
des
been so far? How have you
quand
guys
même.
been repping Imperium here on the show floor?
Well, I mean, obviously, very well is the
C'est des
answer.
fans,
So
qui
it's
sont
been
dédiés pas
fantastic
mal,
and
ça.
having everyone here. This is about half of the people we've had present, so it's been a fantastic showing from our organization. It's been a labor of love putting this together, being
moi, je vais
present,
baisser ça
answering
un peu.
questions. It's been great to see everybody coming around, showing support. It's been fantastic. So thank you.
Yeah, we've been seeing you guys build this throughout the past 2 days, and to see
Je vais
it
le baisser
finished
ici
finally.
avec,
But for those of you at home, there are no easy words to say how cool this thing's look. The level of detail here is immaculate. So
Ça
thank you
devrait quand
guys,
même être
Imperium.
bien comme
I know
ça,
that
peut-être le baisser
everyone
un
at
peu
the LA
ici.
office is going to appreciate this so much. All right, we're going to toss it back to Jared momentarily. Thank you guys again so much for
Est-ce
checking
que
out
c'est
the
un peu mieux
community
comme
booth.
ça?
We'll see you guys back here again. In the meantime, stay
Si
safe.
vous
and
entendez,
see you in the verse.
Loulou, si t'entends la conférence comme faux, puis si tu m'entends comme faux aussi, faut que les deux soient bien balancés.
There we go. Hi, everybody. I'm at the Pyro Playground. I said, hey, at some point during the 2-day event, I want to get out from behind backstage and, come see what the thing's all about. So I'm here in Pyro.
Quand
Just
je
come
regarde ma
around here
balance de son, ça a
and
l'air
see
quand
who-
même
I am,
correct,
of
là,
course,
mais...
an expert Star Citizen player. Come on over here. You can see what I'm doing. I am attempting to open a door right now. How do I open the door, Daniel? It's not this door? That's not the door? Also, you're not Daniel, are you? You're Adam. All right, so we are here. What station is this, Adam? No, remember. No, put the mic.
Oh, this is Checkmate.
This is Checkmate. This is Checkmate Station. So this is where the demo starts. And
Okay.
what do we do when we're here at the demo?
This is where your habs are. So, yeah, you can't go back in. You want to go straight. You want to follow the you want to follow the exit signs. So left. And those are your elevators.
Are these
Je vais monter juste un peu ici.
No, these should not be the
Comme
death
ça.
elevators.
Not even in Pyro?
Parce que je veux pas qu'il y ait une trop grosse différence non plus. Je veux
No
pas,
guarantees on that.
I want you to go on record. Look at that camera and say the elevators in Pyro won't kill you.
I'm gonna say no
Je veux pas qu'on
guarantees
perde
that
trop de la
elevators on
conférence non
Pyro
plus.
won't
là.
kill you.
All right, so we take the elevator, and where do we go next?
You're gonna go to the entrance.
Parfait, merci Loulou. C'est gentil.
Push the button. Look at this guy.
So one of the other players will do it for you.
There you go. So, no, show the screen. Show them Pyro. Let them see Pyro. People are tired of seeing my dumb face. There we are. So where am I going now, Adam?
You want to make a left?
This way?
No, you went too far.
Ils sont en train de jouer à Pyro là, avec...
I don't see anything. All this environmental storytelling.
This is the experience that you just walked through.
All right, up here?
Yep.
Je marche jamais vite comme ça en jeu, je me promène tranquillement dans les environnements de Star Citizen. À moins de les avoir vus plusieurs fois. Là. Quand c'est la première fois que je vois un environnement, je me promène tranquillement, je regarde tout. Mais dans tous les jeux, c'est comme ça. Je me promène, je regarde tous les décors.
I am not going to subject you to my first time here in Pyro for any longer. We're going to throw it to the first of our two-part environmental presentations, starting with living on the edge.
Merci. Ouais, c'est vrai, Loulou. C'est quand même cool, mais j'espère pas être déçu. J'espère que cette fois c'est vraiment vrai, qu'ils ont vraiment changé leur système pour délivrer les features qu'ils nous ont présentés et qu'on va vraiment les avoir dans un temps raisonnable et que ce sera pas de la poudre aux yeux, que l'année prochaine on n'aura pas genre 20% de ce qui nous a été présenté. Je l'espère vraiment beaucoup. Je suis confiant. J'espère. Bon, panel.
I will give you an introduction to our locations when it comes to the design, a high-level overview of the design of our locations. I'm going to describe you the processes of our workflow and the goals that we aim to achieve. So, to break down our process a bit, this is very high level, but it starts out with the pre-production phase, an ideation phase. Here everything starts out in the mind. We bring it down to paper, sketch, write, formulate a plan based on our overall design goals. And then it moves on to the blocking stage. You might have heard of this, like the white box and gray box phase. This essentially contains all of the gameplay
Ça, c'est sûr, Loulou, je comprends, faut toujours se méfier de CIG, mais là, de la manière qu'ils nous l'ont présenté, ça avait l'air vraiment fonctionnel. Tout ce qu'ils nous présentaient avec des graphismes les dernières années ou avec des concept art, cette année, il y avait des vidéos, ça avait l'air in-game avec les personnages du jeu. Donc, les mécaniques sont jouables. Ils sont peut-être pas implémentées, mais sont jouables. Donc, rendu là, je me dis qu'il y a peut-être plus de chance.
And level design or other designers still maintains the space and makes sure that the systems that get created are being retroactively implemented. All right, so one key aspect of game development in general is the balance of narrative, visuals, and gameplay. So all these interplay, they interconnect, and it's the foundation that runs through all game environments. So it's important to communicate context, and here in this drawover you see that narratively we see sort of a dangerous environment. The spiky shapes here are sort of threatening. We see defensive structures, we can expect some enemy NPCs here, but it's also an old village. Maybe there's some exploration, some loot to be found. And then what's also important is communicating goals. So goals can be the pathways that you take, the gateways that bring you from one step to another, and so on. Okay, whoops. Yep, there we go. Okay, since we're a sandbox game,
ouais, c'est vrai que Star Citizen, quand même, c'est un jeu assez complexe, même si il y a beaucoup de commandes et tout ça. Mais ça se joue avec une manette. Donc, pour ma part, je suis capable de jouer avec une manette. Mais des fois, il faut que j'utilise mon clavier et ma souris aussi.
And to do this, we establish. So one of the core design philosophies is granting the player the freedom of choice to do what they want to do at any point throughout their experience. And we do this by establishing or defining multiple pathways or archetypes that we call primary, secondary, and tertiary pathing. So the first one is pretty straightforward. In a social setting, you have the goal right in front of you, and it's a single goal, such as here in the Habs. In a combat setting, this is very exposed, so it's dangerous to traverse this route. Where it gets more complex is when you have, such as with this outpost here, when you have multiple goals that can be equally important to the player at any given point. This is where we need to have a bit more design put into it with, for example, the landmarks that serve as orientation points. So to help you orientate yourself wherever you are in this location, and leading you to these locations by utilizing shape language and composition. The second path is, these are secondary pathways, so these are alternative routes, and these are options that are offered to you as you traverse the area on the primary path, for example. And so you may know this as a tourist when you go to a new city and you look around the corner and you see an alleyway that sort of looks nice.
Ah, Loulou, t'as même pas un game package, t'as même pas un starter de Star Citizen?
In a combat setting,
donc t'es pas un joueur.
Tu
t'intéresses au projet, mais tu joues pas. Mais c'est vrai qu'il y a beaucoup de bugs, effectivement, puis les serveurs sont... En espérant que le serveur machine puisse... Parce que là, ils sont sursaturés, leurs serveurs. Ils sont obligés de les overloader. C'est pour ça qu'ils sont vraiment lents. S'ils sont capables de splitter l'univers en plusieurs serveurs, comme ils nous ont montré, ben, ça devrait améliorer tout ça. Là. De beaucoup.
And these are mostly discoverable to the attentive eye. You can explore these, find loot or different.
Eh ben, Loulou, t'es vraiment plus, je dirais, t'es capable de te contrôler pas mal mieux que moi. Moi, j'ai pas été capable de pas acheter.
You might have seen this in a previous presentation. It's very important to ground the player to their environment.
Et étrangement, j'ai acheté un vaisseau après avoir écouté la vidéo de Angry Joe en 2013, où il était très content d'acheter son... C'était une constellation, je pense un paquet avec la constellation. Angry Joe a acheté ça. Et j'avais vu sa vidéo, j'étais comme ah ouais, ce jeu-là, ça a l'air fou. Faut que j'achète ça.
as well in
Puis là, je me suis
location.
rendu compte qu'il n'y avait rien. Puis quelques mois plus tard, on pouvait se promener dans un hangar.
Engage with their environment in different ways. They will be able to power up or down entities such as turrets, gates, and doors, and also alter life support systems. And also, this ties into security systems. So, being able to power up or down certain sections of a security system, and security systems in turn will be dependent on security tokens that you will be able to grab from other NPCs
Ben
in your
imagine,
environment.
Loulou,
to then gain access to
j'en ai
other
écouté
terminals,
autant que ça, probablement.
security terminals
Et en plus, j'ai joué, ouais, j'ai vraiment été à fond dans ce... Mais je suis à fond dans ce projet-là quand même.
Reputation
Je
is
peux pas
a big
dire
topic
que
for us,
j'ai jamais
especially
arrêté de
with
le
Pyro.
suivre. J'ai juste arrêté de jouer un
reputation, what
peu,
does it
mais
mean?
là,
It
je vais
means
recommencer,
that
je pense.
It's basically your standing,
Même s'il y a des bugs, là.
your relationship with factions, and factions are the UEE in Stanton, or outlaw gangs, especially now in Pyro.
Et honnêtement, depuis que j'ai joué à Star Citizen, le Xenothread et ces trucs-là, il y a beaucoup de jeux qui me déçoivent. Quand ça sort, je me dis, on pouvait faire ça dans Star Citizen, on peut pas faire ça dans ce jeu-là. Ou il y a trop de loading, ou il n'y a pas assez de détails.
We talk about reputation gates as well, especially in the later presentations. So in the case of the food court, in the rundown station, we have multiple floors. So the first
J'espère quand
floor
même que
is
là,
the gang floor,
tantôt je
and
parlais
that
que
might require you to have a
ça nous
better,
prenait des vidéos. Ce serait le
relationship
fun
with
qu'ils nous
the
montrent une vidéo.
owner of this location, which then
Ça,
will
c'est correct, mais ça nous dit...
give you unique mission givers that you can go to and accept a mission that are offering you missions themed after the faction or the owner of this location, but also give you access to unique gear, collectibles, ship weapons, and items. You might have seen these locations in the demo if you've played it. So to close this all off and move on to the other presentations, the glue behind all of our locations is the content. It is the reason why you go to these locations in the first place, and our main goal right now is to not have that divide between social and gameplay as much as we do in Stanton, but mix it up a little and make that dependent on the reputation that you have with the factions or the owners of these locations. And yeah, we're looking into more content. As you've seen listed there,
Okay.
there's
Ça a l'air un peu
stuff
plus
coming as well, with the later presentations,
vague comme
for example,
présentation,
with the
celle-là.
logistics hubs in the second portion.
Ça,
we're
ça,
also
je m'attends
looking
pas à
into
ça
this.
dans les 12 prochains
But yeah,
mois, là, ça, de ce qu'ils
that's
sont
it
en
for
train de
me.
parler de ça.
I will pass it over to Eddie now. Hope you've enjoyed this. Take care. Bye.
Hi, everybody. So, I'm Eddie. I'm an assistant art director on Star Citizen for locations.
Mais aussi, si sortait Squadron, ça lui donnerait un an ou deux de plus que les gens seraient comme seraient en train de jouer à fond à Squadron pendant un an. Je sais que c'est un jeu qui dure pas un an, là, mais tu peux rejouer, tu peux essayer de te perdre dans l'environnement. Si le jeu est vraiment grand, puis avec les mêmes fonctionnalités que Star Citizen dans solo, ça pourrait donner du temps de souffler un peu à CIG, de construire le PU un peu plus, puis qu'il y ait un peu moins de critiques. Ça serait bien que ça sorte.
And then how we achieve that variety from the library by categorizing our locations into both archetypes.
Puis je crois aussi qu'eux autres, leur but chez CIG, par contre, c'est d'avoir les deux qui soient fonctionnels en même temps, puisque après avoir joué à Squadron, les gens qui n'auront pas entendu parler de Star Citizen vont peut-être avoir le goût de jouer à Star Citizen. Et là, il faudrait que ça soit fonctionnel. C'est peut-être ça qu'ils ont peut-être un dilemme entre les deux.
And this is what that library of modules looked like at that point. We'd established our main building modules as well as some of our larger buildings and a number of smaller secondary.
Ça, c'est le même genre de présentation qu'on a eu il y a quelques années. Ça m'a aidé moins ça un peu. On avait vu les outposts et tout ça là, il y a 2 ans.
So let's have a look at that library today.
Oh, ok.
So, In order to
Ils peuvent
achieve
pas
that
les intégrer.
greater visual and design
Pourquoi qu'ils
delta
les intègrent
between
pas
each
s'ils les ont
outpost
toutes
and
de
have them
même?
not feel like exact clones of one another, we've massively expanded our module library in terms of breadth and depth. And what I mean that, we go broad by making more modules with different purposes. And we go deep by creating
Ok, ils
multiple
travaillent,
thematic
ok,
overlays
si
for
c'est
each of
vrai,
those
ils
modules
travaillent
as
fort
well.
là-dessus pour
I'll
avoir
go
du
into that-
contenu,
I'll go into
que
what
ça
that
soit
means a
différent
little bit
vraiment
in a
beaucoup
minute.
pour...
But the challenge of a sandbox location like this, as you can see, it's not about building a single unique location. That can be quite straightforward, to be fair. It's about giving our artists and designers the building blocks, the affordance to build multiple locations that all feel somewhat different, even if they do share that same basic DNA. So it's about creating both the ingredients at the same time as the recipes and making sure all of those flavors work in harmony with one another for both visuals and gameplay. So every individual part has to take into consideration all of those design philosophies. So every single module has to take into consideration those design philosophies that Khan mentioned.
Mais les avant-postes et tout ça, j'ai l'impression
that you work with
que
those same principles when
en les,
an artist
ça
or
va
designer
tellement faire
combines
plus
them into
d'assets
any
que
one
ceux.
of
Là,
a
présentement,
number of
c'est des
different
copier-coller
layouts.
qu'on a
So the more
partout.
ingredients we have to
Donc,
work
pour le
with,
serveur,
the
c'est un
more
peu moins
recipes
dur
we can
à
create.
gérer. C'est un nombre
But
d'assets
with that
moindre vu que c'est
complexity
des
comes the
copies.
challenge of keeping
Mais
everything harmonious.
j'ai l'impression qu'ils ont tellement plein de contenu qu'ils peuvent pas mettre dans
We
le
like
jeu
to think we've done a
présentement.
pretty good job with that.
C'est ça. Moi, j'ai toujours eu cette idée-là.
Using this expanded
C'est toujours
library,
genre
we've been
l'espoir
able
que
to
j'ai eu. Je me suis dit, OK,
increase the
ils ont plein de
individual
contenu en
location
background qu'ils peuvent pas mettre dans le
because
jeu
there's
parce que
less of that obvious
c'est juste trop
repetition
demandant pour les
between
serveurs.
buildings
Puis
within any single location.
aussi, ils peuvent pas toutes
We
nous
can't really
vendre
call
d'un
some
coup
of
la
these large
surprise. Il faut
locations
qu'ils gardent
outposts
beaucoup de
anymore. They
contenu.
become something
Pour...
more like settlements and imply a
Il faut qu'ils
larger
gardent du
and
contenu.
more
Ils peuvent
established
pas
community.
nous faire jouer tout ce qu'ils ont, genre granule par granule. Puis à un moment donné, le jeu sort, les gens vont faire comme ouais, on a déjà tout vu ça. Il faut qu'ils gardent plein de surprises aussi. Là. Ils testent les fonctionnalités. Une fois que la fonctionnalité elle fonctionne, ben, tu sais que tu peux le faire avec n'importe quel outpost. Une fois que la mécanique des outposts fonctionne, tu peux faire ça avec n'importe quel outpost. Parce qu'ils ont l'air beaucoup plus vastes et d'avoir beaucoup plus de bâtiments que ceux qu'on a présentement. Là.
We always say show don't tell. So let's stop looking at slides and let's have a look at some of the locations in game.
Ils nous ont montré des entrepôts géants aussi dernièrement. Là. Je ne sais pas si c'est cette année ou l'année passée. Des gros entrepôts géants avec... En tout cas, c'était vraiment gigantesque. J'imagine ça non plus, ils peuvent pas mettre ça pour l'instant parce que... Voilà, c'est ça. Ok, mais là c'est en jeu. On le voit, c'est beaucoup plus vaste que ce qu'on a présentement. C'est ça l'affaire. C'est vraiment ça. Il y a trop de modules, il y a trop d'objets, trop d'entités. Les serveurs peuvent pas le prendre. Moi j'ai l'impression que chaque planète va être chaque planète ou lune va être un serveur. Ça serait ça qui serait le best.
Thank you. So, what flavors of outposts did we just see there? Well, we categorized them in two different ways.
Ouais, c'est ça exactement, Loulou. Puis présentement, comme ils peuvent pas séparer ça en serveurs, c'est un serveur pour tout le système. C'est là que c'est complexe. Hier, il parlait du nombre d'entités, puis du nombre de personnages, puis de calculations qu'il y avait besoin, de calculs qu'il y avait besoin de faire pour gérer tout ça. Pour un serveur, j'étais comme... Wow. Ok, désolé. Erreur 2000.
La formation professionnelle,
mais on est habitué. C'est une erreur 20K.
Non seulement je gagne bien ma vie, mais je gagne bien plus que ça. Je gagne la chance de faire le
métier
que j'aime en choisissant parmi 200 options. Je gagne un métier important et toujours en demande. Je gagne la possibilité de devenir un vrai pro dans ce que je fais. Ah, et là, je sais que ma médaille est en or.
C'est là qu'on voit que ma chaîne, c'est vraiment pas professionnel. Des pubs pis des bugs avec le stream à tout bout de champ. Je suis désolé pour ça. Merci de rester quand même.
So you may find scrapyards can offer salvage-related gameplay and missions. Trading posts can also offer delivery missions or hauling and cargo gameplay. And farms can offer crops and fauna as resources for gathering or trading. So with archetypes as our primary category, in addition, we mix in a secondary category, and these are the thematic overlays. Now, at the moment, we have two main themes. Internally, we call these independent and outlaw. So themes offer additional variation on top of the archetypes to inform the look and feel of a location, not just visually, but which people you'll interact with there, how they'll respond to you based on your rep, what types of missions you'll have available to take on. So themes don't change the fundamental architecture of a space or the archetype of a location, but they do
Aussi, une chose
alter the mood.
que je m'ennuie de Star Citizen, c'est de me promener dans les environnements. C'est ça, leurs artistes sont tellement bons, les lieux sont tellement réels, sont faits de façon tellement réelle que je m'ennuie de me promener dans ces lieux-là. C'est pour ça aussi que je me suis acheté un package. Juste me promener à Hurston, Lorville. J'aimais beaucoup Levski. Levski, j'adorais cette place-là. Je trouvais que c'était vraiment bien fait. Mais là, c'est un endroit qui est censé être dans Nyx. Donc on l'a plus depuis. Puis d'ailleurs, si on l'avait gardé, on n'aurait pas pu mettre Horizon. C'est probablement... Oh, ok. Les graphismes ont comme... Les graphismes de ce jeu-là sont fous. Aïe aïe. Tu sais, Starfield, on peut dire, ça ressemblait un peu, mais il y avait un côté un petit peu moins réaliste, un peu moins vivant dans les graphismes de Starfield. Mais Starfield, faut le dire, à part les personnages, pour les graphismes, c'était quand même pas super. Il y avait quand même des lieux qui étaient intéressants dans Starfield.
So across both outlaw and independent comes from those common architectural
mais pas autant que ça.
Generally all more rounded and soft.
Pas autant d'objets, pas autant de travail.
Are more robust and primitive with single story dwellings.
Des fois, on fait juste regarder un morceau de métal dans Star Citizen, puis on voit qu'il y a plein de graphiques sur le métal, plein d'altérations qu'on peut voir visuelles sur les métaux. Puis quand tu t'approches, ça reste visuellement impressionnant. Si tu zoomes, ça devient pas pixelisé ou ça devient pas flou, ça devient juste clean. Plus, il n'y a pas d'autres jeux non plus qui sont comme ça. Normalement, quand tu zoomes dans un jeu sur une texture, je sais pas comment ils font leur texture. Ça, c'est une chose. Normalement, quand tu zoomes sur une texture, la texture, elle devient beaucoup moins définie, puis dans tous les jeux, c'est comme ça. Et ça, j'ai l'impression que c'est dû aux 64 bits de précision, parce que dans Star Citizen, quand tu zoomes sur une texture, la plupart du temps, tu vois plus de détails, des fois. Dans les métaux, dans les matériaux, il y a plus de détails à plus que tu t'approches. Tu vas dénoter des variations, puis normalement, dans un jeu vidéo, c'est pas comme ça. Fait que ça, c'est vraiment le 64 bits de précision de l'engin, je pense, qui est capable de faire ça. Ils sont capables de faire de displayer quelque chose de précisément à des petites échelles jusqu'à des très très grandes échelles. C'est pour ça qu'on a ce niveau de réalisme. Peu importe la distance qu'on a d'un objet. Ah, peut-être, mais je pense qu'avec Pyro, il va quand même avoir déjà beaucoup de choses. Je sais pas si bon. Je pense que Nyx, ça fait quand même un bout qu'ils sont censés avoir commencé à travailler dessus. Il est peut-être en surprise. Il y en a qui prétendent que Nyx est dans Squadron 42 avec le système Odin. Donc Odin et Nyx seraient peut-être des systèmes qui seraient presque terminés. Donc, je sais pas. J'ai vraiment l'impression que dans Squadron, il va y avoir deux systèmes. Il va y avoir Odin et Nyx.
So we layer on top of the architecture these spiked and aggressive forms and
Et deux systèmes à ce niveau de détail-là, ça va être fou à explorer, à voir. Je suis comme un addict, je suis en train de retomber.
And while both themes employ all of the various alternative pathing and traversal considerations that Khan detailed just earlier, the outlaw spaces are weighted more towards combat. But just because these spaces are more dangerous and the experience can be more combative, that doesn't mean that the archetype of the outpost is lost. So if you as a player choose to be a criminal working up your rep with a headhunter gang, you'd be welcome at the trading posts, and you'd be able to buy and sell items or take on missions. But you probably won't then be very welcome at the independent-themed locations, and that's where you'd get your combat experiences. So while the outlaw theme looks very different, the functionality of those archetypes still remain. So I've talked about the kinds of outposts we've been hard at work on, and I hope you've enjoyed checking them out over the last 2 days in the Pyro demo. It's really made me very pleased to see people playing our content at last, so thank you for that. But where are we heading from here? Well, I hope it should be obvious that we're going to get these out for the first Pyro release. We still have some final optimization and polish passes to do across the whole library. We're also going to be expanding the amount of these locations throughout Pyro and beyond, and our tools allow us to do that very quickly now. And we've got the library as well to do it. And the new outposts are not limited to the Pyro system. They're completely system agnostic, so you can expect to see these outposts.
Fait qu'en gros, là, ils se font des building kits,
and of course, we're going to look
puis ils
to
vont
add more
assembler.
ingredients, more of those modules to the library as well.
Parce que tout faire ces assets-là, c'est vraiment long. Là aussi, là, c'est ça qu'il faut comprendre. Une des choses avec Star Citizen, c'est que, à part certains, comme les outposts, les villes sont toutes différentes. Tu n'as jamais l'impression d'être au même endroit. Et tout est vraiment toujours bien fait, bien détaillé. Donc de faire des banques d'assets comme ça qu'on peut réutiliser, c'est long. C'est pour les artistes. Là. Quand on fait un peu de 3D chez soi ou quand on décide de faire des petits projets de films en 3D, on peut acheter des banques déjà faites. Ça fait que dans ce temps-là, c'est moins long. Quand faut le faire, c'est plus compliqué.
All right, guys. My name is Nicolas Pinchot. I'm from Montreal.
Cool,
I'm
cool.
a art director, and I'm here today to show you the next new derelict settlement we did. But just before that, I just want to say thank you to everyone who worked on that mandate. You guys made an awesome work. I'm super happy and proud to be here today to show you that, all of you guys and to the world. So let's go to the chase and let me present you the new derelict settlement.
Cool, cool. Wow, va être pas mal plus dur d'approche celui-là. Oh, ok. Ah, en même temps, ça reste un... Ah, mais ils commencent quand même à les intégrer parce que là, on voit que justement, ils ont travaillé là-dessus. J'ai l'impression que Montréal va quand même beaucoup travailler là-dessus. Là. Sur... Ok, ils en ont pas... Ok, ils en ont plusieurs. Ok, c'est ça, c'est plusieurs à plusieurs endroits. Fait qu'ils font ça sur un microtech majoritairement pour l'instant. J'ai hâte d'en voir partout ailleurs. Là. Ça, il va dire que ça s'en vient dans 3.22. Je suis pas mal sûr. 3.22, on va voir ça. Ok, sérieusement, là. Ha. Ah, ça, c'est sur Hearthstone, celle-là. Ah. Il y en a... Ok, il y en a vraiment un peu partout. Ok.
Pretty cool, guys, eh?
And this will be available in 3.22.
Oh, by the way, we made more than 4. It's not just 4. We made more than that. So we split those settlements in 2 categories, social and hostile. In the social one, we will have drop-off mission, shops, food, loots, and drinks. And hostile one, obviously, will be more focused combat. Let me show you what it looks like.
Je me demande si Julien Chiez est en train d'écouter ça présentement tout seul dans son salon. Ben avec sa copine, là, mais... C'est ça qui est weird, parce que... Les gens sont hypés quand ils entendent parler d'un jeu de Rockstar ou quoi que ce soit. Puis il y a beaucoup de médias qui en parlent. Ou quand Unreal Engine sort un nouveau démo, et les médias en parlent. Des fois même quand un petit studio, des fois quand c'est même seulement un petit studio qui... je vais baisser la musique un peu. Des fois même un petit studio qui sort une nouvelle, les médias de jeux vidéo en parlent. Et là, Star Citizen fait la CitizenCon. Hier, ils ont démontré le Star Engine qui est quand même assez impressionnant. Il n'y a aucun autre moteur de jeu qui peut faire ça. Et il n'y a personne qui va parler de ça. Il n'y aura pas Julien Chiez qui va faire une vidéo genre ouais, un coup, genre une claque visuelle incroyable, la claque next gen, ou tu sais, genre, je sais pas. Je trouve ça. Il y a Digital Foundry, un des gars de Digital Foundry qui en a quand même parlé. J'aimerais ça que Digital Foundry fasse une autre vidéo sur Star Citizen. Ils en ont déjà fait 2. Ça serait vraiment cool si les gars de Digital Foundry faisaient une nouvelle vidéo. Ils sont assez top, eux autres. Est-ce que je recommence à faire des news Star Citizen, à refaire des vidéos? Hein? Parce que on dirait j'ai le goût de recommencer à parler de ce jeu-là. D'ailleurs, étrangement, depuis que j'ai arrêté de jouer à Star Citizen, je fais beaucoup moins de vidéos sur la chaîne. Ils sont pas mal plus rares. J'ai fait d'autres choses quand même pendant 1 an et demi. Là. Bon, on va augmenter le volume un peu. J'ai quand même fait autre chose. J'ai appris le 3D un peu plus. J'ai fait...
Now Adam to show you more good stuff. Thank you.
Well done, mate. Hi everyone. All right. So, welcome to Rust Up Stations. I'm Adam Sanders, lead environment artist for EUL1. We're excited today to show
Loulou, je suis pas très sûr de ça que ça va tellement être tant un jeu de niche que ça. Avec les améliorations qu'ils ont présentées, ça va juste être un jeu gigantesque avec beaucoup de possibilités, un jeu qui est dur, oui. Mais c'est un genre de jeu qui n'existe pas encore. Fait que de dire que c'est un jeu de niche, c'est un peu dur parce que moi j'aime beaucoup de trucs de jeux vidéo. Puis Star Citizen compte beaucoup d'aspects déjà avec ce qu'il y a de ce que j'aime des jeux vidéo, d'exploration, des beaux graphismes, des beaux assets, promener en vaisseau. Starfield, ça a quand même pogné pas mal. Puis les gens ont été déçus à cause de plusieurs choses comme ça, des blocages techniques qu'il n'y aura pas avec ce jeu-là. Je sais pas. Je pense pas que ça soit si niche que ça, honnêtement. Je pense vraiment qu'il y a un grand nombre de personnes, de gamers aujourd'hui qui pourraient apprécier Star Citizen, un grand nombre. Tant qu'à moi, là, parce que c'est un shooter, là, je pense que WoW est pas mal plus un jeu de niche que Star Citizen. Les gens qui jouent à WoW et les gens qui jouent à Fortnite serait encore plus un jeu de niche, tant qu'à moi, que un Star Citizen. Star Citizen, c'est juste pour les gens, mettons, qui aiment des shooters hardcore, pour les gens qui aiment des jeux avec une technologie incroyable et des nouvelles mécaniques, ce qui est à peu près 90% des gamers ce qu'ils recherchent. D'après moi, s'ils nailent ça, ça pourrait devenir une des plus grandes franchises du jeu vidéo, là. S'ils sont capables de le faire. Il faut que Squadron 42 soit un jeu incroyable et que les gens aient envie de tomber dans le MMO ensuite. Mais je suis sûr, ça se peut pas être capable de faire un engin de jeu comme ça, de faire des décors comme ça, de faire des vaisseaux aussi détaillés que ça, puis dire qu'ils seront pas capables de faire un jeu. C'est presque impossible. C'est juste que c'est long. Ah, damn! Désolé. Erreur 20K, 30K, 2K.
Puis, sucré. Sour Patch Kids.
Nicorette Quick Mist gets to work on nicotine cravings in 30 seconds. Your willpower can do amazing things, but sometimes it can use a little extra help. Help give more power to your
Ça pourrait être cool, MC, sauf que ça serait long. Pour une raison, Rockstar n'a pas beaucoup d'assets de jeux spatiaux. Faudrait tout qu'il les crée. Pour Rockstar, c'est quand même bien parce qu'ils ont déjà des assets des jeux précédents. Ils ont des technologies pour ce genre de jeu-là, pour des jeux qui se passent dans une ville. Ils seraient capables, c'est sûr qu'ils seraient capables, Rockstar, mais ils font pas ça. C'est pas leur domaine d'expertise.
Combat can take place anywhere, including social areas. Numerous options for environment traversal and enhanced environmental interactions. We aim to include new substation areas such as the workers area, lower deck, and maintenance areas. These areas will offer unique content, more environment interactivity, and interconnection between areas.
Ouais, mais
our journey begins when the player arrives in the entry deck view room. The entry deck serves as the first
Star Citizen, c'est pas encore un jeu. Puis même s'il y a beaucoup de monde qui s'intéresse à Star Citizen, c'est encore une communauté assez niche, vu que le jeu n'est pas sorti. Ubisoft, écoute, ça fait 30 ans qu'ils font des jeux vidéo, 35 ans, peut-être 40, je sais pas, qui font des jeux vidéo. Call of Duty, c'est une licence qui a plus de 20 ans, ou à peu près une vingtaine d'années. C'est sûr que ces gens-là connaissent ça, mais si on remonte au premier Call of Duty, le premier Call of Duty, il devait pas avoir tant de monde que ça. Ça a peut-être été un gros succès, mais il y avait tant de monde que ça qui l'attendait. Le premier Call of Duty, je sais pas. C'est ça, là. Là, il n'y a personne qui a vraiment le focus, c'est pas là-dessus. Les news gaming sont pas là-dessus. Il y a des gens qui le promotent, mais c'est comme de l'autopromotion à l'intérieur de la même communauté, là. Tu sais, les mêmes personnes regardent les mêmes YouTubers. Regarde plusieurs YouTubers, mettons, de Star Citizen, fait qu'ils... C'est encore niche, pas mal. Ça commence à être plus gros, là. Il y a des gros YouTubers qui s'intéressent à ça, puis... mais c'est encore très très niche, là. Où les gens vont glisser le mot Star Citizen, mais ils savent pas vraiment c'est quoi, mais ils l'ont entendu parler comme si c'était un scam, ou... Puis il y a des gens qui doivent même pas savoir qu'il y a une partie jouable dans Star Citizen. Présentement, il y en a qui doivent dire... tu sais... Parce que ça a mal commencé étrangement, parce que puis je comprends un peu, parce que les gens, quand on prend de l'argent du monde, les gens sont impatients. Moi, je suis le premier, je suis extrêmement impatient. Je me considère comme quelqu'un de patient dans la vie, mais pour les jeux vidéo, surtout quand c'est des affaires de 7, 8, 10 ans à attendre, c'est pas la même chose, là. Mais C'est ça. Au début, comment ça a commencé, pendant 2 ans, on pouvait pas faire rien. Les gens disaient, c'est un scam, vous avez acheté des vaisseaux, vous pouvez même pas les voler. Vous pouvez même pas aller vous promener avec, vous êtes épais, c'est pas un jeu. Puis le monde pensait déjà que c'était un jeu qu'on avait acheté. Fait que l'idée de Star Citizen dans l'esprit de certaines personnes, c'est un hangar encore. Là. C'est ça qui est étrange. C'est sûr. Puis ça, je suis d'accord avec toi, Loulou, vu que c'est un jeu solo. Avec peut-être moins t'as besoin de mettre moins d'investissement parce que ça va être probablement je sais pas 90-100$, en tout cas au Canada, pour la version finale de Squadron. Mais je sais pas, il y aura peut-être des microtransactions dans Squadron. Va falloir faire attention, ça se peut ça. Mais moi ça se peut qu'il y ait des microtransactions aussi. Mais en tout cas, ça va être les mêmes mécaniques pas mal que dans Star Citizen. Fait que si tu as joué à Squadron puis t'aimes ça, puis après ça tu veux jouer à un MMO qui est pareil mais en ligne, pas une version toned down. Tu sais, mettons si on parle de Skyrim puis Elder Scrolls Online, t'as pas le même feeling quand tu joues à Elder Scrolls Online que quand tu joues à Skyrim. Mais c'est ça, il y en a un qui est un MMO de l'autre, tu sais, de l'univers. Les graphismes sont moins beaux puis tout, mais là on va avoir le même niveau dans les deux ou à peu près. Avec les mêmes mécaniques, la même façon d'interagir avec les choses. Fait que les gens vont sûrement être intéressés là, après. J'imagine. Moi, je pense que dans son pic, Star Citizen, si ça réussit, s'ils réussissent à sortir une version 1.0, ça peut être un jeu qui pourrait aller chercher peut-être un 35 millions de joueurs. Là. Facile.
The maintenance hatch access points are a new common sublocation to the stations. The stations are planned to house maintenance areas that increase the interconnection between all the different subroutines.
Non, mais la différence, MC, puis c'est vrai, t'as raison, on oublie Star Citizen 2, parce que de la manière qu'eux autres ils ont bâti le jeu, ils ont bâti... Vu qu'ils ont bâti l'engin autour du jeu, puis que c'est sur PC majoritairement, ça va peut-être être sorti sur des consoles un moment donné, je sais pas. Mais ils peuvent toujours updater. Fait que s'il y a des nouvelles technologies, vu qu'eux autres, c'est leur engin à eux, ils peuvent toujours l'upgrader. Quoique c'est sûr qu'il doit y avoir des limites. Si tu veux faire une modification, tu sais, comme là, il y avait l'engin de Bethesda qui commence à être outdaté après une vingtaine d'années, mais il a quand même duré une quinzaine d'années, là. Une fois qu'il a été terminé. Fait que le moteur de Star Citizen, en plus qu'ils peuvent l'upgrader à mesure, il va être bon pour au moins les 20 prochaines années, là. Puis, une chose que moi, ce que je me souviens, puis je peux pas dire si c'est certain là, que j'ai entendu ça ou si c'est juste une idée, mais je suis pas mal sûr à 99,9% que dans les débuts de Star Citizen, comment je pourrais dire, Chris Robert avait dit que c'était comme protégé pour le futur, puis qu'il faisait le render de toutes leurs textures jusqu'en 8K. Fait que toutes leurs textures, tous leurs trucs, leurs matériaux, ils l'ont probablement de 512 pixels jusqu'à du 8K. Et si chaque texture a 8K, tu as tous tes assets pour longtemps. Je vais augmenter le son un peu. Une petite démo, c'est intéressant. Imaginez, mais quand ils vont mettre le Ray Tracing là-dedans. Les graphismes de Star Citizen, ça sera pas accotable.
So we have
pour un
entire
bon bout de
abandoned
temps.
stations as separate locations.
Quand
On
je
top
vois
of
les
that,
nuages
there
de
are
gaz,
abandoned
tout
areas
ça,
within
là,
the rundown stations, much like the ones you probably see in the demo. There will be around 15 of these around the Pyro system. These are accessible through airlocks and breaches or other means. We aim to enhance all the space locations with a lot more gameplay content. Loot runs, exploration, creatures, missions of various types with PvE and PvP
Oh, des
content.
créatures!
We're also laying a focus
Je me
on
suis tout le temps dit que Star
environment
Citizen, c'était
interactivity with potential retrofitting of occupied
le
stations.
véhicule parfait pour un genre de jeu
With the
avec
future
des
addition of
créatures
security
un peu
systems and
à
the
la
resource
Alien.
network
là.
system, we will have the
Ça-
means to further improve the
Un
experience
vaisseau
within these
des-
spaces and offer new challenges.
Un vaisseau abandonné, puis
With power, life support, and
genre de
gravity playing
créature
a key role
alien.
to give the player a unique experience, especially in abandoned stations. So, what do Pyro rest stop stations bring to the game? So lots more variety in space stations, with more gameplay opportunities within a station location. Opportunities for exploration, hidden areas, multiple options for access or traversal. These are faction-owned, and reputation will affect the location and gameplay. These feature lots of new mission opportunities within social space and multiplayer opportunities for combat on location. So I hope you have enjoyed this sample of what stations will offer and had a chance to have a go on the demo the past couple of days. That concludes the Living on Edge presentation. Thank you for your time.
Hey, everybody. We are almost to the end of CitizenCon 2953. Can you believe it? 2 days? Pyro? Starcloth? Star Hair? Star Citizen? All right, we still got one more presentation to go, but I have a couple announcements I have to make. This was just handed to me by the facilities team, so bear with me. Astropub, you're gonna need to redo your lore video on the history of the Zeus. Geo, you need to get some money. Authy, I need to be invited to the next ladies' night. Burks, this just says get good. Is he even here? Fastcart, slow down. Gabby, just thanks for my bracelet. And Salty Mike, don't forget to pick up your check on the way out.
Il va être content, Salty Mike.
You know, that joke is so old, we would never ever pay him. All right, so the only real announcement I have is that Hall B is closing at 4 o'clock. So that's approximately 15 minutes. So if you wanted to get merch or anything else, you wanted to peek at one last community booth, you've only got about 15 minutes left to do that before we close Hall B. In Hall B, the last 2 days, we've had our good friends at Atmo Esports. We're running their fight and flight competition. So I would like to invite 2 of the members of Atmo Esports, their founders, their creators, the big cheeses at the top, Crucian and Corsair. Come on up, man. You got 90 seconds to tell people about who you are, what you're about, and how the event went.
I'm Corsair, and this is Crucian, and we're from Atmo Esports. And we've just run Fight or Flight, the first live tournament experience here at CitizenCon 2953. We'd love to thank the staff and competitors. Who are the competitors? What are you doing?
Yeah. Is that what that big group is?
Yeah, these guys. Yeah, just get them up.
Yeah, come on up, guys.
Come on up. Well, I just want to give a big thank you to the competitors who made this tournament happen. We have Lizzie B, Avenger 1, Verity, Cobra, Herbadiza. We got Sin, Astropub, G.I. Jew. We have Comet 15, Bognagus, Ms. Gabs, Schwang, Zero State, New Cabbage, Detox, and the Floor Mat. These guys have gone through adversity throughout this tournament, and they've done a fantastic job. So I just want to say thank you to the community who keeps supporting what we're doing. We'll love to be back in the future. And this community is the best community in the world. Thank you.
Take a bow, players. And of course, if you were here watching this, you can check out the stream, the whole event, up on their Twitch channel, I presume. I should have checked beforehand. Thank you very much, everybody. Watch your step on the way down. All right, I got one more housekeeping thing. There's a person not many of you know. He's an associate producer in our LA studio. And when the workload for this event became as heavy and as detailed as it was, we turned to him to help with our broadcast this weekend, and he rose up and he excelled like a champion. So I would like to formally introduce you to Dan Haubrick, who's been co-hosting the event. Dan, get on up here, man.
OK.
Keep walking. Now, we've got one more presentation. That's Destination Adventure. You're gonna see more about things underground, things up in space, and things I'm gonna let Todd Pappy tell you about. And then, of course, we'll let Chris Roberts come to stage, return to stage, and close out the event proper. So this is a sign off for me. Thank you so much for being here at CitizenCon. And on behalf of Tyler and Leah, if I may, thank you for making this event possible. And you're gonna love what you're about to see, everybody.
Oh, OK. J'ai hâte. Destination. Oh, Destination Adventure.
Hello,
OK.
welcome to Destination Adventure.
OK.
My name is John Griffiths.
Là, je suis hype. Ça va être une bonne présentation, ça.
EU Sandbox 2, and I'm the product owner for the distribution.
Là, ça sera pas technique.
Before we delve into, I'll put my slide on for a start. Before we delve into it, everything that you're going to see is currently in grey box, so just keep that in mind.
Oh.
So, these distribution centers, what are they? Well, first off, they're the biggest location we have on the ground outside of landing zones. The reason why they're so big is intentional. We wanted them to accommodate as much world and mission-based gameplay as possible. Each location supports multiple landing pads and hangars, making them accessible to as many players as possible at any one time. There's even a road network to support transit from the planet's surface, into the main building and to any berth ships. So every distribution center will be owned by a faction. Depending on the faction and where the distribution center is located on the planet will determine its specialism. Now, each specialism will lend itself to different missions and gameplay opportunities. So let's talk about some factions for a moment. So, an example of a major faction would be the UEE. Now, at their distribution centers, they're likely to be more specialized towards military supply, research and development, or communications, depending on which branch of the UEE it is. They will have a much stronger military presence in the area. And missions here may be more hostile with combat-orientated, team-based raid opportunities. Other examples of hostile gameplay that we're thinking of is hacking and stealing, searching for and destroying a specific item, tracking and eliminating any VIPs, and everyone's favorite, eliminate all. Grey Cat Industrial would be an example of a minor faction. So their distribution centers will be more specialized towards gathering resources, manufacturing, assembly, shipping. There would be a security presence here, but it won't be that as strong as a major faction. Our missions here would be more suited to friendly gameplay loops, though we won't be ruling out hostile missions like corporate espionage. Some other friendly gameplay types. Cargo hauling, like I said, resource gathering and mining, maintenance of the location. But you know, that's enough of me talking about it. How about we show you where we're up to with these distributions?
Ça serait malade s'il ferait un gros space casino. C'est sûr qu'il va en avoir un maintenant, là, mais... Mais ces locations-là, ils ont l'air vraiment cool, là. Encore de la bonne musique de Pedro. Ah, puis il y a des routes. Il va y avoir des ground vehicles. C'est là où ce que les véhicules vont servir. Ok. Là, je commence à comprendre. Ils vont connecter des outposts comme ça. On va transférer des ressources. Ok, aïe, ok. On va transférer des ressources avec des véhicules. Ok. Je commence à comprendre.
So my name is Rainer Rick. I'm a lead environment artist at the Montreal studio. And we've been working with John's team on the distribution.
Tu vas pouvoir faire du warfare en deux places. En tout cas,
John just showed how massive these locations are.
Arrête de fabuler un peu, mais c'est peut-être. D'après moi, les routes, ça va s'interconnecter, ça.
These facilities that the Montreal team has been working on. So, they're located above ground, just below the tower highlighted in the picture. Inside, you'll be able to explore the corporate office space and interact with the administrative personnel. Accessible via the lifts in the hangars and also the industrial sections we saw earlier. In addition, we've added also landing pads in front of the lobby, specifically designed for smaller ships and ideal for short stays like pickup or delivery missions. And we can't ignore the fantastic views we have from these platforms, a reminder of the vastness of these facilities. Now, let's step inside the lobby. You'll find the atrium, which is a central point of the administrative area, providing access to various locations of the corporate space. Within this space, you'll find the reception desk, and as a newcomer, you'll be expected to report here first. So here you can hand over your deliveries or pick up packages and earn reputation points with that faction. So also expect to see corporate ownership reflected through branding, color schemes, and product placement throughout the corporate hub. And with the use of overlays, we'll be able to swap these out depending on the ownership. And here's an example with Grey Cat showcasing their vehicles and some shiny armor. And, back on the topic of reputation, as it grows, you can expect to gain access to the executive office spaces. From here, you'll meet with unique quest givers, and depending on your reputation level, you'll receive various mission types, either friendly or hostile. And finally, the distribution centers were designed as an evolving location. We've built this with future expansion in mind. And in the back of the lobby, for example, doorways could eventually lead to additional office space. So, enough talk. Just before I show our progress so far, I want to give a big thank you to the Montreal team for their work on the administration area. Thank you. And as John mentioned, we're still in gray box phase, so just keep that in mind. But let's take a look.
C'est de la matière qui bâtissent leur truc aussi. On a vraiment l'impression que c'est quelque chose qui existe. Que ça pourrait être une vraie structure. L'architecture qu'utilisent, les grandeurs aussi. Des fois, dans certains jeux vidéo, on a l'impression que l'échelle des choses sont réduites un peu. Les trajets entre 2 points sont réduits. Puis c'est pas comme ça que ça serait bâti dans la vraie vie, je sais pas, mais eux autres, ils l'ont vraiment. L'esprit de design. Fait que quand tu visites une place, t'as l'impression que c'est une vraie place qui existe pour vrai. Tu sais, comme dans Starfield, quelque chose qui est un peu étrange. Des fois, c'est ça, les choses étaient... Ça avait l'air réel, mais la taille des choses est pas réelle. C'est étrange à dire, là, mais...
Thank you very much. And now let me welcome back John on stage. He's going to continue the presentation. Thanks a lot, guys.
Team did a great job with that video. Okay, so something we've been working on that's unique to this location is raids. Click on. So raids are team-based missions with a focus on high-risk, high-reward operations. As Carl mentioned previously, you'll be able to choose how you gain entry to these locations. Coming prepared and geared up will make the difference between success and failure. Ultimately, you'll need to work together in order to succeed. So these raids will have you breaching the interior of the main structure, highlighted here. Now, each interior will comprise of rooms that reflect the location's specialism. For example, a shipping, focus, distribution center will have rooms dedicated to the storage of cargo. Looking to the future, we're planning on having distribution centers with subterranean levels that will be accessed from this interior space. These will expand upon and increase the difficulty of these raids. Now let's take a look at one of these raid missions in action, but please note that this is early gameplay prototype of a raid.
Les troller. Ils vont finalement servir à quelque chose. Oh, des... Ah ouais, ok. Wow, ok.
So, as you saw in the video, the team took a
Vraiment cool
more
quand même.
aggressive approach to getting inside and taking what they wanted. But this isn't the only approach you can use. You know, multiple points of egress allow you to be stealthier, and it may make it easier for you to avoid obstacles in your path. Now, reputation will also tie into these raids. Missions will have varying objectives depending on the player's reputation level, and dynamic events may also be triggered during the raid, so players will need to adapt to an evolving situation. This could range from dealing with additional security personnel to other players arriving to defend the location against you. Something else we've been prototyping is how we can utilize the multi-tool to create gameplay puzzles. Physically interacting with the environment around you changes the puzzles for everybody. With multiple add-ons for the tool available, you may have to get creative when finding a solution to the problem in front of you. In this next video, we show you how using the tractor beam attachment can open up new paths to your objective, but it's up to you to decide what path you can create with what is available. Let's watch the video.
Ok. Ça va être des puzzles complexes. Ok.
So, yes, thank you.
Tu peux faire des
Now,
genres de...
obviously, it was, you know, this location would be possible with several people at CIG, so thanks go to Manuel, John, Jack, Martin, Farouk, Luke, Chris, Mustafa, Sam, Tom, and Rob. You've been excellent. Thank you to Rainer and his team in Montreal. You know, none of this would be possible without their efforts. And yeah, thanks to everybody here and online watching. Really appreciate your support. On to the next one.
Hello. This is a good segue from the distribution centers, as I'll be talking to you about different aspects of cargo and freight on behalf of art and design. My name is Nick Etheridge, and I'm an assistant environment art director. So obviously cargo isn't just about boxes. It's a big part of the game. Almost every aspect of the game has some kind of involvement with cargo. And I'm going to briefly go through some of them now. So let's start with missions. How will hauling contracts work in-game? We'll be introducing the Interstellar Transport Guild, as well as formalizing some of the main hauling and cargo companies that you'll be working with.
Des
As
missions
you do
de
more hauling
cargo.
contracts, you will build up your reputation and relationship with the guild. This will lead you to gaining more lucrative contracts for specialized cargo and destinations, such as different forms of hazardous cargo, perishable cargo, riskier routes, and more. So what do I mean by hazardous and perishable? Well, as you know, there's lots of commodities in the game, and different commodities have different properties. As you know, with events like Xenothreat, we have some special cargo types with different attributes, such as time-sensitive cargo or quantum-sensitive cargo. But those were a small selection for the event, and they were the two-handed carryable types anyway. We'll be expanding those types, plus lots more types, to the wider game and to these hauling contracts. So how does this affect gameplay? It will affect the choices you make when you are handling, storing, and traveling with the cargo. For example, with size and weight, is it carryable? Do you need a tractor beam? What type of tractor beam do you need? Is it a handheld one or a ship tractor beam? Some containers can only be moved with ship tractor beams, for example. With health, has the container got good integrity? Is it holding fragile goods? Do you need to handle it with care? You can't just throw all containers about. For temperature control, do you need to ensure the container is powered so it can keep the contents cool? Or do you need to get to your destination quickly, otherwise the contents may perish? For security, can the container be locked or hacked? Can the contents be scanned, or is the container tracked? Will there be pirates or law after you when you're holding this container? Hazard containment, is it radioactive? You might need the right protection against it, as you may have seen in Jens's presentation earlier. Can it explode? You might not want to put these containers on a more exposed section of your ship. And many of these attributes are going to be visually distinctive. So conversely, if you want to steal, for example, some cargo on a hull C, which does have very exposed cargo containers, you might want to avoid shooting blindly and accidentally blowing up your potential profits. So look out for those types of containers. Back to mission progression. We'll be introducing perks and rewards as part of fulfilling contracts and raising reputation with these companies. For rewards, we'll have branded ship and tool skins, branded clothing. There will be collectibles to decorate your hab, hangar, or ship, or you can put them anywhere you want. And there'll be more exclusive rewards that we'll be revealing later. Thank you. For perks, you'll get access to more items in shops and discounts on specific items. And all of these rewards and perks you need to earn in the game. You cannot just buy them. Next, let's have a look at freight elevators and hangars. I knew you'd be excited for this. I'd like to show you a short video to demonstrate how freight elevators will change how you view your hangars and how you use your hangars.
Oh, ça c'est la plateforme qui était censée être avec le même système que le Nox qui flotte.
Non.
Des palettes volantes. Ah ouais, ça finit. Ça dure un bout. Là, il y avait 6 panels par jour. Puis ils prenaient un 45 minutes pour le monde là-bas pour qu'il aille manger. Fait que 45 minutes qu'il n'y a rien. Puis 6 heures de show. Ça fait 12 heures de show, là.
So, as you can see, hangers, they will become persistent and personal, meaning you can
Mais
stay
il va
there
rester
as
la
long as
grosse
you want.
présentation de la fin. Là.
Whatever you leave there
Je sais pas
will
c'est quoi.
persist and will be
Peut-être
yours to use
Squadron,
as you see
peut-être pas.
fit. Your hangar won't just be a place that you leave from in your ship. It will become a key base of operations to handle your inventory and storage needs, and you'll be able to request your ships from an ASOP terminal from within the hangar itself. Location inventories won't be magic and instant anymore. This means that the freight
Non, mais
elevators
c'est pas pour nous autres, c'est pour le monde qui sont là-bas, qui assistent à la conférence.
Items stored at the location
Pour
can
qu'ils
be
puissent aller
requested
manger.
via the elevator kiosks and will be brought up in a physicalized state to do with as you want.
Non, c'est pour le monde dans la salle, man.
This would be done
Pas
through
pour
a
les employés.
dedicated interface screen to manage large volumes of items. It won't be using the personal inventory.
C'est live, là. Il y a 8000 personnes à peu près là-bas. Là. Peut-être pas 8000,
The
là, mais
change is obviously
5000
a
au moins.
really big quality of life improvement to retrieving ground vehicles. No longer do you have to travel thousands or millions of kilometers to specific places in the verse to get your vehicle. You will get them straight from your hangar. You'll also be able to bring up ship components, so your hangar is now more of a maintenance bay and outfitters where you can do repairs and swap around items and things like that. So in short, persistent player hangars in combination with freight elevators will dramatically change what you can do in your hangar. It will be a home to do as you want, which has always been the dream. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for listening. And I will pass you over to Todd Pappy.
CitizenCon. Come on, I can't hear you. All right, there we go. So, we'll be talking today about something special. It's an update on something that we talked about a little while ago, but we feel it's the future of Star Citizen, and it's the culmination of multiple different game systems coming together. So why don't you play the video?
Tu mènes de la ressource puis tu t'assis là en attendant. Non, mais si un moment donné, ça arrive pour vrai en jeu, il va y avoir des limitations. Là, tu pourras pas bâtir une ville, là, j'imagine. Là. Tu vas avoir genre un nombre... tu vas avoir comme un bout de terrain que tu peux construire. Je sais pas. Peut-être tu peux faire de quoi de gros. Là. Les assets des bâtiments, en tout cas, sont déjà construits parce qu'on les voit. Fait que ça veut dire qu'ils ont déjà les assets. Mais est-ce qu'on va voir ça en jeu? Je sais pas quand.
All right. So base building. All right. It breaks down into two really large gameplay sections: planning ahead and prepping. And then you've got the on-site where you're actually going to build. So with that, you need to figure out what your goal is. Is it to have a home with a nice view and relax? Is it to have a trading post where you want to create and sell items? Is it to gather resources available and move on to the next area? Or is it to be off-grid and be completely self-sufficient? So with that, with your prep and everything like that, we've got blueprints. So the recipes. Everything in the game is fabricated from a blueprint. Players acquire blueprints via reputation rewards, missions, or rare NPCs. With any blueprint, you can actually do research on it and then create different variations. With materials, ranging from the common to ultra rare, you might find them at the local shop or have to travel around the universe to collect them. Unrefined, refined, simple materials, or even complex components will all go into
D'explique le gameplay qui va avec ça et tout, c'est quand même pas pire et tout.
Location, location, location. First area is high security, so you must purchase the land. The base is actually invulnerable because of the planetary shield tech. A security will show up to protect it as well. You pay for the privilege, you're taxed. So at this point, you won't have the best resources available. You won't have access to the best resources available on the planet. If you don't pay your taxes, the shields will go away after a period of time, and the base will become derelict and will collapse. But this is low risk, low reward. Then you've got low security. So again, you must purchase the land. It's owned by an independent corp, gang, or faction. Again, you don't have access to all the best resources on the planet. The base is vulnerable. AI NPCs will show up and protect the base if it's attacked. The protection will escalate over time. Player can also build defenses to help mitigate this as well. And then it's medium reward, medium risk. Then you've got lawless. So this is no protection other than what you build. There's shields, anti-air. Players can disable the shields by getting close to them and destroying them. High risk, high reward. Since there's no taxes, no protection fees, you get a high return on the resources that you collect. Now, there's some cross-shard and server meshing considerations that will kind of adjust this design in the future, but we'll get into that later once we're really building it. So from here, you've got the tools. So this is what we would consider a surveyor. With this, we want to actually cater to everybody's playstyle, whether you're solo or in an org. With this, you got different buildings that you can produce, from small, medium to large to extra L, or XL. So with the surveyor tool, you can only build the small buildings. With a vehicle, you can build small and medium-sized buildings. With the Galaxy, you can build small to large structures. And then obviously with the Pioneer, Pioneer can do it all, and it still works as a mobile base, and we'll talk about some of the more expanded features that we're adding to it in later on. So, and then it's also, we're exploring what can be done in space, not just on the planet. So from here, you set off on your journey. So with the land claim, you put your tool down where you want, you launch the drone, that is built into the machine, and then from there, this allows the player to access the base building and also land claim mode. With the land claim modes, the player can actually change the size and position of what area they want to claim, and it also shows you the cost and taxes associated with it. If it's in a taxable zone and you don't own the land, this interface will default to it. So if you own the land or it's in a lawless area, it'll automatically go to base building mode. So with the overhead view of the land, you can actually place down buildings exactly where you want. You can see the
C'est pas pour
resources
tout de suite,
beneath the surface.
ça.
And then you can also place multiple buildings before you actually build. So you can see how it will
À
all
moins qu'il nous montre
come
une
together.
vidéo que
You'll
ça
see
le
the
fait, là,
resources that are
mais
needed for it.
pas pour tout de suite.
And then you can also switch back and forth between different modes, which are showing off the resource network and how you link basically power generators to consumers. And then the player can move
Bonne
or
idée, mais
deconstruct existing
avec les drones,
buildings
là.
right now with no charge. Fabrication. So when you basically build these buildings, they don't come with any furnishings. And
Mais juste avant que tu arrives, le studio de Montréal, ils ont montré plein d'affaires qu'ils ont faites qui sont terminées. Là. Ils en ont fait pas mal pour vrai cette année. Ils ont des outposts pis tout, là. Ils en ont fait une méchante gang.
Weapons, components, and even ships.
Mais c'est beau. Quand
So
ça
like
arrive.
base building mode, you need blueprints, resources to craft what you want. Everything fabricated is produced from it produces a physicalized entity. Stats and quality will depend on the quality of the materials actually used. Once you've done that and you've built your decorations, now you can actually fill the room the way that you want to fill it. So furnishings can be purchased at different locations or they can actually be fabricated. You can do that via first person or in a dedicated mode in the surveyor's tool. With that, you've got different types of buildings. So you've got utility style, which would be garages, freight elevators, landing pads, storefronts. And then you've got extractors. So with extractors, we want to make sure that nothing in regards to resource gathering is fully automated. A level of player engagement is always needed. So as Nick talked about before, there are different types of commodities, radioactive, perishable, etc. What you'll be doing is pulling out full containers. Then from there, it'll be repairing, or there's wear and tear associated with it, or even misfires like you saw in Thorsten's talk and Guillermo's talk yesterday. There's also upgrade paths for making them more efficient or resilient. Power
Mais
generators.
ça, c'est du genre de gameplay qui, s'il arrive en jeu, ça va être du gameplay de horde. Là. Tu peux pas faire ça tout seul. Là. Tu sais, t'occuper de tes power plants, puis les réparer, puis aller chercher les ressources, puis tout. Il faut vraiment que ça soit un gameplay avec un groupe de personnes.
Then you've got producers. So things that will require the players to combine different resources to produce new items. And then you've got defense.
Puis en même temps, c'est vrai que s'ils veulent faire un jeu qui est multijoueur, il faut vraiment que tu crées des choses qui peuvent peut-être pas se faire tout seul ou moins bien se faire tout seul.
So,
oh!
That's me. Thank you all.
Ça a l'air de s'en venir bientôt.
It's wonderful to see you.
Janvier, mars. Ben ouais.
Hello.
Oh, hello. C'est Chris, il revient. Yes,
I hope you've enjoyed everything you've seen in these last 2 days. We were really excited to show you a lot of it.
Va nous montrer Squadron, un petit trailer, 4 minutes.
I've sort of seen some online comments about, okay, well, that's very cool, but when are we going to get it in the game? But one of the real reasons why we wanted to show you this CitizenCon is because we've hit an inflection point on a lot of the features, as in they're either finished or they're in polishing stage, which is why we're showing them. So everything that we've been showing you here at CitizenCon is our intention, not making 100% promise, just so everyone remembers that, to get them into Star Citizen through next year. So it's not going to be gated on having to be after Squadron 42. So we are... So we're planning over the next, Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4 of next year. Hopefully everything that we've shown you, you will have in your hands playing inside Star Citizen. So, and it's very gratifying for the team and myself to finally be able to show you a lot of this. One of the advantages of being able to
go and iterate on these features in Squadron was that we were able to do it without having to release every 3 months and make sure the old system worked while the new system was working, so we could actually really polish the features, which I hope you could see when we showed you the updated UI stuff, the updated FPS stuff, the updated flight stuff, the character stuff, which is something we're very proud of because this is, after all, an MMO. You want to have as much freedom to create the character you want to create. So, as you may have guessed, and Brian Chambers may have let slip a bit earlier, we are feature complete on Squadron 42. You will not get a release date from me today because, first of all, you always get very angry at me when I give dates. It will be when I know that we're fully about ready to print the Gold Masters, but it won't be just yet. But we prepared, the Squadron 42 team prepared a small video for you. I may be lying, it's a bit bigger than small. To give you a glimpse of everything we've been working on and what the gameplay looks and feels like. So let's roll that.
Archangel 6, come in. Go for 6. I'm getting a faint contact on bearing 287. You picking that up?
Yeah, got it. Scanning now.
Oh, Vega système. Il y a Odin, il y a Vega. Ok. Ils vont avoir mis Vega dedans. C'est quand même pas bien. On va peut-être avoir 3 systèmes. Ça va.
Archangel, this is Krugeri.
Come back, Krugeri.
Redirect to sector 7 Bravo Echo for immediate tasking.
Copy that. On our way.
I know I just wrote you, but a couple of hours ago, proximity sensors on the other
side of the jump got twigged. Word is it might be that clan we've been battling with. I guess that last fight didn't scare them
off quite like we all hoped it would. Honestly, we've been out here so long, I don't know what to
pull for anymore. I just wanted to let you know.
I'll write as soon as I can. Stay safe.
Ça, c'est notre personnage, ça.
Your loving son.
Never gets old, does it?
Sir.
Eddies. I used to do the same thing when I was first coming up. Post up to the flight deck whenever I could to watch the launches. Have you seen the F-8s up close?
No, sir.
The thing's a beast. Nimble, too.
12 maneuvering thrusters and 3 mains. It sure sounds like it.
Face capture, c'est fou, là, ça n'a pas de sens. Aussi. Ils ont travaillé dessus quand même. Pas mal. Ça, c'est Gillian Anderson.
I saw you apply to the Flight Academy again.
Yes, sir.
C'est la même scène.
Keep your head up. Took me a couple times before I got in.
Thank you, sir.
Si c'est ça l'intro du jeu, c'est quand même cool en salle. Ok. Ok.
Welcome to Cloud Imperium Games Manchester Studio. I'm Chris Roberts, and I'm pleased to announce we have just passed a major milestone. Squadron 42 is now feature complete and has entered its polish phase. To celebrate this milestone, we've gathered some of our core leadership together to share what this means.
As
Ce
Chris
shot-là,
says,
c'est vrai.
we've moved into the polish phase of Squadron 42,
Bientôt, on va jouer à
which means
Squadron,
extra
probablement
emphasis
d'ici
on
un
ensuring
an,
things
un an et
feel
demi.
fun.
2025. Ce que je pensais.
This means focusing on the small and large elements of the game,
Ah, pris
such
13
as
ans à faire
dialing
le jeu.
in combat encounters, but
Mais quand
also
même.
looking at the feel of how you control your character or vehicle and making sure it's immersive as possible. We've paid extra attention to how your character reacts when in their ship, so that you feel like an actual pilot, whether that's firing your weapons, taking hits, or punching the afterburners to get to cover. Ship AI has also seen huge improvements, with closer engagement distances and more varied behaviors. And with our new precision targeting mode, the action has never been as close. With the aim now on polish, we've organized the project into self-sufficient strike teams.
Je pourrais pas te dire, MC, je pense que c'était plus les bureaux de Chris Robert qui étaient sur. Je pense pas que la Terre va être. Oh!
This allows us to bring all disciplines together with a unified vision of enhancing the gameplay by seamlessly blending it with polished visuals, final cinematic performances, and our ever-improving technology.
Ok. Ça, c'est du gameplay de Squadron 42.
Good to see the boat, kid. You're good to keep going.
We're also dialing in gameplay features, such as the ship flight model, for both atmosphere and space, which covers master modes, control surfaces, and our gold standard HUD and MFDs. Our interaction system for both the world and your character have also seen additional improvements, allowing us to hone and craft environmental puzzles unique to each location, while allowing us to tell the story of the world around you. The military multi-tool is an essential piece of equipment for every pilot that integrates all attachments into a single handheld device and allows
La
us to
différence
create
avec le jeu de
really
Bethesda, c'est
interesting
qu'il n'y aura pas
challenges,
de.
including physics-based
Il y aura pas de
puzzles
loading,
using our
jamais.
updated rope tech.
Unidentified vessels, this is the UEE Navy. Power down your ships and stand by for processing.
There you go. F off. The coil's ass.
Our scanning, targeting and marker system has also seen an overhaul, allowing us to highlight only the essential information that you need such as key objectives, mission targets, and high-level scan information, while keeping your overall view as clean as possible.
That's skank!
Tactical FPS combat and stealth, which has seen a suite of improvements, from improved looting, weapon feel and balance, realistic scopes, and smoother locomotion, alongside our new and improved FPS radar and scanner that provides you an overview of the battlefield, but at the cost of ramping up your own emissions.
Ah, c'est ça, tu te demandais c'était pourquoi les environnements démolissables, Simon, c'est pour Squadron. C'est pas pour Star Citizen.
To the experience, alongside our improved AI, that can now have hundreds of combinations of traits that allow us to create unique and challenging combat encounters that really push your tactical awareness and skill. We play and review the builds regularly and call out action points in each level from start to finish on where we need to improve the gameplay. This is an incredibly rewarding stage of development for me and the team, as the ultimate vision of the game is realized, allowing us to craft an experience that we can be really proud of. One specific area that I'm excited to dial in is the feeling of the player interacting with the world around them, as it's a core component of Squadron and really grounds the world that you inhabit. We've made sure that any interaction in the environment is physically represented by a character animation to keep you in the moment and fully immerse you in the experience that we've created.
J'espère qu'ils vont nous montrer les vandals.
Ultimately, this is the final phase of gameplay iteration before we fully transition into optimization and stability on the road to release.
Agent Trejo, this is Colton. Come back. Always trips me out to see terraforming setups like this. Web tried explaining how atmosphere processors work. Really shows how far we've come. Alicia.
With the transition of Squadron to polish phase, we've had the opportunity to find additional moments within the existing narrative to add subtle interactions where appropriate. It's been tremendously exciting to play through these areas and find places to augment the mood, support gameplay, and further embellish our story and characters.
So yeah, man, I can't believe it. They said I've got to wait another 2 years before I can reapply. So that's why I figured I'd get a job trying in security, because that's you know, I can get some hours flying in the cockpit and whatnot. Can't hurt, right? Exactly.
We've also been capturing pickups for our lead female player character, as well as wild lines for our various enemies that you all will encounter throughout the game on both foot and in your cockpit. These consist of a range of
En tout cas, en 10 ans, ils n'ont jamais parlé autant de Squadron 42, fait que d'après moi ça, pour Squadron 42, c'est vrai. Là, je sais pas si le jeu va être bon, mais le jeu il va être bientôt prêt. Là. Mais ça déjà, ce qui montre, c'est ça a l'air vraiment plus hot que Starfield. Là. Le gameplay dans l'espace, les puzzles, les affaires spéciales un peu. Pas de loading.
Thoughtfully crafted to fully immerse you into your story.
We fight today. So in 40 years from now, when you're surrounded by everything and everyone you hold dear, and They ask, what did you do in the Battle of Vega? You can look them in the eye and say, I held the line.
Puis, c'est ça, c'est pas des plans fixes comme dans Bethesda, là. C'est des plans de caméra cinématiques. C'est quand même pas pire, ça.
Good luck. Bishop out. Nice speech. Any word from the recon team?
Not yet.
Well, let's get into position.
Throughout the polish phase, our team is taking every opportunity to push things to the next level.
Tell me you're expecting company?
This is not good.
The Cine team is focused on finalizing edit lock on all of our big action as well as all smaller character sequences.
I could have pulled this off of the Galactopedia.
Yeah, probably, but I think their solar mass calculations are wrong, though.
Well, this is ridiculous.
How so?
We are now able to adjust our shot composition to final cameras thanks to recently crafted space vistas and level art being content complete now.
It'd be nice to know how much of a shitstorm we're flying into.
More like a hellstorm, Blue. One you ain't gonna fly out of.
Shut up.
Now, I hadn't seen another ship that wasn't trying to kill me in days, let alone a hauler, let alone a Jean. So you can imagine my surprise.
Detailed lighting passes can be done on hero sequences so we can show our cast and convey their emotions in the best light possible. And we're making sure our cinematics are triggering as fluid as we can craft them so they form a coherent concerto with the rest of the player's narrative experience.
Mr. Wexler, this is Lieutenant Commander Colton.
Oh, Commander, hey. Julian Wexler, I'm the field manager of this little operation. Welcome aboard the Archon. What brings the Navy to this little corner of the universe?
We got you flying with Lieutenant Commander Colton. He's one of our best.
As others will share, this is the most rewarding chapter of development, which allows us to truly experience the visceral and oftentimes emotional moments that our narrative provides.
How did you handle it after Vega?
I'm not sure I handled anything. It helps to remember that stuff like this is supposed to hurt.
I've never been good at dealing with problems I can't fix.
Well, this is one that you don't have to do alone.
Là, les expressions faciales sont vraiment bien faites là, pour le jeu. Là. Ouais.
For the animation teams, polish phase
C'est cool,
means
c'est cool.
refining the social aspects of Squadron 42 that occur between the various missions and getting the behaviors implemented across all of its chapters. Here we're dialing in the hangar to make it as immersive and believable an experience as possible.
That'll do it. Done. Okay, all right. Let's do this. I have to switch out so the interchange on the hangar deck. We're getting a weird after. Turning out to be another dump. Yeah, I feel that. Anyway.
For example, we're launching off a space carrier, but we still ground the feel in real-world actions, refueling, repairing, and inspecting, and making sure that your next flight mission is a success. This means we're looking out for pops, hiccups, or awkward transitions, and ensuring that everything flows and looks like all the great mocap performances we've captured.
Let's ready some extra ice packs out of storage. Whenever gunners are on full rotation, you can always count on at least one of them getting hurt.
Ça va devenir le Red Dead Redemption des jeux d'espace, moi, ça,
The
d'après
medical
moi.
staff work diligently for their patients, whether they're
Avec ce
players
niveau de
or
détail-là, là.
We really want you to feel part of an authentic crew, an important part of the UEE Navy in an enormous universe of people going about their everyday lives.
Parce que ça n'a pas besoin d'être sur des serveurs non plus, c'est un jeu solo, fait que c'est pas en ligne. Là. C'est quand même... T'as pas tous les problèmes de désynchronisation pis tout là.
Ready and hold on as you're launched off the deck of the carrier.
Baron 2, you are cleared for launch. Have a safe flight, Baron 2.
We want you to not only decide how you play the game, but to feel as if the people you interact with are in that world with you.
I would have never thought a shotgun could be so pretty. Damn, this R97 is sleek as hell. Like a lot of other weapons in Gemini's arsenal, it has a higher rate of fire than most guns of its type.
We're working to support a feel of authenticity through world traversals, running, jumping, and climbing, interactions with objects and the environment, solid weapon gameplay and enemy reactions, as well as combat realities, such as weapon malfunctions. Or in close encounters of the more lethal kind. Ooh, that's gonna hurt in the morning. As we continue to focus on the quality experience, we've been working closely with our art teams, and it's been exciting to see their environments come to life alongside us.
While animation and design have been populating the locations, polish phase for my teams means making huge advancements in the quality of our characters and environments. We've established our standard with recognizable characters like Mark Hamill, Gillian Anderson, and Gary Oldman. And we're now applying this to the rest of the cast.
Le Red Dead
and
Redemption des jeux
identifying any
d'espace.
remaining tech requirements that need to be closed out. The story of Squadron 42 takes you through
Pour vrai, ça a l'air malade.
locations of
Excuse,
various scales and
mais
styles. We shared glimpses of several environments before, and there's still plenty out there for you to discover. One of the main challenges the art team has had to face during the development of Squadron 42 is ensuring the visuals are complementary to the narrative of the script. The mood and feeling of a space is just as important to us as it is making sure we hit the visual quality that CIG has become known for.
Oh, good. We can't hack it from this side. Graves, we've got a locked door. Can you give us access?
No, I'm afraid that's a negative, Steve.
Ça va être un peu plus sur rail là. Peut-être qu'on ira pas partout, mais ça va être seamless.
Okay, we'll figure something out.
Everything you see during the campaign has been heavily inspired by the classics of 70s and 80s sci-fi, but with a modern twist. We want everything you see to feel like it has a soul.
Sérieux, man, si tu dis que ça a pas l'air bon, là, man, ça a l'air juste fou, raide.
Crafting interesting flight spaces and their connecting tissue has been one of the more unique challenges we've needed to overcome for Squadron. Developing our
Man,
VDB
fait que c'est là-dessus qu'ils travaillaient, man, au lieu de travailler
between
sur Star
tighter
Citizen.
traversal spaces and into wider space vistas and planets has proved incredibly difficult but rewarding, ensuring that Squadron flows seamlessly from one chapter to the next, without interruption. Creating a diverse array of locations is essential to us. Our environments need to work from a variety of scales. We need to pay close attention to detail whether we're working in a dirty engineering vent or navigating the debris of a dying star, wondering what may be around that next corner, or even who may live there, how would they have survived, and what state of mind may they be in.
Sérieux, faudrait être de mauvaise foi en crime pour pas dire que ça a l'air hot, man. Ça a l'air n'importe quoi, là. What the f...
We've worked closely with our social teams in delivering
Man,
cohesive
t'as
social
l'impression d'être dans un
experience. We are
film
taking some
d'espace,
downtime
Colin.
from our refined flight and FPS missions, or even missions of the more eerie kind. We'll be introducing new space stations on a massive scale, all brought together and designed to be as tangible as possible. We've thought about their function, their age, and tried to ensure there's a progression in artistic style with each station as you progress through the game. As you can see today, the teams are working incredibly hard, ramping up the detail and quality to match the breadth of our vision for Squadron 42.
Now I know you're all asking, when can I play it?
When can I play it?
When we have the locked release date, you will be the first to know. Now we're in polishing phase on Squadron 42. You will start to see a lot more things coming to Star Citizen, as well as overall progress on the persistent universe. The polish phase can take some time. We have come this far, and we want to make sure Squadron 42 delivers on the promise of being this generation's wing commander. Now, even though there's only a few of us in this video, I'd like to extend a big thank you to all our staff around the globe who have been putting their heart and soul into bringing Squadron 42 to life. And I would like to thank everyone in the community for your patience and your support. To paraphrase Admiral Bishop, when people ask, what did you do in the development of Squadron 42? We can look them in the eye and say, I held the line. I'm proud to stand with you. Thank you for making this game with us.
Man. Ça va être le meilleur jeu d'espace que t'auras jamais vu, man. Ah, mais ce shot-là, man, c'est vrai. Ça, man, tu me le diras, man, en 2025, le jeu va être sorti mi-2025. C'est sûr. Ça, c'est clair, man. Je suis prêt à prendre un pari là-dessus, man. Puis ça va être écœurant. C'est le Red Red Redemption, man, des jeux d'espace. Ça a l'air sick, ben raide, man. Là, tu peux pas dire le contraire, sinon t'es juste de mauvaise foi, man. Si tu dis ça a l'air pourri, tous les jeux ont l'air de ça a l'air de rien, man. D'un, soit t'aimes pas le jeu d'espace, soit que t'aimes pas l'espace, ou quoi de même, mais man, ça a l'air sick, ben raide, là. Ça va sortir, c'est sûr. Ils ont jamais parlé de Squadron 42, man, en 10 ans, c'est la première fois qu'ils en parlent. De même, là. Fait que... Ah ouais, moi, être déçu, man. Ça va être fou raide, man. Ça va être sick, ben raide.
You're making me very emotional now. Thank you so much. It's been definitely a long time coming. We're, as you can see,
man, ça va être un jeu de la production style Rockstar, mais de l'espace, man. C'est pour ça que ça a été long de même, man. C'est juste ça. Sérieux. Sick, ben raide. J'achète un pack. Encore.
So I can't wait for you guys to play it in the... I'm not going to say when, but anyway. And anyway, we kind of spent the time to craft something that's that beautiful with as much attention to detail and love without your guys' support, just like we couldn't be building the universe of Star Citizen without your guys' support. So I am, on my side, incredibly grateful as is everybody at CIG, for your continued support, because we're building, a universe of dreams and stories of dreams, and it's a really wonderful thing to be able to do as a creative. So thank you, everyone here, and everyone watching, and everyone that supports Star Citizen and Squadron 42. So thank you guys very, very
Ça va
much.
être sick. Ouais, mais ça va être un projet fini de CIG, c'est ça l'affaire. L'autre n'est pas fini, c'est en développement. C'est ça. Le projet fini, on va voir de quoi ça va avoir l'air.
Put the show together here. It's been an amazing job. Tyler Whitcomb headed up, but there's a lot of other people. I mean, obviously Jared's been doing his great job emceeing. Leah has been organizing the show, and there's 1,000 other people that are part of.
Ouais, mais Bethesda, ils ont fait ça pour Starfield, puis ça avait l'air moins hot que ça, même pareil. C'est ça l'affaire. Quand ils se sont mis sur un... Tu sais, c'est ça. Fait que, avec le trailer, je le sais, tu sais, les visuels qu'on va avoir, puis tout, je le sais, ça va avoir l'air de ça, même. C'est quand même fou, ça a l'air de Star Citizen, mais toutes des locations qu'on n'a jamais vues, genre. Avec des histoires, puis des personnages. C'est ça que ça va être, là. J'ai déjà joué à Star Citizen, fait que si je joue à Star Citizen, j'aime ça quand ça marche. Ben c'est ça, sauf que c'est Star Citizen qui est pas sur un serveur, man. C'est Star Citizen sans tous les problèmes d'un MMO avec en jeu solo. Fait que ça va fonctionner. Ça va être Star Citizen qui fonctionne. Sauf que tu vas jouer tout seul. Avec des personnages qui parlent dans le jeu des NPC. Star Citizen, j'ai jamais trouvé que ça avait pas l'air bon. Star Citizen, j'ai trouvé que ça avait l'air écœurant, mais les bugs, puis le contenu qui sort peu, mais là, s'ils sortent un jeu complet, solo, de Star Citizen, on va jouer. Et non, les bugs de CIG, c'est des bugs de serveur, man. Ça l'enfer, là. Ben, je te le dirai, man, mais là, je suis hypé ben raide pour Squadron 42, pareil. Ça a l'air sick ben raide, man. Ah, je les ai remarqués, il a recrinqué son chargeur 2 fois. Il a recrinqué son chargeur 2 fois, c'est dans Star Citizen. Mais là, le jeu il est pas sorti, fait qu'ils peuvent travailler tout là-dessus. Ben, du popping sûrement, pis des affaires dans le même. Ah, peut-être. Ça se peut. Bon. En tout cas, la présentation est finie pour la CitizenCon. Anyway, tout ça pour dire, j'ai l'impression que Squadron 42 est quand même sur une pas mal meilleure. Là, on sait qu'il est feature complete. Fait que il reste à le polir. Fait que ça, d'habitude, ça prend à peu près 1 an. L'année prochaine, ils vont le polir. Ils vont le sortir dans l'année 2025. Pas mal ça qui va arriver. Fait que on va voir ça. Puis pour Star Citizen, ben là, ça on sait pas. Parce qu'ils vont être encore au moins 1 an à travailler fort sur Squadron. Fait que on va voir ce qui va arriver avec Star Citizen. Mais sinon, bonne CitizenCon. Probablement la meilleure depuis 4-5 ans. Depuis 2000... crime. Je sais même pas, je pense que c'est la meilleure de toutes les CitizenCon qu'ils ont faites. Salut MC. Ouais, à plus. Ouais, je pense que c'est la meilleure présentation qu'ils ont faite. Les panels techniques étaient quand même intéressants. Tout va dépendre si on va voir si le contenu va arriver à un moment donné dans le jeu ou si ça va prendre 3-4 ans. Ça, on ne sait pas. Mais Squadron est bientôt fini. Fait que... Ce qu'on a vu là, c'était quand même assez polish, là. Puis les graphiques étaient juste mon gars. Les visuels, Les plans de caméra aussi, je trouve vraiment... C'est ça la différence, tu sais. Bethesda, c'était pas un mauvais jeu, c'est juste qu'ils ont tellement d'affaires qu'ils ont pas eu le temps de faire, comme des plans de caméra pendant leur dialogue, des animations plus complexes entre les personnages. Il y en a un petit peu, mais il y a quasiment rien, c'est tout des plans fixes. Tu parles à quelqu'un, c'est un plan fixe. Tu parles à quelqu'un, un plan fixe. Plan fixe. Plan fixe. Ça, c'est des affaires. Faire des jeux de caméra pour tous les dialogues dans un jeu, c'est une affaire qui prend du temps. Puis quand tu décides de ne pas prendre le temps, mais ça donne un jeu comme Bethesda, où ce que les personnages ont l'air morts, même si le jeu de Bethesda, étrangement, ils ont pris le temps de scanner du monde, mais le monde trouve que les personnages ont l'air laids à cause que ils n'ont pas pris le temps de faire des bons éclairages, ils n'ont pas pris le temps de faire des plans de caméra, ils n'ont pas pris le temps d'animer les personnages comme faut. Fait que ça donne un jeu... Ils ont quand même pris 8-9 ans pour faire Starfield. Fait que ça donne un jeu qui a l'air vraiment outdated avec des beaux des graphismes qui sont corrects, mais ils n'ont pas mis assez de temps pour polir le tout. S'ils avaient mis 2-3 ans de plus, ça aurait donné à peu près le même temps que le jeu de Star Citizen. Mais il y aurait eu des loadings pareils à cause de leur engin. Là, le gros point positif avec Star Citizen, puis avec Squadron, c'est qu'il n'y a aucun loading. C'est quand même bon. Donc, sur ça, moi je vous dis au revoir. Puis merci d'avoir été là pour la CitizenCon, Simon. C'est cool d'avoir été passé. Puis on se reparle tout à l'heure. Salut!